Hey, hey. Wait, my mic. What's up, guys? Can y'all hear me? La Princess, 90s Nostalgia, Jamar, Ulises. What's up, guys? Theo, hey. Proud Patriot, hello. What is up, everyone? How are y'all doing? Chrissy Chris, hello. Rico Rich. What's up, everybody? Thank you, 90s Nostalgia. You know, I got my red and blue going on. El negro que tiene tumbado. What's up? Lance Kelly. Hello, hello. Colin S. Hey. What's good, everybody? Okay. Do music. Okay, I was wondering who you were. I was like, I haven't seen this person before. Okay, gotcha. Okay, so you're clearly that's Trump in your picture, right? Yeah. I'm assuming you're a Trump supporter. What's up to everyone in the chat? Like this video, everyone. Oh my goodness, how have you guys been feeling with everything going on? Are y'all still feeling anxious? Do you care at this point? How are y'all feeling? He's Dominican. Oh my gosh, y'all. I mean, I figured this election was going to take a while to get all the results in and stuff, but I really didn't think it was going to take this long. Hello, Hebrew Judah. It's done. Nervous. Oh gosh. Don't really care, Spring. Hey, CEO Spix. Oh my god. Not. Anaya. What? Don't. No. Hi, Carlos. Yo, why does this girl do this? Anaya. Oh my god, why do you do this to me, Anaya? You want okay, but why you gotta cry? Because you want water. Oh my god, y'all. Excuse me, you guys. I'm gonna get this girl some water. She's not gonna leave me alone. Hold on. And I here. Okay, sorry about that. Y'all already know Anaya a lot of times has a habit of interrupting me and stuff when I'm going live or whatever. Hey Andre. Baron Huntington, hello, Lone Wolf, Mr. Spacely. Yeah, so all right, so we got 19 or 20 people in here. Okay, guys, so I guess we can go ahead and get started. So I just first want to say, Rolls Royce, hey, This is going to be a no judgment zone. All right. I really could care less who y'all voted for. Okay. And also amongst you guys, like, radical Latino, shut up. Let's not like try to bash or judge each other based on who voted for who in case anybody chooses to voice who they voted for. Excuse my dog in the background. So yeah, let's just voice your opinions, but let's not, start coming at people, all right? Hispanic support doubled for Trump. Yeah, so there's a few things I wanted to touch on. Now, I'm going to keep it real. Some of you guys already heard me say this on Radical Latinos Live the other day, but I didn't vote this election. Okay, that's just the honest truth. I ain't vote. I just could not, in good conscience or whatever, vote for either of these two fools. Okay, and okay, well, let me backtrack. I know that some of you guys may feel, no, Mr. Spacey, I'm not Haitian. Radicals was trolling. I know some of you guys may feel passionate or whatever about the people that y'all voted for, and that's fine. Like I said, to me, they're both two sides of the same coin. So if I say something about either one, just try not to get offended. All right, that's all I'm gonna say. But I just did not feel comfortable voting for either. Y'all already know I definitely don't like Trump, but I couldn't bring myself to vote for Biden either. Now, like I've said before, I have always voted Democrat. Okay. And again, this was my first time not voting. Now, like I said before, some of you guys saw the video that I did with Fighter Complex. To be honest, I never really knew what makes me a Democrat. What makes you a Democrat? Like, what really are their policies? I just did it because that's what I grew up thinking. That's what I'm supposed to do. As a minority, you're supposed to vote Democrat. And so that's what I always did. But this year in particular, maybe it's just with what's going on in the world right now. I don't know. I feel like this year has just been a year of like exposure and this and that. But I really took a step back and I really started to look at both of these parties like kind of in a more objective way. And I was like, yo, for real, both of these parties ain't shit. Like, what is it that is keeping some of us so loyal to these parties when they haven't done? What have they done? Now, that's not to say that there aren't maybe certain politicians on either side that have done things that maybe have benefited our communities and, specifically like the Black and Latino communities. Maybe there have, and maybe, I don't know, maybe Trump has done something that has, I don't know. I'm not heavy into politics like that, but I have just found it so crazy how there's people like out here bashing other people and unfriending and blocking, and they're all on social media talking about, if you voted for this person, I've lost all respect for you. Don't talk to me, blah, blah, blah. Over these, when at the end of the day, I see them as like, y'all over here arguing over two racist white men. Because let's just keep it real, y'all. I mean, you can say, okay, Trump, yeah, he's racist, this and that. But y'all, Biden ain't much better. Like, let's just keep it real. I mean, I have been seeing some clips surfacing of Biden with some low-key racist ass shit that he has said. Some of it was a little more subtle or coded. Some of it was a little more outright. And I'm over here like, how is this going unnoticed? Or it's like a few people are calling it out, but where's the outrage? Nobody's upset. Nobody's mad. Like, why? Why are some of us so, like, is it that people are just so anti-Trump that they're just letting Biden pass with some of the stuff that he's said? Like, what is it? Is it that we're just so blindly loyal? Well, not all of us, but a lot of us to the Democratic Party that we just let things that they do slide. And I don't know, y'all. And again, it just makes me look at these parties like, what have you really done? And I feel like with the Democrats, again, like, I'm not bashing them because, like I said, I've always voted Democrat, but I feel like, especially when it comes to like the Black community, like, they know that obviously the Black community overwhelmingly votes for them. Like, they know they got that vote in their bag. So I feel like that makes them do less. Like, they can do the bare minimum because they know they're going to get y'all's vote. And to an extent, I feel like, Hispanics kind of fall into that either. So that's just how I'm looking at them now. And then when it comes to the Republicans, I'm like, well, what have y'all mother effers done? Because I really don't know what y'all have done. So that's kind of where I'm at, y'all. Like, I don't know. Let me look at some of y'all's comments. They legalized drugs in Oregon. Trump's percentage of the Black, Hispanic, Muslim all went up. He only lost with white males, but he's racist. Only anti-Trump. Both are trash, though. Yeah, unfortunately. Felt like as a Latina being left out. I don't know what that's about. Thinking outside the box. I mean, sometimes you really do have to just take a step back and be like, what are these people really doing? And unfortunately, like the Democrats especially, they pander so much. It's insane. Like, I feel like that's all Biden and Harris really did. I saw a lot of pandering. I didn't really hear much concrete plans. I mean, I just like Latinos that vote for Trump, and if I'm not friends with them, I'll probably unfollow them. They're both racist, yes. Agree Hispanics were left out of the conversation. Biden ain't no different than Trump. Put your back in chains. Biden. Yes, Happening says, I was just looking at one yesterday where he was like, he kept like kissing this little girl. I don't know where they were. Look like, oh, the White House. I mean, probably wasn't the White House. I don't know where it was, but I was like, yo, this is so cringe, yo. Like, I can't. It's like the more I see stuff like that, like, I'm sorry, but personally, it just makes me feel better that I didn't vote because I can't support this. Like, I can't support Trump's ass, but I can't support this shit either. Like, Okay, so yeah, that's another thing I wanted to kind of touch on the Hispanic vote, because a lot of people were talking about the Hispanic vote, especially when it comes to the Cubans in Miami. Okay. Well, let me finish reading these comments. Biden is where he's gonna. Yeah, he did. Even if Trump loses, we win. Progressives are already fighting the not so crazy left. Idiots just realize it's time to toss them out. Kamala Indian and Joe Biden looked at 2.7 million people. Stand a man, what's up? One of my mods. They need to implement frank voting. A lot of people want to vote third party. And that's something else too. I wish there would be a way for us to kind of move away from the strict two-party system. Like, I mean, we have the independent person or whatever and what the Green Party, but I mean, who's really voting for them? I wish there was a way for those people to like get more exposure and maybe more funding to really campaign, because I think there are a lot of people that would prefer to choose a third option, but it just always goes back to Democrat and Republican. Radical Latino, yo, stop trolling. That thing says blocked me. Did you see the Cubans between? Yo, I'm sure a lot of y'all or some of y'all saw that little salsa they made for Trump. It's funny, but I'm not gonna lie, it's a little catchy. It's like, ay, por Dios. Yo voy a votar todo ladrón. It was hilarious. Oh my gosh. Cubans didn't betray nobody. Cubans always voted Trump. Shout out to my Ricans. Yeah, I put a poll up on my Instagram stories that showed how like the Puerto Ricans and Cubans, I guess in Miami, they were kind of flipped. The Cubans voted overwhelmingly Republican and the Cubans voted Republican and the Puerto Ricans voted overwhelmingly Democrat. Both sides pander. Yeah. All Democrats do is play race card and preach anti-Trump. Cubans are patriots. There are no concrete plans because they want to maintain the status quo and change nothing. Tim Masuna, and see, that's another thing I have to say. When it comes to the Cubans, that is one detail that I think people kind of forget or they kind of leave out. Like, you're talking about a group of people specifically that have a very like unique situation compared to the rest of Latin America, in which they fled a country that is literally communist. So, and it's like, again, I don't know why people don't take that into consideration, but I feel like that is a big part of why they tend to, vote Republican. But I had some of my followers that live in Florida or Miami. They were DMing me because, again, I've been posting stuff about this all week on my Instagram stories, which I've lost a few followers. I guess I got too political. But even though it's been mostly memes, maybe that's why. Maybe people were thinking I'm not taking this shit serious, but whatever, I don't care. But some of them were telling me that the situation with them, it is very unique because, like I said, they came from a communist country, so of course they're going to want to go the opposite. But at the same time, a lot of them are either like on welfare or Section 8, and they're like benefiting off of democratic social programs. So it's like kind of funny that they're out here voting Republican. So I don't know, very interesting, the whole situation with them. Trump be dyeing his hair. Democrats in the last 25 years favorite communist leaders. I watch Trump's league. Don't let anyone shame me for not voting. Thank you. I'm not gonna lie, y'all. I did feel really weird not voting, and I was kind of self-conscious about it. Like, oh my god, people gonna be judging the hell out of me. And I mean, a few of my friends were kind of looking at me like, "What? You didn't vote? Like, you voting is an automatic vote for Trump? Like, how could you not vote?" And I was like, "I'm sorry. I don't like none of these fools. Like, I couldn't. I'm sorry, I couldn't." Not only Cubans or Venezuelans, Colombians, and Nicaraguans voted for Trump. It's not only Cubans and Hispanics in Texas, too. I rock with Trump, to be honest. No filter. The Caucasian Tupac. Oh, gosh. Don't disrespect Tupac like that. Maybe I will, passport fella. Maybe I will. Trump did pander to blacks with his platinum plan towards the election. 40%. Overall, though, I was looking at some of the exit polls. Hispanics they were a little more of half of Hispanics did vote Democrats. It wasn't like overwhelmingly Republican, but there were a lot that did. Riots, man, that's another thing. If they officially declare that Trump lost, his people, they're gonna go crazy. And they're the ones with all their rifles and shit. I voted for third party. I voted for Trump for his policies, period. I did hear a lot of people say that they did vote for Trump because of his policies. And, I've said this a couple times, but I was surprised to see a lot more Black people were like openly supportive of Trump this election, which, like I said, was interesting to me because you don't usually see that. And there's no shade to anyone, but I feel like in the Black community, it is a lot of times looked down on when you vote Republican. So yeah, I was surprised to see that. Money. Humans will always vote red. Yeah. The establishment will only put their chips behind the two people that they want you to elect. Hispanics are, in a way, more conservative in many ways. You have to a lot of ways. Yeah, I bet you do. Oh, dang, there's a lot of comments. Oh my goodness. Hold on. I feel that neither have Latin's best interest at hand. I agree. Okay, I'm gonna if you don't vote for me, you're not Black. I was like, yo, that was a bold ass statement Biden made by saying that. Like, wow. I mean, I'm sorry. Biden has made some statements that I'm like, yo, if Trump said this shit, oh my God, everybody would have lost their damn minds. But back to the Latino vote, there was a post that I saw on Instagram the other day that I wanted to share, which is true because I've seen a lot of people, they've really generalized when it comes to Hispanics and the Hispanic vote. But this person said it's laughable that in 2020, this country still needs to be reminded, Sesame Street style, that Latinos are not a monolith and the Latino vote is a mirage. This misconception comes from how little you bother knowing us, how superficially you cover us, and how absent we are in newsrooms. I was like, that is so true. That is so true because I mean, the way that these politicians, either the way that they pander or like their main talking points, it's like you would think that all Hispanics care about is immigration. Like that's literally all the immigration Hispanics. That's all they're worried about. When it's like, okay, you have second, third, fourth generation Hispanic Americans that they're not worried about immigration. Like their interests are totally different. But I don't know. People just have a hard time sometimes understanding the complexity and the diversity of the Hispanic community. Okay. Why Cubans vote Republican surprise anyone? They've been doing that since the 60s. I believe that's true. Plantation owning white supremacists now. And that's another thing. I'm not gonna sit here and call somebody that voted for Trump a white supremacist or a wannabe white. Like I think that's kind of dumb too. Because again, people have their own personal reasons for why they would vote for him, and for some, it really does come down to his policies. So I'm not gonna knock them for that. I just don't fuck with him. Excuse my language. Trump is needed in the politics of America. He is shaking up the status quo and is a man. I'm sorry, but okay, passport fella. The way Trump has been responding to Biden taking the lead in some of these states. Now I know there's a lot of talk out there about there's some shady stuff going on and that Biden is, there's like fraud and stuff as far as the counting of votes. I get all that. But say that's not going on. I feel like the way in which Trump has been responding and like trying to make all these lawsuits and we got to recount the votes. Like, if it was him leading, he wouldn't be saying this. But because it's Biden, it's like, oh, it has to be like, oh, they're purposely plotting this. I mean, I don't know. I'm not gonna lie. I have seen some shady stuff, but it's just to me, I'm like, yo, Trump, you kind of look like a bitch right now. Like you're being a really sore loser, my man. Like if you lost, you lost. Just take it out and just, it is what it is. But and maybe some of you guys have been following this a little closer and maybe you have a better idea, but I did notice, I saw some like graphs of like the votes in Michigan and Wisconsin and how they were both steadily trending upwards. Biden was a little below Trump. And then on that one night that they supposedly got all the paper votes, I guess, his percentage just shot, like it was a vertical straight up on the graph. And people were like, yo, like, where did these votes come from? And how is it that like 100% of these mail-in votes just happen to all be for Biden? So from that aspect, yeah, he hasn't lost yet, at least as I know. Just saying if he does, he's being really, he acting like a sore loser. But anyway, so in that aspect, I see why it does look suspect. Like it does. I can't even lie. And then some people were mentioning Virginia, because y'all know I live in Virginia. So of course I was checking the votes or whatever for Virginia the first night. And I remember at one point, it's like they called Virginia for Biden really quickly. I remember noticing that, but when I looked at it, the percentage for Biden was lower than it was for Trump. So I was like, wait, how did it already call it for Biden if right now Trump has the majority? So, I did see that and I was like, this is kind of suspect a little bit. I mean, later on, Biden's percentage ended up being a little higher, but I don't know. I don't know. I wouldn't be surprised if there was some shadiness going on because this wouldn't be the first time that Biden has been called out for cheating or whatever. I saw that when was it? Save the post. Okay, Joe Biden ran for president 33 years ago. He dropped out because he was caught cheating. So who's to say he wouldn't do that shit again? Joe Biden ran for president again 13 years ago. He dropped out for being racist. Which, okay, this is certain things that Biden has said. For example, some of y'all may have heard he said you cannot go to a 7-Eleven or a Dunkin' Donuts unless you have a slight Indian accent. Then he said Obama was the first mainstream African American who was articulate and bright and clean. Like, y'all, he's straight up telling you what he thinks of black people. Like, how is this going unnoticed? How? He's acting like Obama was the only polished black man to ever exist, which is obviously not true. So it's stuff like this that it's like as much as I dislike Trump, I just couldn't bring myself to vote for Biden because he's just as bad as if not worse. But anyways, y'all, I'm gonna put the link. Listen, you don't gotta support a non-voting. That's fine. Y'all can come and join and give your thoughts. Just keep it respectful, like I said. But yeah, give your thoughts on whether I don't know, you think there's fraud going on, do you think it's been fair, how you feel about the Latino vote or even the black vote. Because again, like I said, I did see more black people openly supporting Trump, just anything. Where's my camera? There you go. Obama is not even African American, he's Kenyan American. And y'all, and that's another, when it comes to Kamala, I don't know why. I kind of have a problem with people calling her a black woman. Like, Kamala to me is not a black woman. I'm sorry, but she's not. Yo, what's good, William?
Oh, hello.
Oh, you got your wine. You weren't joking. He's like,
No, I had
the wine.
I had the bottle ready.
Ah, nice. Obama is biracial. We gotta get rid of Trump. That's it. No doubt, Biden has demonstrated racist behavior. They're both puppets in the matrix. Exactly. Well, that's what I think, but I don't know. When you say stuff like that, people are like, "Oh, you're being conspiratory or whatever."
Mm-hmm. Conspiracy theory.
Yes, but hey, I look just because something's called a conspiracy, don't mean it ain't true. Oh no, he's definitely not going to go down without a fight. I mean, that's if he loses. There's no way he's going out without a fight.
My man gonna be swinging.
Yo,
He's swinging right now. Look at his Twitter.
yo, them Twitter fingers on fire.
No, yeah, people need to remember that in 2000, when the Bush and Gore thing, when that ended up 37 days later, and it was only one state, Florida. So here we have, I think, 4 states that he's suing or something. So yeah, I don't think this is gonna end very soon, and that's the way it should be. I mean, if you want people to accept the election, you have to count every vote and do whatever you have to do to make sure that that the process worked the way it's supposed
to. Yeah. By the way, is this the first time that they've allowed mail-in ballots, or has that always been a thing?
No, first time.
This is the first time.
It's called absentee.
No, there are states
in 2016 I voted absentee.
There are some states that already vote by mail. Oregon, Utah, Hawaii is vote by mail. Colorado as well. But
it's like absentee though. With absentee, you request for one.
No, absentee is a different thing. Absentee is if you know that you're going to be, and that's available in a bunch of states. If you know that you're not going to be present during the election, you say, look, I need to vote by mail. I need to vote absentee. So you request a ballot and they send it to you. And you vote, and that's it. But this year, because of the coronavirus, a lot of states decided at the last moment to allow that, and that's what people are protesting, because that's not a very easy thing to do, you know?
So you got a lot of dead motherfuckers that voted.
Hmm?
You got dead motherfuckers. You got dead motherfuckers that
Yeah,
voted this.
yeah,
That's
I
the
hear that,
problem.
and I see a lot of that.
So Real Deal, Rico Ridge, Fighter Complex. What's up, guys? How do y'all feel about the election? What's going on? You can share who you voted for if you want, or if you can keep it confidential. Either way, like I said, no judgments. All right, y'all. No judging here. Any of y'all can go
Hey,
first.
what's up, everyone? How you doing? Anyone hear me?
What's up, Rico? Yes.
Okay, yeah. I was like you. I was this close, real close for not voting. I meant to go up there like at 7 in the morning because I still have DC residency.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I'm on the other side of the border here in Maryland. I had work, so I was like, let me go ahead and sleep in because they changed my time to come in or whatever. I was like, okay. So I ended up sleeping until like 10 o'clock in the morning. Dude, and I was like, should I still go? Because I was still thinking about it. It was like depressing. Just thinking, I was like, man, should I flip on it? Blah, blah, blah. So I ended up going. Took me like 5 minutes, and that was it. It was kind of like, well, does it really matter at this point? But to me, it was like the only thing I kept on thinking about was really be honest, the candidates, the local candidates. There was only one I was very familiar with because I always seen him like on my Facebook, which on some type of social media. I always seen him, and the other candidates that I was familiar with, like locally, for example, most of them I've heard of through other people, through other cities like Atlanta, Georgia. I have a lot of people in Atlanta, Georgia that are connected with whoever the candidates that are running locally down there. So I always see their stuff all the time, third hand campaigning type shit. But as for the presidential election, to be honest with you, it was just one of those coin flip type things because at the end of the day, I felt like Biden didn't really, he had an opportunity to really have a plan, at least present something instead of saying, well, I'm going to undo Trump this and undo that. And then Kamala Harris, to be honest with you, my personal opinion, she was a total token. She was a token. She was, I mean, what was it, last year when they were trying to run in the primaries? She got smoked in the debates like it was nobody's business.
Tulsi.
And and be honest with you, out of all the Democratic people that ran that ran or considered running for president in the last decade, 12 years, Hillary Clinton was the only one that was really qualified, even more qualified than Obama. But
you think so?
Because if you look at Hillary's record, outside of that, the thing was with Hillary, she made a lot of enemies over the years, though, too. Remember, she was the first lady during Clinton's years. She was the first lady during Clinton's years. So all that access and interaction with the White House during two Clinton presidencies, plus she was already an established senator after that. And, she during the 90s when she was, during that time, she was more respectable back then because you guys also remember Bill was in scandal in the late 90s with the Monica Lewinsky situation and everything. So it kind of helped her to an advance somewhere around the line after she got out the White House and became a senator. That's when she became really unpopular. I remember the Whitewater situation that both the Clintons were tied to when they were when Clinton was governor of Arkansas. I'm not sure if that was before or after when he was governor of Arkansas, but a lot of that stuff started to come back to them. You know what I'm saying? And so by the time Clinton and started to run with Obama in the primaries, Obama, was the cleanest out of the two, to be honest with you. Obama didn't have no scandal. Obama's not a Bush. Obama's not a Clinton. So it was kind of like a no-brainer choice. I mean, if you just strictly look at the names alone, you see what I'm saying? Not necessarily the total background. So it was easier choice for Obama at the time because here's this new guy that pretty much came out of nowhere. Yeah, he doesn't have a lot of political time compared to like Clinton and the other candidates, but people were more safe in voting him. Now, if you look at Joe Biden, he came out of nowhere. That one kind of surprised me because I never really heard of him at that time, even when they first announced him as that was just a total surprise because I guess if you look at Clinton, Hillary Clinton, that is, she does have an ego. She ran against Obama, and Obama won the Democratic election back in 2008. And
she was the one that
I believe she had options. Yeah, she perfect. She had the perfect situation that blew in her face. You see what I'm saying? Well, really blew in her face in 2016. But you know what I'm saying? It was the fact that okay, you know, it was really tailor made for her. But again, it just fell down. So when you come back to 2016 and everything, it was damaged goods. You know, this
Yeah,
is me in retrospect looking
especially
back.
with the
Yeah.
beat that came out of nowhere. He's been
Mhm.
around for a while. He ran in '87.
Yeah, I
And
understand that,
somebody
but
pointed out,
from a national perspective, most people wouldn't know who that guy is,
well, most
especially
young
McCain.
people
People didn't
know,
know.
but
Yeah,
the
People
old
didn't know.
yeah.
timers from
Hey, you guys,
maybe.
what do y'all think about this question? Somebody said, do you guys on the panel think there was foreign interference in this election?
No,
Who knows?
no,
No?
No,
no.
Okay.
It
it
makes
was an
good news
inside job.
anyway. It makes great
Mm.
news anyway. You gotta
It's an
understand
inside
when
job.
the news travels so fast that writers got to make up things just to be relevant. That's why you have the TMZs out there in the world, and actually, I haven't heard National Enquirer in years, but anyone that's old enough to remember, the news cycle is always constantly going, and people just throwing a story out there just to throw a story, to see if it sticks on the wall and everything,
Mhm.
But like I was talking to someone about Georgia. I grew up in DeKalb County, Georgia, same area that CNN has been talking about the last 2 days, changing from red to blue. The last time a Democratic presidential candidate been elected was Clinton back in '92. Yeah, when he first was
Mhm.
elected. I think '92, '96 time. Whenever Clinton was the last president, that's the last time a Democrat had won that state. Since that time, people got to understand the history behind Reagan and the impact Ronald Reagan had on Southern Democrats, converting a lot of them to Republicans. So that's why you have nowadays a perception of Republicans being that stereotypical racist when back like 20, 30 years ago, it was Democrats. It was Democrats in the 70s and 60s.
Mm.
And even before that, I mean, if
This
you look at
guy's
the history,
informed.
especially the state, especially like, because I grew up in Georgia and the last Democratic president from the South outside of Clinton was Jimmy Carter.
Yes,
And
Jimmy.
he's the only good one out of those Dixiecrats. That's what they were called back then. That was relevant, and he only did 4 years because during those
The Iran
times
thing.
he was on the point. Well, yeah, you had the Iran thing, and remember, Jimmy Carter was very sensitive. He was very sensitive. He wasn't a strong-willed president compared to like Nixon, who was strong, but he was willing to compromise. And you have all these other guys that were like, because you got to remember, you had the Cold War time, you had all these other things going on, where Carter at that time he just wanted to be a peacemaker, whatever. So that was
Mhm.
the perception with the Democrat. You had a lot of changes going on when Reagan came about. And also remember, Reagan ran against Carter the first time and lost, but came back and won that second election. That goes to show how strong Carter is. I'm not saying he's weak, but it gives you the perception of the climate at that time. Then, so fast back to 40 years later, where things have changed a lot, more different now. It's a totally different Georgia. It's not as rednecky. Atlanta's very black, but anyone that has not been around Georgia or Atlanta, Georgia the last 20 years, it has changed a lot. I grew up down there. I grew up in an area called Stone Mountain, Georgia. Just 20, 30 years before I moved down there, it was predominantly white. Actually, it was predominantly white 5 years to the time I first moved down there. It was
Mhm.
a long time home in the KKK. Stone Mountain, they used to have cross burnings on the top of Stone Mountain and below Stone Mountain years before Stone Mountain became a state park. If you
Mm.
go, and that's another thing that kind of ticks me off with people. People still think Stone Mountain is a redneck town. It's not. You know how far Stone Mountain is, Atlanta? First of all, anyone that's familiar with Atlanta is a very black friendly town. All these celebrities, Tyler Perry, all this crap, all this blackity, 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 black. You go down Stone Mountain. Stone Mountain's like 15-minute drive from downtown Atlanta. All Memorial Drive is predominant. It's like 90%
Yeah.
black-owned restaurants. It's hood as hell. Don't get me wrong. It's hood. Nowadays it is. Now back in the early '90s, it wasn't because you had the transition from like remnants of white flight back in the '70s and '80s. It started to trickle down a little more, and also there was that particular time where there was more successful black people, and there was a generation in. So it was basically trickling down out from downtown Atlanta all the way to the suburbs. So the politics changed with that, of course, and that happened really all over the country. It just happened slower in the South because anyone that understands the South with Jim Crow and stuff, that took time because the power structure of the South was still through the eyes of the white races,
Okay.
white
And
man.
The Atlanta Renaissance, right?
so,
Yeah,
It was in
I
the land. It was in the Atlanta Renaissance.
because I was
yeah,
gonna.
something like
Hey,
that.
hold on,
Yeah.
Rico. I just want to, so that everybody gets a chance to speak. I want to next go to let's see, Real Deal and Fighter Complex. I can't remember which one of y'all came on first. But one of y'all can go, and then
Complex.
CEO, and then Darius.
You
I'll
go
go
Okay,
for
Fighter
it.
Complex.
You go. You go.
Who?
Real Deal, you can go.
But yeah, I agree with Rico. Yeah, I agree with Rico. He actually gave out a more honest type of discussion when it came to elections because, you know, the lie was the switch was in 72, 76, but George Wallace, he won pretty much the South where Alabama, Mississippi, and Georgia went to Wallace. They couldn't be able to complete the South until Ronald Reagan came. So now,
Wallace was a Democrat.
Say again.
repeat that again, sir.
George Wallace was a Democrat.
Yes, Dixiecrat, but he also ran for president as well as a third party, and he stole states away from Nixon because Nixon won
Yeah,
California.
yeah.
Because
And I
Nixon won
heard,
California.
yeah,
Yeah, go ahead.
yeah, back in the day, yeah.
So a lot of like here in voter fraud
I
is
think
pretty much prevalent.
also with Georgia, I think that what happened with Georgia this year, I mean, they still be contesting, but I think Biden probably win it. It's the same thing that happened with Wisconsin in 2016. Wisconsin hadn't voted for a Democrat for a really long time, and Hillary thought she had it, and she didn't campaign a lot of it. And I don't think Trump did a lot of campaigning in Georgia because Georgia was a Trump state, a Republican state for a long time. I think they fell asleep there,
They got
and
comfortable.
they got surprised today by the Democrats. I
So,
think
Real Deal, I know that you support Trump. I mean, you said that before. Do
Mhm.
you feel
Mhm.
like what's going on? Do you feel like the votes and everything has been fair, or do you believe that there is some foul play going on? Like, what's your
It's
thoughts
been
on
foul
that?
play. It's been
You
foul
think
play
so?
because that doesn't make sense. 180 ballots, this all 100% go to ballot for Biden. That doesn't make sense. Like I can dig it if the ballots was like 70-30, but 100%, your ballot sheet stuffing. So pretty much Trump is going to have his lawyers, and unfortunately, the election's probably not going to be decided until January. This is going to be Bush versus Gore 2000 all over again.
Yeah.
All right.
But
I
that's
don't
all
know.
I gotta say.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
All right. How you doing? Hey, this is Darius.
Hey, Darius.
Hey. Hey, listen. So, from what I can see about the whole mail-in ballot situation, if you guys can remember, though, a couple of months ago, Trump really tried to discourage the whole mail-in ballot situation. I was like, why is he doing that? And I'm like, okay. And then, of course, you saw him doing things with, the whole post office, moving the mailboxes and things like that. So I thought that was kind of strange. But when you look at it, traditionally, a lot of Democrats, especially older ones, say, a lot of them in the senior citizens, probably in the 60s and 70s, they're not going to go out there and stand in those lines. A lot of times, it's more convenient for them to mail it in. And especially right now, we have the whole everything with the COVID-19 coronavirus. So, whereas then on Trump's side, it was kind of discouraging that, where then on the Democrat side, people were like, okay, well, you know what? I think I'll just go ahead and mail my stuff in instead of standing in lines and taking the risk of getting coronavirus, especially when they kept saying black people were dying sparingly or catching it more than whites and any other race. So they're like, okay, well, we're going to do mail-in ballots. Whereas then Trump, he tried to discourage that with the people. So now what you see now is kind of backfiring, unfortunately. And now you see at the end now, most all of the mail-in ballots are pretty much Democrat ballots, even from the red counties. So it's kind of coming back to kind of bite them in a way, if you think about it.
Mm-hmm.
well, two things.
So,
If I may respond, the first one, yeah, I believe that a lot of those were Democrats, but it's impossible, as I read said, that 100% of them can come in for one candidate. I mean, they have to be at least one or two Republicans who decided to do it that way. So I'm not saying that it's fraud, but it's very suspicious that 100% of the ballots came from one candidate. That's
Right now, Biden right now is trending. Yeah, that's true. You're right. And right now, I would say it's about 80-20, like 20% Democrat, I mean, Republican, 80%, 70, 80% Democrat. I mean, that's pretty much, I
no, no,
mean,
no. But
it,
I'm talking. What we're talking about is the batch that came in the middle of the night. I think it was in Wisconsin and in Michigan. All of them went to Biden. I mean, that's
Yeah,
at least
that's
to me
very
that's not
strange.
possible.
That
Wisconsin's a little bit different because Wisconsin, everyone's getting a mail-in ballot, kind of, so he's going to be, Trump will be a little bit higher in Wisconsin. It's going to be a little tougher for Biden to, get that. Like
Mhm.
he may win it, but it's going to be like really close. Like literally, Trump can take that to court right there.
Mhm. No, no, yeah. The other thing that I want to say regarding mail-in ballots, the problem with that, the thing that Trump and other people were saying of changing to mail-in ballots, I mean, there are already some states that do the voting all by mail, but it's not like, hey, I just put it in the regular mailbox. No, they have a special mailbox for that, and there is a process in place. They send you an envelope and that you have to sign, and it has some verification in place so that they have to have a signature on file, and when you sign it, it has to match. So there's a lot involved in that. It's not like, okay, yes, I get it in my mail, like I get something from Amazon, I just put it back. That's not how it works. They have a special mailbox. They have organized that for years. So that's why it works in Oregon, in Utah, and in Hawaii, that they have all voting is by mail. If a state like Pennsylvania or Maryland, I live in Maryland, if they decide, like, I don't know, 2 months before the election, okay, let's do it by mail. Uh, a lot of people have a right to be suspicious because we never done it before like that. So it's not something that you change just 2 months before the election, and that's the thing that people were complaining about. And
Right.
there are a lot of state has, as we were saying earlier, the thing we call absentee ballots. If you know that you're not going to be present during the election, yeah, you can request by mail that they send you uh, your ballot that you can vote, but they send it to you after you ask for it. It's not that like they did, for example, in California, they just send mailing ballot to everybody, even people
Right.
who no longer live there. So if you used to live in California and you moved to Nevada, and you got it for somehow because somebody sent it to you, you could just fill it out and yeah, vote, even though you no longer live in California. And because they didn't have in place the check and balance that they have in the state that already do it by mail. So that was the objection that Trump and other people were saying,
Yeah.
uh,
That's
complaining
good.
about that. And that's why we're in this situation. I'm not saying that Trump is going to win, but I think at least you have a right to file a lawsuit or so, yeah, and say, okay, I want you guys to investigate that.
Yeah. You're right.
Ah,
And
ah,
huh?
no, go ahead.
Yeah, yeah, you're right. You're right what you're saying. I mean, even like I see one, I didn't, mail it in. I went down there. They were like, hey, you got a absentee ballot, in the mail. So like, here you go. I just went in just, but I just didn't trust the mail. There was too much going on, so I just went and voted in person. Did the early one. But one thing I want to kind of, say, like Rico gave a really good overview of like the whole Republican Democrat and the Dixiecrats and things like that. Because one thing I always question, kind of like you, Christina, why do we vote Democrat? Why do I have to vote Democrat? Why do I have to be one?
Yeah,
I used to ask, like a lot of my mentors, I'm like, why are most black people Democrats, right? So when I went and did my research, I'm like, okay, well, the Republican Party pretty much, with Lincoln helped free our ancestors. But come to find out, and one of my mentors like, well, the parties did change. So, and what I found out, really, the research I did, the name stayed the same. So, you got your Democrats or Dixiecrats, and then you had your Republican Party, right? But there was a switch that happened. Of course, the Republican Party, they responsible for freeing, the slaves. And also, there was a lot of abolitionists that were Republicans, and most black people were Republicans, especially throughout a period of Reconstruction. We held,
yeah,
political office, especially in the South and things like that. And most of those, slave owners and Southern, that participated in that type of, lifestyle, slavery. Most of them were, Democrats. They were. and the Klan was found under that democratic system and everything. But there was a change that did happen, especially around in the 50s and 60s when we were starting to get our civil rights and things like that under Lyndon Baines Johnson. And he was a Democrat, he was a Dixiecrat also, but he did give us our rights. He abolished Jim Crow. So if you talk to some of the older black people, like say in the 70s and 80s or 60s, they can tell you that because they lived that. And of course, black people say, hey, well, you gave us the rights, even though we were Republicans, but the Democrats gave us our, they abolished Jim Crow. So we became, Democrats. And then of course a lot of racist white people, they left the Democratic Party and said, hey, we don't want to be over here with these black folks. And Lyndon Baines Johnson, you did this to us, so we're gonna go over here to the Republican Party. They quickly got on code and switch. So that big switch did happen. Okay. But that's why right now the Republican Party, if you trace the 7 Republicans, right, you can literally trace a lot of their lineage back to slave masters and things, Confederates. Why do you think a lot of them uphold a lot of the Confederate statues and Confederate flag? Because that's their ancestors, and the Republicans. It's not. I mean, you can't look at the name. Look at the party. The name stayed the same. The parties switch. Okay, so I think what happens too, especially in the South here, when it comes down to, black voting, things like that, especially a lot of senior citizen blacks, they're very religious when it comes down to just voting, because we know that our ancestors fought for those rights, and some you'll say, they'll say, hey, we died for the right to vote. So, with that being said, a lot of times when they hear any type of racist dog whistles or dog bark,
can I ask you a question real quick? Can I ask you a question?
they will. Yes, go ahead.
Do you believe in integration or segregation?
I believe in integration.
All right, integration ruined it for the black community.
Okay.
Before that, they were doing good.
Mm-hmm. Wait a minute. How is that so?
No, not good. They were doing better.
Mm-hmm.
Whoa, no,
well,
I disagree.
I can't say that. I think there's a lot that happened with a lot of drugs that came in our community. I remember in the 80s, that really destroyed our communities.
Wait, before the 80s? No, we're talking about before the 80s.
Huh?
We're talking before the 80s.
Well, I wouldn't say
It
that.
wasn't
We had
better
our own
before the
communities. We had our own communities. We didn't have, that's fine. But at the end of the day, I can go back to my hometown where I'm originally from. Even though everything is integrated, we have our own communities, but I don't think that's what really destroyed the black family.
No, but integration was one of those components that ruined it. Even the top black scholars will tell you this. That's like this ruined it for business. Now people they were happy to be integrated, and now they could go work for these white companies. Now, if you don't have a company to pass down to your family members, you just got to go get a job out in corporate America or working at the mall or something. So that's like that ruined the black economy. Like, people know this. This is
Nah, dude, you're misconcepting. No, you're misconcepting. You're misconcepting the purpose of integration. I'm sorry, you're misconcepting the purpose of integration. It's going back. It's going back to history. First of all, in the South of Mason, like places like Georgia and Florida, all the places like that, when it was predominantly white, the last 150 so years and stuff, the reason they became in the South because of economics of natural means like farming and farming and mills and stuff like that in the South. That was a major means, and they required work from primarily black people. Once the black people became free, they tried to establish in the South, but you had the Jim Crow thing that was scaring a lot of black people off, and guess what? They moved up north.
Yeah.
They moved up north. They started this like, look, we're going to go somewhere else where we're going to be welcome. Okay. Now, when you want to bring in integration became when black populists wanted more freedoms, because if you go to certain places way back when, like Tulsa, Oklahoma, yeah, you can have your own thing, but guess what? We all know what happened in Tulsa 100 years ago. Got bombed. People got killed for doing their own thing. So how was that better? How's that better? How's that fundamentally you have one country. There's only one country. See, the problem I have, what you're saying is you're looking at America as two different things. America has never been two different things. I think that's the problem. And see, that's nothing against you personally, But your philosophy is no different than the white person that want to go segregation way back when. Only difference was the way you're presenting it is you make it seem like that, oh, we're better off separated. No, that wasn't the case. That's fundamentally not right. If that was really the case, a lot of these Cubans wouldn't have made it to Florida. A lot of these, you wouldn't really have a true structure. You wouldn't have the diversity. You wouldn't have a lot of the things that America was built on.
Wait,
That's bullshit,
do
man.
you know why Cubans left Florida?
Because of fucking communists.
And
Fucking Castro.
And what do you think things like welfare is?
Okay, that's a product of social system, but guess what?
Yeah, okay,
You still
all
need
right.
money to fund that.
Oh,
You still
okay.
need money to fund that.
All right,
It's
all
only
right,
how you operate that.
Okay. Oh, all right,
Come
all
on,
right,
bruh.
hold on. No,
Segregation is my ass. I'm sorry, Christine. I'm not trying to be on rude and stuff, but you're wrong, dude. You're wrong when it comes to that. You're clearly that's a racist mindset. That's a racist mindset.
How
You
is
think-
it? Hold on.
It is a racist mindset.
Listen. Hold. Then, man, hold the fuck on, man. So you
All right, y'all,
can't,
let's chill out. Let's chill out.
yo, because he's like talking, he's being emotional. Hold on, man. Let me say something. Now you can't turn around and say, yo, these people are racist and this and that, and then complain when they doing you filthy. Now, it was better off when we had our own shit. People wanting to include everybody else's what.
Dude, you don't know what you're
Wants
talking about,
everything.
man.
Oh,
You
I
don't know
I'm
what you're talking about, man.
I don't know what I'm talking
You're
about.
No, because you're talking
That
just like a
inclusive, yo, that's
segregationist.
inclusive.
You're talking like a segregationist. You're talking just like you're making a statement, right? You're implying that
Okay.
segregation was okay. The way the laws in the books in the time was constitutionally not right. It was not.
Okay,
It was morally not right. It was
what a coincidence.
mainly not right. No,
What a coincidence that is the black people that are suffering. What a coincidence.
See,
I think your mindset. I think your mindset is that you have an inferiority complex.
No, I don't. No,
Yeah,
you
do. Yeah, you do, bro. You do, bro. And that's a problem. That's a problem.
You can't tell me what I am. You can't tell me
because people like you call other black people like me and maybe some other black people on this panel Uncle Toms for thinking different. For looking outside the box.
No, actually,
whatever,
I'm the one
whatever, bro.
No, I'm the one.
Yeah,
that
okay.
thinks the box. I'm the one.
Go keep.
We're way off topic.
You know the disconnect is? Hey, I want to say something. All right. I don't know much about Father Complex. Do you have any older Black Americans in your family that went through Jim Crow? Father Complex?
No,
do you have any old?
No, I'm Dominican American.
Okay, that's fine. I'm fine with that. Oh no, hold on. There's no attack. Hey, hold. That's fine. I don't care if you're Dominican American, Jamaican American, or whatever. If you have older black people that went through Jim Crow, that sat down and told you stories how their grandfather was beat downtown for being outside after dark, after a curfew. Okay, that was part of Jim Crow. Okay, well, when they tried to force bus, white people pushed over the bus. Because they wanted to protest against black people coming to the schools and things like that.
I know about the negativity.
All of that. Okay. I'm not arguing. I'm just saying. Okay, but that trauma is prevalent. Those are stories that was told me at the dinner table at night. Okay, those are things that happen. So unless you came from a country that participated in that, and there's some Latin American countries that did participate in, that type of Jim Crow stuff too. Now, but I'm saying those are things that we know happened. So it was very it needed it needed to go away. All right, integration. Okay, great. That's part of Jim Crow. Jim Crow laws needed to be abolished because Jim Crow was nothing but to bring down, to oppress the black person. It was separate but equal, but it was law to oppress black people particularly. So when you say that integration was a bad thing, no, it was not a bad thing. It really, we do need to integrate. I think the disconnect is when you don't have family. I can go to family members right now that's been through those Jim Crows. Okay, grandfather was beat downtown because he was outside, past curfew. They had curfew for blacks. I don't care if you was Dominican, Jamaican. If you had brown skin, guess what? You had a curfew. And if you was caught downtown, guess what? They'd beat your behind. All right. So when you say that to foundational Black Americans or AES or whatever, however you want to say, that have that background, yeah, it's very offensive. because we deserve the same laws as whites or anybody else, or same equality of anyone else. You know, and let's be honest. I mean, you know, it's
When you
not
gonna get it? When are you gonna get it? 'Cause
okay.
you,
So I'm not here for that. I'm just saying.
when are you
My
gonna
whole
get it?
stance
'Cause
is
when are you gonna? You're
my
never
whole,
gonna get it. You're never
okay.
gonna get it.
All right,
Well, like I
y'all.
said,
Can I
All right,
chip in
guys.
just on this a
Let's
little
bring it
bit?
back to the election, you guys, because right now
No,
we talking about some other stuff.
okay, guys.
Okay, let's bring it back. Let's bring it
Just a
back.
minute, just a minute. Yeah, and this is myself as a Dominican fighter, and I'm with Rico and Darius on this. I mean, a lot of things happened after segregation ended. A lot of things happened. It was not only the end of segregation. A lot of things changed. So I think it's unfair to say that whatever problems are in the black community, that you can debate about that, you can talk about that, but it would be unfair to say it was just only because segregation ended. I mean, you cannot, because something happened at the same time, you cannot say, well, it has to be that. No, that's not, it's not as simple as that. And as
No,
that was
no.
saying,
I'm not saying it's one of the factors. I just said it's one of the
no,
factors.
that's how it sounded like. So I understand why Rico
It's one of the factors. I mean, it's one of the factors. I have to be honest with you.
well, you can argue that, but you have to prove you have to provide some proof because a lot of things happened at that time for you to say, oh, it was only because segregation ended. I
No,
mean,
no, oh, no, I
it
know.
was
I
not
didn't. No,
segregation
that
was
never came
not
out
a
of my
nice
mouth.
thing, and people like us and Dominican, I was born there, I was raised there, and I'm able to recognize that. If for this is what I call the all picture test. When I look at a picture of my parents when they married in the 60s, I think about the things that they had to go through during their time in the Dominican Republic, like a civil war and stuff like that. If I was American, I would have to think and about all the things, like, oh, they couldn't go anywhere for their honeymoon because there were some places that people like us couldn't go. And it takes a little imagination to think about that because we didn't have to confront it. This is something that we didn't live. And as Darius just said, I mean, if nobody in your family went through that, then you don't have anybody to tell you how things were. And there are millions of people alive today that were alive during the Jim Crow era that are in their 70s that they're able to tell you, their kids and their grandkids, this is how it was like during those times. And so yeah, so I understand how Darius and Rico feel about that, and that was my minute.
No, no, because they feel like I'm belittling what they went through, and I'm not. Well, not what they went through because they didn't go through it. What their parents or family went through. I'm not belittling what they went through. All I'm saying is because they were speaking on Jim Crow. That's a certain era where it's a huge change happened, right? So all I was saying is that was a huge that played a huge factor because once that happened, what happened to the dads in the home? Like this is all a domino effect, whether you believe it or not. And this is what manipulated people on voting on for different people. And
Right,
this
but
one
part of
is
complex, integration and segregation was Jim Crow laws. That was a law. So, it
right.
goes hand in hand, and no one's attacking you here, for the complex or anything like that. But I think,
Yeah. Don't make
there,
it seem like I'm saying oh black people are just complaining. No, there's a reason. Like this is not
this stuff happened. People were lynched. I
right.
mean, it
Yeah,
did happen.
I'm very
KKK
aware
was
of
real.
this.
I mean, I can give you stories of people I know that KKK terrorized. So, these are stories. No, I didn't probably go through it, but these are stories that was told to me at the dinner table. So, yeah, we have a certain mindset of, like, yeah, we can relate to some of the things that when people say those type of things. And not only that, but when you're talking about, I think Rico he had mentioned about, Tulsa, with the Black Wall Street. Anytime, when Tulsa, when that was going on, we had the Black Wall Street and everything. White folks was jealous. They was jealous. They were jealous, and they used that one scenario of a black man, I guess catching a white woman or something to bomb the whole city. So every time we did try to pull out stuff up by a bootstrap, right, and we was prosperous. Okay, you're talking about segregation. We was doing better, like you said. But then they came and they did that. They bombed the town. And then I'm in Florida, Rosewood, which is down the street here. Okay, not too far from here, right? That they had a massacre there in Rosewood. The very prosperous towns. And I can tell. I mean, even Fort Mose. Back when the Spanish had Florida. Very prosperous, town there, and Fort Mose, three places. They went and destroyed that. So anytime, and what are they going to blame? Are they going to blame it on the drugs? Are they going to blame it on the violence? Or were they blaming it on the rap? That was on. It was the jealousy of the race because we were prosperous. We were we was doing our own thing. Yes, we were prosperous and we were rising up. So I can't say that things was like even better then. But yeah, Jim Crow, segregation had to be abolished because of the law that really oppressed black people. And I'll be honest with you, Father Complex, if you was there around that time, because you're Dominican, you would have to go through it too. And I think we resonate with that because these are stories that was told to us. And that's all I want to say about that.
All right, y'all. Okay, so now that we got through that, let's bring it back to the election, y'all. Let's try to keep it current. We always tend to go into like history lessons and these lives. It's this another history, it is. But let's just try and just keep it current, y'all. So so back to how you guys feel about the election. So at this point, who do you guys think is actually going to win? Like, do you think with Biden leading in some of these states now, do you think I don't know. To me, it seems like Biden is going to win. But do you think Trump is going to be able to pull off what he's doing right now and maybe somehow shift the numbers back to his favor? Like, what do you guys think is going to happen?
All I know is that the lawyers are going to make a lot of money.
Okay.
But, whoever says that they know who's going to win, it's too early.
Yeah. It should have been decided by now. Right?
Yeah, I'm beyond. I already accepted the fact that Biden's going to win. I'm long in my mind thinking, okay, what is Biden presidency is going to look like this coming year, next coming year, the next 4 years, And I'm thinking, well, if it's anything like how Trump came into the picture 4 years ago, where basically I remember writing it down somewhere on your whatchamacallit, that the first 2 years they were trying to get rid of Obamacare, the Republicans, right? And those same 2 years, the Democrats was basically trying to get Trump on the hook on the Russia scandal. So what has been really done in the last 4 years, to be honest with you, going into the next 4 years? What I can tell in my mind what needs to be done, but at the same time, it's like, what can Biden do? What can the Biden administration can really do? I never got that from that guy. That's the problem I have. I never got that from that guy. Kamala Harris, same thing. Democrats, what can Democrats bring to the table? That's what I want to know. I'm already at the point, okay, they're going to win. You got your little spot. Okay, Republicans, they got their little, they got homegirl in the Supreme Court. How's this going to work out? Because to me, it's just going to be another tug of war to me. That's how I'm looking at it. It's just a C-square. It's going to be a C-swap. Musical chairs. Musical chairs.
Too early. It's too early. Like I said, election on the 3rd, and we're on the 6th, 3 days ago. And I hate to repeat myself, but the Al Gore thing in 2000, it took 37 days, and it was only one state, Florida. Here we have Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, Michigan, I think Nevada too. They're investigating. Arizona, I don't know what's the situation there. But I think we have 4 states that people are, disputing their results. So they haven't announced yet. So I think this is going to end very soon, and I think it's too early for people to to think. I'm sorry that it's that way. It shouldn't be that way. I mean, not in the U.S. I mean, and not with elections. I mean, this is not something extraordinary. Elections are done everywhere, and a country like this should be able to hold an election and have the results at least the next day. I don't think we're gonna know for at least a month.
Okay.
You're gonna have to do a couple of things, Tina.
We got somebody else here, Jeff. Jeff, if you're still here, hello.
Yes. Yeah, I just want to let you know I'm such a fan of you, Xtina. I like your content. You inspire me to want to become a YouTuber.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I actually.
Oh, look at you, Christina. See, it's gonna be motivating niggas.
Yeah, I'm not trying to press too much, but I actually went to the Dominican Republic this past winter.
Okay.
Yeah, and I ended up coming across your channel through looking up, stuff about the Dominican Republic and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
And it actually inspired me to do my ancestry as well.
Okay.
Yeah, so
nice.
course, I'm a Black American. I'm an African descendant of slaves. So,
Mhm.
and I don't want to digress too much, but I believe one gentleman was saying something about, because I agree with Fighter Complex a whole lot on what he says, his rhetoric in some aspects, not everything. But
Okay.
talking about someone having lived through Jim Crow, I personally didn't live through Jim Crow, but I do have family members that lived through Jim Crow, and they do agree that during segregation, things were still bad for Black people, but it was, Black people were they were thriving in their own little circles and stuff like that.
Mm.
So
Okay.
when integration did happen, it did shift the balance of the quality of living and the quality of how the resources and stuff was, circled around within the Black community.
Okay. Gotcha. So how do you feel about the election? Were you rooting for one more than the other, or how do you feel like the outcome is going to be?
I personally didn't vote either for this election because I felt like neither one really had anything to really offer that was too tangible.
Yeah.
I mean, you can argue that Trump did do somewhat to put an effort, but I personally didn't have a in the game, so I didn't vote. So
Yes, if the election is decided by one vote, a lot of people are going to be mad at you.
yeah,
And they're going to get mad at me too.
but see, the thing is, I live in Maryland too. At one time, I was living in the DMV. I live close to Yulee, I guess, because you say you live in Baltimore County.
Yeah.
Yeah, I live in Baltimore City now, and Maryland is a blue state, so
Why vote?
Yeah, so they voted like for Trump, for Biden, like 60%, I believe.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so it was just even if you voted Republican, every vote technically does count, but even if you would have voted Republican or whatever, it's pretty much going to be outweighed by
In Maryland, even the Republicans are Democrats.
Yeah. The governor didn't even vote for Trump. Yeah.
That was he says. He doesn't like Trump very much.
But yeah, I'm digressing a whole lot. I really think that no one should get comfortable right now with how everything stands, because I'm thinking a lot of this stuff is going to go to court, to the Supreme Court.
That's what it seems like.
Yeah, and if counts and stuff like this, because these states were already leaning toward Trump,
Yeah.
It's miraculous that
Jeff is speaking some real shit now.
it's miraculous
Jeff
that
is talking some real shit.
we're all in favor for Biden. None were for Trump. I thought that was kind of strange too. So.
Yeah. I was reading a moment ago that the Supreme Court already said that in Pennsylvania, all the votes that came in after 8 p.m. on the day of the election, they had to be separated and segregated, so that in case they need to be investigated. So I guess that's the way it's going to be in all other places. I don't know what are the cases. Most of the attention seems to be in Pennsylvania,
Okay.
but they say that they have. The president lawyer says that they have an affidavit from 100 people that says that they witnessed election fraud. So okay, you have to hear that at least.
Yeah,
So that's why I said that don't expect this to be solved in less than a month.
it's definitely not going to be solved within a month. It's just so unfortunate though, because this is America. You wouldn't think something like this would be occurring in this country like this.
Yeah.
I'm telling you, it won't be decided until January. At its latest, January. Because the Supreme Court is pretty much red. So you know what they're gonna do? They're gonna give it to old boy.
Yeah.
This is literally
because he was
if it has
packing the
to go to the
court. He was
Supreme
packing
Court.
the court.
Yeah.
He was packing the court for the judges, and this probably was one of the biggest plans, for this election. I mean, look, he packed what they say he packed the court like over 50-something judges, and only one of them was black. Now I would say that's a problem, whether you're a Democrat or Republican. I mean, there should be some more diversity in those Supreme Court judges. That 50, 51, 50, come on now, one black, what's the problem? I'm gonna be honest with you. And I think at the end of the day, black people is the one that's saving Joe Biden right now. We always saving the Democrat Party. We always do it. Black right now they said more majority black women are the ones that voted for Biden. And you had a lot of black men that went over to Trump more now than they did in 2016. But if you look at it, the black Americans are the one that saved the Democratic Party right now. Joe Biden, that's why it looks like he's going to win right now. It's because of black Americans. But I think that black Americans are going to have to demand more if he does get in that seat from Joe Biden than they did with Obama. Because let's be honest, as much as I loved Obama, he was the first black president, but black didn't really get much out of from Obama. I'm sorry. We was happy that he was the first black president and we great good these 8 years. But then that's all you demanding? He did more for LGBT than he did for the black community. So but if that's all you demanding, that I just want a black president, I'm happy with that. I'm in heaven, great. But then boom, now 8 years is gone and now we got Trump. So now you're like, oh my God, now I'm in shock now. Well, you didn't demand anything. So now I think now it's not going to be like that. Now I think that black people are going to say, okay, well, you know what, Joe Biden, you're there. Okay, great. Now, this is what we need from you. We need that plan that you say you got for black people. We need you to execute that plan. And we're going to demand more. Because we can't deny the fact that we got comfortable, and that's not something we should have done. And now I'm going to be honest with you guys, the reason why a lot of times, a lot of blacks didn't resonate so much with, or black women didn't resonate with Trump, but because when he came up with those elevator at Trump Towers, and he was talking bad about Latinos and Mexicans and rapists and and Muslims and things like that. Black people said, whoa, especially older ones that went through Jim Crow. That sounds like that racist stuff. That's not something wrong. If you feel like that about those groups, you sure don't like my ass. So that's why he was perceived to be a racist. And not only that, but you got to understand the Central Park Five. We had 4 blacks and 1, I think, Puerto Rican, and they was accused of raping a lady in the park there. And then they was innocent. Trump put out ads to get these young brothers executed, and they was innocent. You have that. So I mean, and then the birther movement, trying to prove that Obama was not an American citizen. Those type of things. Those things there don't resonate with foundational black Americans, okay, that went to have limits of racism. Now, you know what? Other groups, like people from other countries that don't have that Jim Crow in their background, they may say, I never dealt with that. I come from an all-black country, so I don't resonate with that. So they're fine. They don't take offense to it like black Americans may take offense to it. History.
Hey, Kyrie, have you said anything yet? I don't think you've talked yet, have you?
No, I ain't said anything.
Okay, so what's your thoughts on everything? Who you want to win? Who you think is going to win? Do you think they're being rigged, the votes and all that? What's your thoughts?
Yeah, I think Trump won, but they don't want to call it, so they stalling it. That's just my opinion.
Finally, somebody's paying attention. Somebody paying attention.
No, that first night I was like, oh, it's a wrap. Trump won. He won. Like, that's what I was thinking. And then little by little, these states that were going red or not turning blue, I was like, oh shit. Like, I think it was today I saw, that Georgia and Pennsylvania had turned blue, and I was like, oh my goodness. So yeah, I mean, I've never seen that happen before. So I don't know, man.
Yeah, to be honest, I thought Georgia was going to stay red for the simple fact that, like I was saying earlier about Atlanta, you really have 2 Georgias. You have the Atlanta area and the rest of Georgia. They're the same state, but it's 2 different worlds. You go to Atlanta, it's like everybody else, but you go outside Atlanta city limits, Atlanta, Metro Atlanta, you're in the real Georgia. Mayberry, country farms. Old Confederate type stuff.
Rednecks. Let's be honest.
That's the real Georgia. Let's be honest. That's the real Georgia. The governor is he's from those parts. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. And even speaking of the I know we're talking about the election. Keep in mind the Georgia governor was 2 years ago, a year or 2 years ago. That was controversial because the current governor now, he used to be the lieutenant general that was in charge of elections prior to his election. So a lot of people say that he cheated out the election. Well, that's what Stacey Abrams, the one that was running against him, with. And so you always have what I'm trying to say is Georgia's always been strong Republican, for the last 25, 30 years or so, because one of those things being factor of race and the changing scape of Atlanta. Atlanta was one way one time, but it's slowly changing, and it's showing that. It's not bad. I don't care if it's red or blue personally, but it did surprise me that, okay, if the state voted for Biden by numbers, part of it I think is demographics, but also let's keep it honest with you, they probably just didn't want Trump in office. I mean, you know, be honest, it's just I don't see a strong stability outside Atlanta area where if you understand Georgia politics, is always either Atlanta or you're not in Atlanta. That's even down to the football games where they want to play the football championship. It's politics. It's crazy politics. But you know, but yeah, I'm kind of surprised that it's red, the state of Georgia. I mean, blue.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. What about Pennsylvania? What you think about that? What y'all think? Because
I thought Biden.
it was leaning red at first, and then it turned blue.
I think that's stalling.
All of
I
those
think it's
things.
just stalling.
But I think it went back to red. I think.
Yeah.
Oh, did it?
Yeah, I think Trump is leading right now.
Oh.
Yeah, I can see why people argue for a recount. Seriously, but what are you recounting? Are you recounting ballots that already been counted, or are you recounting the ones that weren't counted? You see what I'm saying? So, yeah, that's a tricky situation to me.
Telling you, my man is a pit bull. My man is a pit bull. He ain't gonna stop until the motherfucking casket drop. That is my nigga right there.
Oh my god.
That's my nigga right there.
Yo, y'all be going hard for Trump.
I ain't gonna lie to you. I ain't gonna argue with nobody. I ain't here for convincing.
No, what I'm trying to say is I'm just thinking, like, does Trump really want to become president at this point? I mean, like, if I was doing the same thing Trump was doing as president, I'd be relieved. I'm like, okay, I lost. Okay.
Man, like I said at the beginning of the program,
you need to be playing golf or something. You know,
he's looking like
Yeah.
a bitch right now. That's what he looks like. The way he's like crying about it and tweeting about it, like he's looking like a bitch, my dude. Like, just take it out. Well, we don't know if
I'm like,
yeah, even Republicans are leaving him. Republicans are leaving him right now.
No,
I'm like, man, just go to Florida, wherever you want to go, play golf. Hey, you want another wife? Have a couple more wives. Get 6 more Melanias. Melania don't like your ass anyway. Just go get a new Melania.
Right. I'm like, yo.
I'm just saying.
I'm sure she hopes she loses.
No, right now,
the mindset.
Biden is still leading Pennsylvania by 36,000 votes right now. 36,000. So he still got Pennsylvania right now, still blue right now, it looks like. So.
Yeah, sometimes I see different results depending on what type people check.
He's speaking right now, actually. Yeah.
Man, I'm watching football, man. I'm trying to keep my brain sane. I'm sorry. I love listening to y'all, but I gotta watch my football too. You know, if I'm putting on CNN, I'll go crazy. I go crazy, man. All the new shows.
What's going on, everybody?
Hey.
Hey, what's up, DR?
So, how you feel? Well, we know you support Trump. So, how do you feel about everything going
on? I think we should wait to see. I mean, there's some weird stuff going on, obviously. So, yeah, I just think we should wait to see what happens. And yeah, just wait to see what happens.
Mm-hmm. Okay. How do you feel about, what has been said a lot on social media as far as all the Latinos voting for Trump and a lot of Latinos being labeled as like, kind of like white supremacists and this and that because they voted for Trump? How do you feel about that?
That's kind of ridiculous. I mean, I kind of talk about that a little bit on my channel, how Hispanics kind of are getting sort of divided based on like race or how they vote. Mm-hmm. So yeah, I mean, it's kind of dumb though, because a lot of other Hispanic groups also voted for Trump in big numbers. So that doesn't make any sense. A lot of Mexicans also voted for him. So it's kind of expected in my opinion, but it's not going to divide us. I think.
Yeah, and I don't mean to cut anybody off, but I think it's unfortunate. But Joe Biden did make a comment. He was talking about like unlike the Latino community, something around those lines.
Oh yeah.
So
he said that he was talking about like the Latino community being very diverse, but the African American community is not, right? Something like that.
He did have a point though. Unfortunately, I'm admitting it because you look at how the voter turnout was and stuff for Black people. It was pretty much. Well, I'm not gonna say it was pretty much split, but you had a lot of diversity within the Latino community. In terms of their voting.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
So I mean, it's unfortunate, but like I guess it's like tough love, like when someone is talking to you and saying stuff to you, but it just is you can't shoot the messenger sometimes,
Yeah. What is that graph? I had like a graph of the exit poll that showed the breakdown. Yeah, I think the Black community voted 87% Democrat, 12% Republican, and then the Latinos voted. Oh, hold on, where'd it go? 65% Democrat, 32% Republican. But this was a few days ago. It could be a little different by now.
Is that for a state or for the whole?
No, that was like overall. Yeah.
Yeah, they're talking about right now. To answer your question, I think it may be Biden, and the reason why I say that because they're already mentioned right now on CNN right now, and also on Fox, that they also are kind of preparing him for president-elect when it comes down to security. So like they have like I guess some sort of security over his house and everything, flying over the house. And as far as that Secret Service, they really beefed up the Secret Service on him as though he's president-elect already. Even though they haven't called anything, because they gotta still count all the votes and everything, So that's what's so it looks like number-wise, it looks like it's gonna be that. I mean, hey, it is what it is. I mean, if you look at everything here, all the states are pretty much that right now he's leading and everything. I mean, number-wise. I'm not saying that he can't change or nothing like that, but I'm sorry, you gotta be crazy to think anything else. As far as in those like mail-in ballots, like look at Pennsylvania, for example. They get a lot out of Philadelphia, which is predominantly a Black community. Philadelphia, Pittsburgh, predominantly Black. So that's the way it looks like, And what I see here, really, as far as Biden is concerned, I feel like he did drop the ball on a lot of Latino community, and he dropped the ball on a lot of Black men. He resonated more with Black women, which is probably why he ended up winning. Because Black women tend to vote more than Black men. As far as Trump is concerned, of course, Black men, a small percentage went over there because of issues of economy and jobs and things like that he was speaking, and so yeah, it's something. So, but I think for the most part, it kind of looks like it's going to be Biden right now. So it looks like to me, and I'm gonna be honest with you. When it comes down to like Georgia, as far as the Senate and everything, and these two houses, the two seats they got there, it looks like it's going to be probably a runoff in January somewhere, and it's like they was hoping for this blue wave that the Democrats would get the White House, and Senate. Yeah, but it looks like it's going slow. And it seems as though like in January, it very well may happen, but all eyes are going to be on Georgia for the most part, what it looks like here. It's going to get crazy.
Yeah. We have Tyrone Jenkins, and CEO is back. Tyrone or CEO, whichever one of y'all wants to go first, how do y'all feel about everything going on? Was there somebody you were rooting for more, or how do you feel like the elections may turn out? Either one of y'all can go.
I voted for Donald Trump here in Texas. And I'm kind of happy a lot of Hispanics are now realizing the Democratic Party doesn't offer anything to us, and we're starting to lean more to the right. Like a lot of Hispanic groups, not only Cubans and Mexicans in Texas, voted for
Venezuelans.
Yeah,
Okay.
Venezuelans as well.
So with that being said, so what would you say that the Republicans offer Hispanics that the Democrats don't?
For one, I don't like Democrats are with the defund the police. They're the ones burning cities for the most
Right.
part. Yes. So they offer peace and quiet. They are not environmentalists like they don't want a Green New Deal that would probably kill a bunch of jobs. And that's a good reason to vote for Trump.
Okay. Okay. Any of the who else? Dominican Renaissance. Do you think? Sorry to put you on the spot, but since I know you're Hispanic and you're a Trump supporter, and Father Complex, I mean, you kind of lean towards Trump too. So if y'all want to answer, would y'all say there's anything that you've seen that the Republicans offer Hispanics that the Democrats don't?
I think for me, my main thing is because there are so many policies, right? Like, just think about the last 4 years, all the things the president has done. It's like, how do you keep track of it all? But I did see a lot of things that I liked. Sort of this approach of getting away from wars, is something I like. Sort of creating like peace around the world is something I like. I just like things to be calm. I don't like high taxes. I just don't. Because it's just like it doesn't incentivize you to go out there and make business and make investments, and it just doesn't, for me, it doesn't incentivize me to be great. But I mean, yeah, it's so many things. But I like more of his stance on foreign policy and economic policies, and bringing jobs back, because that is the lifeline of this country. That is literally the lifeline of this country. And Obama was saying, well, you can't get them back. You can never make them come back. You can't get the GDP to go up. And then Trump did it, and everyone was like, what? Everyone was shocked. Nobody thought it was possible.
Did he really? Because I was listening to someone talk about that just yesterday, actually, how Trump had been promising that he was going to bring all like the jobs and the manufacturing and all that back to the U.S., but that it didn't really happen. Like maybe there was like a small, tiny increase in that. So I mean, I don't know if anybody else knows for sure the answer to that, but I just heard that it didn't
Yeah,
turn
I
out.
mean, he didn't bring everything, because like he didn't bring everything back. That's like, it's very hard to bring them back once they're over there, because they have to trust that you're going to create the economic conditions that they desire. And if you have this situation where nobody is really sure who's going to win, it makes that harder. They need to know for sure that he's going to pull through with those economic conditions. So it's a very hard thing to do once, the businesses are overseas. It's very hard to bring them back. But yeah, it's a hard thing to do, but if anybody's going to do it, it's probably him, cuz like
Well, the thing with that aspect is he was pretty much providing companies tax credits, a lot of tax breaks, mostly tax credits. And the messed up part about it is it seemed like Bezos stepped in and pretty much took all the tax credits. So to be honest, Bezos is gonna mess around and be the only job supplier. But only thing he could really do is just give tax credits where people that do start their manufacturing or warehousing or any sorts of companies involving that, and as well as construction and trucking, because I looked at the Trump tax cuts of 2017, and that's pretty much what it had. People that bring the jobs back from China, Taiwan, pretty much overseas, they get triple the tax credits. So that's only how they're incentivizing it. But the other side is trying to raise taxes at 60% on incomes 400,000, and a lot of people's employers make 400,000, so that shrinks businesses when you're taxing higher. But I do agree with Christina when she said the debt, but we're already $30 trillion in debt. So I don't think that's going to be covered no time soon.
The thing that has to happen is that the country needs to create factories and stuff. Like, this country needs to start manufacturing things. It needs to start creating
Bring
things
back
of
the
actual value.
Instead of
And
importing
to,
everything from China.
and to
Yeah,
do
one
that,
thing.
you need to
Yeah,
create
but that's kind of
good
hard.
economic. People need to be confident that you're going to create good economic conditions for them to do that. And then once you do that, then you can start talking about paying down the debt. But if we just raise taxes, it's just gonna kill the economy. It's
It's going to swing businesses.
it's not that it's totally bad to raise taxes. It's not that it's totally wrong. It's just like there's a time and place to do things and how you do them.
Okay. So on the flip
One
side, are there
thing-
any? Or sorry, real quick, CEO, before you go, are there any Biden supporters here that feel like he's going to do something different or better, or is everybody here mainly Trump supporters? Anybody? No. Okay. All right. Go ahead, CEO.
One thing that I also support about Donald Trump is that he calls out China and all. I believe China is a global threat because they're growing too much in power, and they've been
That
trying
social
to take over
currency.
Taiwan.
That social credit, it's going to be something that they're trying to spin over here, and that's going to be bad. The social credit, I wish people would research on what social credit is, because China is an existential threat due to the fact that they buy a lot of our politicians here. Because really, the motherfuckers that don't like them is people that's in bed with China, not necessarily they give a fuck about the American people. Like George W. Bush had money from China as well, so.
Biden seems to have a lot of connections with China.
There were some people already on Twitter saying, and AOC was one of them, about making a list of Trump supporters. I mean, it's kind of like worrisome when you think about that. I mean, whatever you think about Trump, if people voted for him, I mean, he was a candidate for a major party. I mean, he won. So this idea that you can make a list of people that actually voted for him and supported him, and it's kind of worrisome. Why are you even thinking about that?
Yeah.
A lot of things that I have noticed as well is censorship, especially for the president. Like if you see his tweets, they are all like verified, while Biden tweets they never get verified as they do Donald Trump or any Republican source of news.
Okay.
Am I the only one
Hey,
noticing that?
I have noticed a lot of Trump's tweets have been censored. Tyrone, you haven't said anything yet. Hi. Do you want to add something to the conversation?
Yeah, man. I'm down here in South Carolina, man, and a lot of these niggas voted for Trump.
Word.
Yo,
So really,
what?
something is not adding up.
Yeah.
Something ain't adding up.
That nigga mad. That nigga said, huh?
Oh, jeez.
Yo.
Something is not adding up, man.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh,
I'm just playing. I'm just
So
playing.
unexpected.
Oh, wait.
Hey, look,
Oh, my God.
I'm gonna say this,
Yo.
right?
Say
Wow.
that kid was too.
Who was that? Who was
Man,
that?
that was
But for real though, I'm not even gonna be problematic today. But for real, a lot of the people around me who were Democrats voted for Trump, and a lot of people seem to have turned last minute this year towards that Trump wave. So if the votes really count, I don't really feel like what I'm trying to say is it seemed like a lot of people really voted for Trump.
Yeah, it does seem clear that way.
Yeah, it literally makes no sense that Trump received a lot of support from Hispanics, Blacks, Asians, like better than he did in 2016, and he's still losing. Like,
Yeah. So like,
everyone pretty much thought that he was gonna win even bigger this time around. So
But can we just all agree that, you know, it's good that we all decided, which I didn't vote, so I guess I shouldn't say anything. But like, we should focus. We should also focus on the smaller elections as well. You know,
Yeah, good
I mean,
point.
I think someone, and I think they did a. I think you did a live stream before, and someone was saying, or I think it was Fighter Complex. You can actually go and talk to like the mayor or something like that. You know, it's that's really important because I know like where I live at now, they just. I really think we're gonna go on. We're gonna have another shutdown. We were reverted back to an amended phase one for the coronavirus safety measures and stuff like that. So like all the restaurants and stuff closed at 10, and you have to have on the mask and stuff. Which I'm a supporter of wearing the mask and stuff like that. But like it just shows you like how influential the smaller government, local government has on your life, everyday life.
Right.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's a cultural thing that America needs to change, where
Yeah.
where people need to be
Micromanagement
more
is
And
involved.
not just voting for the president, also voting,
Yeah,
locally.
because you can't legislate everything. I say this too. You can't legislate everything. You have to create cultural changes.
Yeah.
You gotta make people motivated to vote. People need to be motivated to vote and motivated to learn about the candidates.
But I think they were motivated this time. It's just that more people were motivated more so than ever. But it's just that like I don't think the same energy was put towards the local. I mean, I think that's all the time, and like you said, it's a cultural thing. And as a young person, I'm learning that you want to also not just vote for the president, but you want to look for the councilmen or councilwomen, the mayor, stuff like that.
Yeah, that's one of the things in this country. That a lot of the positions that in other countries are, appointed by whoever is the governor, president, or whatever. Here, you can vote for them. You can vote for judges. You can vote for sheriff. You can vote, I don't know, for the dog catcher, whatever. And Secretary of State are the people that handle the election. When I'm from the Dominican Republic, the elections are handled by this thing that is appointed by the government. Whoever is in power appoints the people that work with the elections. Here in the United States, it's the Secretary of State and you can vote for those people. So that's kind of one of the interesting things about this country.
Yeah. And it's crazy too because I made quite a few associates. I'm not going to necessarily call them my friends, but when I visited the Dominican Republic, I'm going into La La Land, but I made some associates down there, and I'm just mind boggled by how much they are intertwined with American politics. They're so concerned about it, but I guess the whole world is just looking at us right now.
Well, the Dominican Republic is kind of like a colony of the U.S.
Okay.
I don't know if you noticed. People joke about that, but yeah, we're very we're very close to the U.S. It's our main trading partner. Most of our tourists come from the U.S.
Mm-hmm.
So it is what it is. I mean, your neighbor with the world largest economy, and you're a small country in the Caribbean. What are you going to do?
Yeah, true.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I just read here. So I was checking Twitter, and the Republicans have are two House members away from taking control of the House. If they flip 2 more seats, they will take control of the House.
This was a total disaster for the Democrats of with the House of Representatives and stuff like this.
Yeah,
Like someone had said earlier, they thought this was going to be a blue wave
mm-hmm.
and everything. And it's crazy though because like how can the Republicans be winning the House and they're not winning the president? It's very
Doesn't make sense.
It doesn't make sense. It really doesn't.
It only makes sense if a lot of people dislike Trump too much and just say, I'm gonna vote against this guy and I don't want to care. Motivated to vote against him. That's
remember the polls. These polls were saying there was going to be a blue wave. If you remember now, right? So election night, everybody's sitting up here looking confused, like, wait a minute, this is not no blue wave that the polls were showing. Now, I don't know if it's going to turn out to be like that at the end because of all these mail-in ballots they have to count, but it showed that. It showed that the Dems are going to get the White House, House, and Senate. That's what it showed now. Okay, right now they're still holding on to, the Dems still hold on to the House. It looks like Biden's going to, get the White House. As far as then that Senate is concerned, I mean, they at 48 seats right now. They flip 2 more. Then Kamala Harris as the VP, she will break the tie, and then they'll have the Senate.
No, I was talking about the House.
The House of
okay.
They're losing that. They lost seats, right?
The Senate's still Republican, but I think it depends on what's happening in Georgia.
Yeah.
And I think the Republican may lose that one. That will get interesting. But in the House, it looks like Republicans are about to. They only have to flip 2 more seats, and they will get it.
And they'll get it, right.
Yeah.
Has Kyla said anything yet?
Who's that?
Kyla?
Carlos.
Kyla. Yeah.
Yes. Yeah, I can hear you.
Kayla, can y'all hear me? Can y'all hear me now?
Yes.
Can y'all hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yeah. Okay. Let me speak up and say something. Election fraud. I'm a prior political candidate, and I dealt with election fraud and voter fraud back in 2018. This has been an ongoing problem that has not been addressed. Now, at this point, and it has to do with the Democrats. And at this point, the Supreme Court has jumped in. So you can't take anything at face value at this point because of the massive voter fraud that is being reported. There is a lot of deep state people that are involved, a lot of organizations, social media platforms, news platforms that all are involved. So whatever you are seeing out there, you cannot take it at face value. Who is going to decide the election is the Supreme Court. That's why they just jumped in and told them to stop because of all of this fraud that has been going on throughout our country for several years. Now it has come to a head. But one good thing is that I'm glad to see that this is happening because we need to get back to voter ID. When I was growing up, we had to show a voter ID card in order to vote. We need to get back to that same system. They have dead people voting, illegal immigrants voting. They had homeless people voting in Los Angeles, and then they drove those fake ballots to Nevada and counted them as votes. Some of the voting ballots were fraudulent as well. So there is a massive voting fraud that has been going on. So whatever you are seeing out there, you cannot take it at face value. You cannot Google this stuff because Google is involved as well. These are deep state people. They are working with other international countries that they want to have a say in our U.S. elections. So there's a lot of deeper things that are going on than what people are actually seeing. And then what you are seeing is what they want you to see, not really the truth. Trump and his team will bring out the truth. That's why the Supreme Court justice jumped in, because there's been too much fraud reported. Thousands and thousands and thousands of ballots just showed up overnight with Biden's name on it at several different polling places. People pulling up in Ferraris with thousands of ballots, all for Biden. So you cannot take anything at face value. So, I just wanted to, let you guys know that.
And depending on what source you look at, the election results are different. The polls are different depending where you go. If you go on NBC, you go on Fox News, you go on Google, like on all these little different platforms, the results are different. So I know a lot of people now, whether you voted Dem or Republic, the people don't even trust these news outlets anymore. because
Mhm.
they're giving out a lot of misinformation out.
I mean, they
Right.
were completely wrong on the polls and stuff.
What's going on with Fox News though? I mean, Fox News got them at 264, you know, and I think CNN got them at 253. So how come Fox News is
Yeah.
giving
Well,
him
Fox
higher?
News,
It's
they
starting to change.
They on some bullshit, man. They've been on some bullshit for 3
Fox,
years
you
now.
cannot trust Fox. Fox News is involved. It's the news media. The news media is involved in the coercion. Okay, that is what's happening. Fox News, CNN, a lot of news, even Twitter, even Facebook, even Google, because they are people that are coming out because people, I'm glad to know people are waking up, and these people that have been experiencing were doing the fraud or was coerced to do the fraud, they're coming out and singing canaries because they know if they are caught, anybody that is doing election and voter fraud, you get ready to go to prison and do some Fed time. So these people are starting to come out, but when they post it on Facebook, they're taking it down. They're even talking about taking down Donald Trump's social media platforms because they
Yeah.
don't want the American people to know the truth, because they want to be in control. They want to control the narrative. They want to keep people dumbed down so, they can do their agenda to steal the election and continue their fraud. But when the Supreme Court jumped in, that stopped all of that. So when the Supreme Court jumped in, I put this, on a lot of social media platforms. If you know anything about voter fraud, you better speak up right now, or guess what? You're going to be accessory and you are going to go to jail. And you are going to be taken away from you and your family for what? A president for 4 years? That's not worth it.
Yeah.
So there's a lot of stuff going on. A lot of stuff. I'm a federal registered contractor. So I work with the federal government. So I am very aware of what's going on. So that's why I'm trying to educate people of what's really going on behind the scenes and what they have been doing. And the reason why the mail-in ballots came into play, and people, and we'll see this transpire as well. COVID-19 was created so they can do the mail-in ballots to shut everybody down. So do the mail-in ballots so they could commit the fraud. It was like what do you call that? It was all a setup, put it like that. All the setup that things that they wanted to do to steal the election, but now they've been caught.
So, Carl, let me ask you a question. What do you think about these Republicans that, they see that Trump is losing now, that they're pulling away from him or speaking against him on how he did that briefing yesterday? You even had Rick Santorum, who I don't really care for, but the first time he just came out, he was speaking against Trump, really. What's up with that?
Punk ass Santorum. Okay.
Yeah.
The crazy nutty.
Basically, they're saying that Trump is wrong, and
you got
he's
your
crazy for saying
rhinos.
they're illegal.
You call those
rhino.
How do you explain
no,
the GOP
you got your rhinos
that's pulling
out.
away
You got
from
your
him
rhinos out there that's going to get it. But nobody has won. Okay, understand that. Nobody, because until this fraud is uncovered, nobody won. Trump hasn't won. Biden hasn't won. You have to uncover the fraud first.
So are they with the deep state too?
Fraud has been reported. That's why the Supreme Court justice, and no matter what the deep state or no matter what anybody says, the Supreme Court is going to decide this election, whether it doesn't matter what Republicans say against Donald Trump or what Democrats say against Donald Trump or Biden. It doesn't matter. The Supreme Court is going to have the final say because that is the highest law of the land in this country. And they stepped in today because they seen the massive fraud being reported. So it doesn't matter what news media says, what Google says, what Twitter says, what anybody else says, the Supreme Court is going to decide this election, period.
Now, I was just wondering if the GOPs that you see right now that's like pulling away from him, do you think they kind of down with the deep state also? It's just a question. That's all.
You don't know.
Okay.
You don't know who working with who, honey. You don't know who working with who. I know that like a girl. Wait a minute. Ooh, I didn't. Ooh, I'm eating, y'all. Wait a minute. I took a bite of something that's hot. But there was a girl on Twitter that she posted. She went undercover. They were paying people $3,500 up to $71,000 to vote for Biden.
Wow.
And she went undercover, and she has the whole videotape, and it's out there. If you go to I think Afro Synergy, he has it on his channel on YouTube. But yes,
Wow,
she
that's a
went
lot of money.
undercover,
I mean,
and they were paying that because she was calculating. It was like it was $3,500. I think it was $11,000 up to $71,000, and for people to vote for Biden. So, like I said, nothing is concrete right now until the Supreme Court. Then they also did allow people to come in and observe them counting ballots.
Okay, this is the question that
I believe it was refused.
Yo, if it's 3,500, man, Biden 2020, man, 3,500. I'll take that.
He's gonna tax you, and then it's
oh,
gonna
man,
go away.
I can pay college with that money.
Where do I get that?
That's a good deal. Yo, that's a good
That's
deal,
better
man.
than stimulus
Listen,
checks.
at the end of the day, man, I'm Dominican, man. I ain't no fool. You heard?
See, we all Dominican in this channel, boy. So we strong.
Okay, but this is the question that I have.
Okay, no.
At the end of the day,
it's not worth it. It's not worth it. It's not.
But if the vote is determined by the electoral college anyway, and not by the popular vote, like, does it really matter at the end of the day?
They're trying to swing states. They're trying to swing the states.
It does matter.
That's precisely why. I mean, if it was by the popular vote, Biden already won. I mean, because I think he got a little more votes, but it's the electoral college that matters.
Sound like everybody breaking
Hey,
up.
do you guys have information of the Biden laptop? The Hunter Biden thing? Because that's probably a reason why Joe Biden is trying to get into to be a president in order to cover that mess he got over there.
Yeah, I read about that. But the thing is, I mean, I don't think we have people are really facing about that, because I don't know why the reason. Maybe the deep state thing that Kyla was saying. But it's kind of curious. I mean, it's a son of somebody that's running for president. You at least need to look into it and see if there's something into that, you know?
It's all come out. It's all gonna come out. It's all gonna come out.
Okay.
I have a question,
Who
Carl.
was
Don't worry
talking?
about it,
Was that
okay?
Carla?
Because let me tell you, people don't realize you don't. Because I'm also a daughter of being a dumb, but you don't mess with. Yeah, Kayla, you don't mess with the federal government because they come get you. Okay, so all of that will be dealt with. Okay, when it gets up to the Supreme
So how do you
Court,
explain the?
that's all of that is going
Mhm.
to be exposed.
Okay, so do you
Ms. Harlan?
believe that like Trump is
I have a question.
or do you believe in like the deep state and Trump? Like what is your, because I kind of heard you kind of late.
Do what now? I didn't hear you.
Like are you a person that subscribes to the idea of Trump draining the swamp and stuff like that?
Subscribe
The
to
question
what?
for who?
I think there's a delay.
Yeah, I said I can't hear her.
There's a delay. I can't hear it neither.
Yeah, she
Now
was
don't
pretty much
yeah.
do you subscribe to
Now
Brett,
don't get me
training
wrong.
the
Now
Detroit?
I used to be a Democrat.
Okay.
okay.
Yeah, I
Hey, thank you
think
for letting us know.
So what made you switch?
All the things you just said, probably.
Hey, breaking news. Mark Meadows, chief of staff to Trump, has tested positive for coronavirus. Breaking news. What's up with that?
He had the coronavirus.
Yeah, I mean, what's going on with that? I mean, that's what I wanted to ask Carla. What's up with these White House, staff, getting coronavirus? I mean, Mark Meadows, chief of staff to the president, just tested positive for coronavirus. Breaking news. Maybe that's a deep state too,
Is he
Look,
a Democrat? What they're gonna do? They're gonna try to push the narrative. Trust me. While the Democrats they working, they
Is it just me or y'all guys can't hear her? She sounds choppy.
magic.
Yeah, she
The
sounds
Republicans on the floor.
Choppy.
Like it keeps coming in and out.
Yeah,
The
it keeps
connection
coming
is.
in and out.
Kyla?
Yeah, can you leave and come back in because it just keeps coming in and out.
Yeah, Kyla, I think there's a
Yeah, it's
problem with
coming
the
in and out.
connection.
They probably trying to.
I'm telling you, man, too much games being
Do
applied.
y'all feel like
Ew.
do y'all feel like the numbers for the coronavirus were like blown up?
Yes, because you had people dying from motorcycle accidents.
So I
Meaning,
just feel like if
And it's
people
crazy
have
too.
if people have that conversation about those numbers being exaggerated, why don't people believe that the same thing is happening with these votes and stuff?
You mean
And
every
the same thing, and the same thing for the last election. They were saying how Russia interfered and stuff. I'm not taking sides or whatever, but you know how they were saying Russia had interfered or whatever. I mean, what makes you think that it can't happen again, or somebody could be behind the scenes like the lady was inferring?
The Illuminati.
Right.
Yeah,
I
but
guess
at
I'm
the same
just
time, yeah, like it's funny though because like the flu cases and other types of illnesses that cause death, I mean, they all went down. And I read an article where they were saying that because of the measures that have been taken this year, due to social distancing and stuff like that, the flu might actually be down. The number of flu cases might be down compared to last year, but I still think that's kind of fishy. I mean, people still getting the coronavirus at record numbers.
I mean,
Don't the hospitals get paid for more COVID cases reported?
That's what I heard.
right.
Yeah, there's an incentive.
and regardless, listen, and my whole thing is to like, regardless what your thought is on, on 45, on Donnie, right? Whatever your perspective is on him, just think about it. What if we guys are wrong, right? This guy got to overcome corona. He has to overcome that he's a white supremacist. He has a lot on him. Let's say if he is in the saying he's not as bad as everyone makes it seem. Or Biden is literally, whether he's winning, whatever, what he was giving him momentum right now is the racism. The claims of racism is literally what's winning him this race, and Trump's character, is what winning Biden this race right now.
I agree with
a
you.
lot of people talk the same
So how do
talking
y'all
points.
feel like, okay, for people who have this idea that Trump isn't as bad as they say, how do y'all feel about him also saying that we have to take this mandatory vaccine? Like, because on one hand,
He did say that.
people say I don't understand how people can't see he is controlled opposition. He's saying the same things that they are saying, just from a different standpoint. At the end, they all have the same result.
Yep, I agree.
And to me, like, not to shit on anybody for people who still vote, But if you couldn't even opt out of wearing a mask or keeping your
Well,
business
Trump
open,
Trump is
wait,
dealing with a lot of.
girl. If you couldn't even opt out of a mask or keeping your business open or leaving your
Trump is
house
dealing
or going
fraud.
back to your
Okay, there's a
country,
lot of fraud in this country.
why do you feel like your vote matters or your voice matters?
Well,
That's not
back
constitutional,
then,
so that
okay, we
wouldn't
didn't
even.
have all of this voter fraud. So it changed that the fraud started. I think it started maybe in 1900s. It started maybe late 1900s. All this voter fraud started. Prior to that, we did not have this voter fraud because we had voter IDs. In order for you to vote, you had to have an ID. With the voter ID, that's when all the fraud started. And the reason why they are going after Trump is because there is a lot in our country has been going after them. So of course they want to try. As soon as he became president, y'all see, they tried to impeach him. So they have been going after their corruption that they have been doing.
I lost her.
For the past decade. This just didn't happen. We have been experiencing this for quite some time with all this fraud and corruption going on in our country.
So how do you feel about Donald Trump saying that he
And
wants to
that's
administer a mandatory
why
vaccine?
they want to take Trump down because he's exposing them.
Can we get a link of old boy saying this? Because I'm literally trying to be able to figure this out
But now
when it comes to
I don't. But
mandatory.
it doesn't matter what president it is. They were going to do that. They were going to do that anyway.
Oh shit, my bad.
They're going to do.
All right,
Yeah,
so
anyway,
hey,
because the pharmaceutical industry in the United States is internationally controlled, and they those politicians. They pay the
Oh shit, I can't.
yeah.
They fucking with the live stream, fam.
Man,
Man.
but anyway, let me go
They
back. I'm a
fucking-
pharmaceutical researcher. Okay.
Right,
So,
but that's cool.
and no, don't get me wrong. I used to be a Democrat all my life because I was a black woman. Black families, we were always taught to vote Democrat. And I've always voted Democrat all my up and started seeing the fraud when I became a federal researcher. When I started seeing the fraud, and then they also the Democrats always went blacks to vote Democrat, but they never gave us nothing. They owed us reparations. They didn't want to give us reparations. We haven't gotten ahead in our own country. So the Democrats had our votes, but we weren't getting anything in return. So now, as Black Americans, we are swept for the past hundreds and hundreds of years, and we haven't got anything for our families. So this stuff is a bigger picture to all this madness that's going on right now.
Okay. So back to Sid's question. I don't know if he answered it or maybe we didn't.
I
hear
don't.
you.
I think it's. I think it's Dr. Anthony Fauci. What he's proposing is to have a mandatory mask mandate where everybody has to wear a mask, but it's up to debate. They were saying like how they're going to be able to enforce that and stuff like that. But I didn't hear anything about a vaccine. But I heard something about a mask mandate.
Well, you got Cuomo
But
sending the
I
military
think
out
okay.
to.
So my
You
question
got
is like
Cuomo out
people
there
who
in New
like
York.
to say if you don't vote, you
Damn,
don't have the right to
delay
speak.
again. Let me
Not
refresh my
voting
shit.
and opting out of
Well,
stuff is a liberty and a right as well. So you have a right to opt out of this, and them enforcing everybody to do this is a violation of our liberties in this country. So my thing is, if Donald Trump is for the deep state and he taking people to jail and all this stuff, then why would if he's against them taking our guns and all this stuff, why is this something that
no, you
he
got it
would not?
wrong.
Hold on, girl, please. I want to talk to somebody else on the panel too. You didn't took it over for a little while. So anybody else who's a Trump supporter, like, how do y'all feel
Who's
about
you
that?
talking
How
to?
do
Because
y'all
I
feel
wasn't
about?
talking.
I think her thing is delayed or something. But how do y'all feel about the vaccines? How do y'all feel about the masks? How do y'all feel about small businesses having to close and things like that?
I feel sorry for those small businesses, honestly.
I feel sorry for them. I feel sorry for them because that's messed up. They pretty much
I think
wrecking the economy.
I think it's unnecessary. I mean, I went to Florida back in August, and yeah, a lot of places were closed, but not all of them. And right now, I have family over there. They tell me that everything is open over there. But if you go around DC, I mean, I was the other day in DC. I went to Union Station, and it's sad. I mean, seeing all those restaurants closed. You think, come on, there are people that used to work there and make a living out there. What are they doing right now? So, I mean, and if, the virus doesn't affect everybody the same way. I mean, I got the virus when I was tested in August and I came positive. They told me, okay, just stay at home for quarantine. They check on me every 3 days. They just sent me a text message asking me if I had symptoms. I told them no, I feel well. And the 12th day, okay, you're fine apparently. And I took another test and came out negative. And when I went to my annual checkup with the doctor, he said, there's a lot of those tests are doing false positive. So I'm not even sure if I even got it. So, but I'm only as one of the people that actually got the virus. So it's kind of like, you don't know what to believe these days. And when you see other places, like I said, not only here in the United States, but other countries like Sweden, they never closed. I mean, they took measures, but they never closed their
Good
economy.
point.
Taiwan, they never did it. So Korea, they never closed as well. Not everybody went full lockdown, so there might be a better way to do it than just closing everything.
You know what those countries have in common?
What?
They're homogenous. So again, this is see, it all comes back to culture. So, what you're saying makes perfect logical sense, and people don't like to hear this, but this is something that has to be it's a cultural thing. So when you have a country like America, it requires like these like strong like policies because you don't know how people are going to react to it, because everyone has a different way of interpreting things. So it makes it very hard for people to come up with these cultural things that where your society agrees like, hey, we're gonna keep doing business, but we're gonna be very careful about this, and we're all gonna agree to do this one thing, and we're gonna agree to do it this way. It's very hard to do that in America.
Florida is not homogeneous.
What was that?
Florida, the state of Florida is not homogeneous. They never closed. I mean, not as they did in Maryland. I mean, I have my brother lives there. I keep asking him. He's a car salesman.
Hey guys, if you're not speaking, can you mute your mic? 'Cause it sounds like somebody has a TV in the background or something. It's like really loud.
Yeah, there are some places that I'm sure didn't close, which is great. Because the solution, the quote unquote solution, can't be worse than the problem. So, but that's just what I think. I think it's easier to do that when I saw South Korea, I'm like, they're gonna handle it. Like it's nothing, right? Everyone already wears masks. It's a cultural thing. So like, not wearing a mask when you're sick is disrespectful across the country. You become a nuisance. You know what I mean? So like these cultural things, like I really hope the United States could be smarter about how we handle this, but like these lockdowns, that's not the way to go. Especially when like you mentioned, there are places like Sweden and Taiwan, and I saw a video of Russians dancing bachata with no masks on. Like, so clearly, not every country is buying into this.
Right, and going back
There
to
were
what
literally
you said,
videos of China, people having parties in China, the place where the coronavirus supposedly came from. and they're just partying over there.
Yeah. I think Vic was going to say something.
Oh, I was saying, like he said, the solution can't be worse than the problem. And it's like, for a second, if we get out of our racial confrontations and things like that, if everybody can remember, like 5 months ago, they put that contact tracing thing on everybody's phone. It doesn't matter what color you are or who you voted for. Like, there are still women having to go to the hospital and have their babies by themselves due to social distancing. So it's like, I feel like for the rate that people are supposedly getting it, the solution is worse than the problem. Because there are people there are people dying of hunger right now because of these solutions. And that's a greater problem than corona. And that's a real wide issue. So it's like, I feel like because of we have all these issues with like people getting caught up in voter fraud and did Trump get COVID and he said this, we like are not paying attention to the bigger issue. And the bigger issue is not them wanting to impeach Trump and him draining the swamp. It's that we are moving. Somebody brought up the social crediting system. We are already involved in that system right now. Cancel culture, you know, it's on a smaller scale.
Not necessarily.
Yes, we are, because the if you look up, you can look up your
Cancel
name.
cancel culture is a real thing. I'm not going to disagree with you, but not in
Right.
countries
Hold
where
on.
like China.
Let me finish my thought.
They have
so I
death
don't forget.
squads.
Let me
Okay.
finish my thought. If you Google your name right now, and this might not apply to everybody, and you go to one of those background check websites, you get a rating on how good or bad your reputation is. So it's not in the forefront right now, but if you look in the shadows of our society, the social crediting system is already here. We're just too caught up in other things right now. So I feel like, people are not going to wake up at the rate that we need for us to stop this issue. But if you just get out of your ego for a second, all of this stuff is among us right now already.
Wow. I mean, how does some of y'all feel about that? Do you guys feel like we're being distracted right now from some of the bigger issues instead of
Hell yeah.
focusing on the things that are coming, like, you know, food shortage and all that?
Absolutely. What about
Yes.
the pedophilia? What about the pedophilia? I heard that they stopped
SG 145.
the social media platforms have removed. I haven't verified that, but I was hearing that they removed the hashtag for to stop pedophilia. You know, to highlight that.
Yeah, because they have SB 145 that passed in Cali. So yes.
Yeah.
And that's pretty much a pedo bill.
Yeah, they're trying to
Democrats.
make it legal. Pedophilia is sexuality or something, right?
Yes.
Yeah, so it's
They're,
just crazy.
Oregon,
they're
they
literally trying to
decriminalized
normalize
dancing.
it. Like, didn't Netflix put this new movie? I think it's Cuties. They're trying to
Cuties.
normalize it now. Yeah.
So yeah, they trying to
Too, that
get to
you
our
have
kids,
Monty
man. They trying to get to our kids.
So it's interesting too, because, and I'm just trying to get
Crack
people
is
to
legal.
think.
They can make crack
In
legal in the state.
Oregon, it's
It's an Oregon. It's an Oregon fighter.
Yeah.
It's an Oregon.
gonna move there. I'm
an
Hunter
Oregon.
Biden,
Crazy.
and I approve that state.
Right.
Biden wants to throw.
But you see how when you bring up these topics, like when we talk about third dimensional stuff, politics, everybody has something to say. But when you get to what really matters, nobody has anything to say, because people only respond based on how they've been conditioned to respond. Because even the pedophilia thing, that is nothing new. 1 out of 3 people, you know, women has been sexually abused. Nobody talks about that. We been knew pedophilia was an issue. That's been placed at the front again to distract people from the bigger issue. So it is a big issue, but they only give you what they want you to know to keep you distracted. So they're letting us know something that's a real thing and it's a big issue, but it's only because something even bigger is finna come and get everybody off guard.
I mean, this whole situation is depressing. This whole situation is negative. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. I don't think people should look at it that way. I think, you know, we're seeing a lot of weird things happen, and you know, that just gives us the opportunity and the chance to solve all these problems. But that, you know, that's going to require a cultural change in America. That's going to, people need to start thinking of themselves as, and I'm a Dominican, so it's kind of weird for me to say this, but people need to start thinking of themselves as American and as on the same team. And, you know, to kind of address and tackle all these problems, because things like race just, that's like the biggest, that's like one of the biggest distractions, I think, in this country. And I don't like it. I wouldn't want anything like this in my country, because then we would really be damned. But yeah, I mean, people just need to be able to listen to the other side and be respectful and just be civil, you know, and start to work and come up with solutions. And people need to have the desire, you know what I mean? Like, America used to be the kind of country where people believed they could do anything, and they did.
Dominican Renaissance, how do you think you're going to be civilized with people that want to literally kill you? Like, let's say Antifa, and they saw you with a Trump hat. Do you think they really want to have a civil conversation with you?
I mean, listen, there's this one guy, right, who, I don't remember his name, but this guy, he would sit down and talk to like KKK leaders, right? He's a black man. He would sit down and talk with these leaders. And over time, you know, I mean, these people would leave the organization and stuff, and, you know, denounce their views. So I think, yeah, those people are violent. Antifa is violent, but, you know, there is, you know, there are people who are in that organization that are not on that spectrum of violence, you know what I mean? And those people are the ones that, you know, you need to speak to. And I just think, you know, people just need to really look at the bigger picture, and it's that this is a country that is shared by a lot of different people. So either you leave or you're going to have to learn to work together.
I agree. So the Radical Latino said in the comment, Antifa won't harm anyone unless you mess with them. That's a lie, dude. There's literally a video right now where they stabbed a black woman in New York. I believe it's in New York.
Yeah, they're violent, and I think in that scenario, that's when everyone left and right should denounce that kind of behavior. You know, that's unacceptable. That should be unacceptable across the board. It shouldn't be like, oh well, you know, she was a whatever supporter, so I don't care. No, it's like people need to agree on things like this, you know, and people need to denounce that kind of behavior, and that's going to require a cultural change in a positive direction, because we're seeing it go the other way.
Yeah, so somebody mentioned earlier about social media that the president tweets are being censored, and I think, you know, that's ridiculous. I mean, okay, let's assume that yeah, he's saying BS. All right, what the heck? We're adults, you know. You're supposed to be an adult before, you know, you're even allowed to use one of those platforms. I think. I mean, if you're subscribed to Twitter, you have to be of a certain age. So I mean. So what's the problem if the president is saying something that is not true or whatever? You're supposed to be an adult and able to discern, okay? Yeah, I don't, and you don't believe in it. And if you do, and if he's lying and you believe in, okay, that's on you. It's your responsibility to be informed. So what this social media censoring? I mean, if you look at Twitter, a lot of people that are trying to have conversation about what's happening with the elections right now. Just by mentioning what happened in Pennsylvania, they get censored and say, okay, what's the deal with that? I mean, the technology is supposed to be able to allow us to do what we're doing here. We're just talking. And yeah, somebody like Sid earlier, she was talking about the deep state, whatever. Okay, I don't know a lot about that. Good to know. I would like to do some research, but and we be able to determine if people are saying something that makes sense or not. But what we're seeing here, I think that's something that is worrisome. That's one of the things that we're seeing in this election: the power that companies like YouTube, Google, and what they part of the same company, Twitter, they have on the conversation that we're supposed to have. I mean, I don't think that you have the power to interfere with us talking about things just because somebody might say something that is not true. So what? That's been going on for ages. I remember when I was growing up, and before there was even something like this. I mean, the internet was around, but not like we know it today. If you will go to a pharmacy, you will see the National Enquirer with some headline about an alien that landed somewhere, and you know that it was bullshit, you know? So it didn't harm anybody. Yeah, there might be some people that believe in that, but you cannot do anything about those. You know? So I think it's worrisome that everything is being censored right now.
Yeah, and that's not new. You know, that's been going on for a couple of years now, and liberals just kind of laugh it off, or they're like, you know, whatever, and it's like, no, it's like that's wrong, because once you have a view that is not popular or that's not acceptable, or they just change up the rules on you, you get caught up in that, and then now it's a problem, right? And anyone who people most people don't understand because they've never had a platform. They don't know what it's like to, you know, be shut up, you know, so they don't understand the gravity of like that kind of power. And that's one thing, that's one example in which, you know, people could work together in this country to fix that.
But at the same time, you have to recognize the fact that you do have to control extremists that are out there putting out fake narratives, because it can turn violent. Like, for example, look at what happened in Rwanda. That whole genocide got sparked off because of, you know, propaganda that was being played over the radio. So now, today, we've got social media, you know, like everybody has a voice, and it's a blessing and a curse, you know? Because there's a lot of people out there who are emotionally unstable, and they get the chance to put their stuff out there, you know? And it's look, like this whole COVID situation, I think part of the reason why it got so out of hand is because people didn't know what to believe, because you're just constantly being bombarded by fake information. I mean, for me, I didn't even believe it when it started. It wasn't until people that I know personally started dying and getting sick that I realized, yo, this is a real thing. But before that, I wasn't paying it any mind, because you just hear so much. And even when we started locking down, it's like I was being constantly bombarded all day, every day, literally, by all kinds of conspiracy theories and conspiracy, you know, like hoax cures, you know, do this to prevent you from getting corona. Black people are immune to corona, you know, so there has to be a balance. You know, it just can't be like everybody do and say whatever they want to do, because unfortunately the things that we say and do have consequences on people's lives. By the way, I'm coming at you all live in New York City, man.
Yo,
I was just in Washington Square Park. Yo, I mean, like, I heard what you all were talking about, you know, different places around the world where people are just like, they don't give a fuck about corona. Yo, I'll tell you what, I was heading back to the train to Jersey City, but I'm gonna go back to Washington Square Park. That shit is like the fucking club out there, yo. Yo, for real, it's lit.
Okay, so is anybody wearing a mask over there?
Some are, some aren't. I have my mask. I mean, generally speaking, I don't wear a mask when I'm out. Well, you can see me. I'm not wearing a mask now, but when I'm around large groups of people, especially if I'm someplace indoor, I do put my mask on. So I am carrying it. But There's a lot of people out there, yo, they fucking jam packed. They all up on each other, grinding and bumping and everything, and they are not giving a fuck, yo. For real.
Yeah,
Yo, I'm gonna show you. Listen, I'm walking back there. I'm gonna show you.
I saw it. I saw a video earlier, and that's the reason I asked you is because what we were talking about earlier about COVID-19. Okay, people say, okay, it's real. You need to protect yourself, but then you see those videos of people protesting, people dancing in Washington Square for whatever reason, and yeah, and that's fine apparently. So what is it? I mean, if you want people to believe that we should be concerned about that, I mean, you have to be consistent. Now there are churches around the world that have like 50 people inside, so it's kind of like feel like it's kind of like arbitrary how those rules are being enforced.
I will give you, like to me, I think that's the thing that really annoys the hell out of me is the lack of consistency and the lack of logic that I see. Like for example, okay, so now all the restaurants, you can't be inside to be at a restaurant. I was just in the East Village, meeting with a group of people, and we had dinner. We were outside on the sidewalk, but walking around Manhattan, I see like all these different people, how they're responding to this, right? And some people have these like tents. So I'm saying to myself, well, what's the difference between being in a tent and you got people like right up against your back? Like, aren't you just making another indoor space outdoors? Like, where's the logic? Mm-hmm. So I don't know. It's they really should be some kind of organization to regulate things, and I think there's a little bit of common sense that should have gone. I mean, I recognize the fact that this is something real, but I think that we just went fucking overboard. Like, for example, right? They're gonna tell you that businesses are gonna close early because of COVID. Now, where's the logic in that? Like, what kind of germs are you gonna get at 12 o'clock that you wasn't gonna get at 10 o'clock? You know what I'm saying? The cooties was running free all day, but now we gotta close early because what? Like Super Cooties is gonna get you? Like, where's the logic? Oh, maybe the cops are closing everything because it's after midnight. Oh, well, we're gonna find out.
Yes, it's a midnight virus. It's going to get you, The point I was trying to make, what I was trying to earlier about censorship in Twitter regarding the election and everything else. You're saying that we need an organization to maybe look into that. Okay, but the people that we're supposed to trust in government are telling us different stories regarding COVID. Oh yeah, you need to. If you're in a church, you cannot be. There cannot be more than 50 people in a church because they might get contagious. I see videos of people in funeral homes. It's something that breaks my heart. This woman who lost her husband and her two adult sons tried to conform her by getting close to her and they were told by the attendee, oh no, you need to be apart from her. I mean, this woman is grieving her because she lost her husband. So it's this rule that you're not supposed to do that. But then you see people like, in political protests in Washington Square, where you were right now, and nobody's doing anything about that. You saw a couple of weeks ago, celebrating on the street. Nobody say anything about that. So are we supposed to trust those people to be consistent in the rules that they put in social media? That's what I was saying. I mean, if you're gonna why are you censoring the tweet from the president? I don't care. He's saying bullshit. I'm old, and so I know if I thought it's my problem.
I think the fear. Well, exactly, and I think the fear is because he's the president. You have a lot of people out there with really weak minds, who really don't think for themselves. Like I heard people. If the president says put on a mask, I'll put on a mask. If the president says don't put on a mask, I won't do it.
Do you remember
Where is your critical thinking?
Do you remember the bleach thing he said, and people were like drinking bleach?
Yeah, like Jesus, I mean, and that's the problem. So like I said, social media is a blessing and a curse because I mean, Shit, look at it. I'm fucking here walking the streets of Manhattan. I'm talking to you guys is all sitting at home. I mean, this is freaking mind-blowing, you know, for somebody of my generation. You know, so it allows us a level of communication that was unimaginable when I was in my 20s. But at the same time, that comes with the backlash that you do have a lot of people out there who are emotionally unstable. And rumors just spread so easily, and people take that to heart and they run amok with it. You know, so I think it's a very unstable time. I think we're all just trying to figure out what's going on, and we're literally making this shit up as we go along, you know? And I think this whole response to COVID is just a perfect example of that. We're all making this shit up as we're going along because we've all been caught off guard and we don't know what the hell is going on. Ooh, I see a lot of police out here.
As for me,
all right, I'm gonna just run in right quick and run right out before I get my ass beat, you know, but I'll just show you guys what's going on out here. But yeah, you know, it's like this is a period of growth for all of us where we're figuring out our shit as a nation, as a civilization, as a global civilization, and it's chaos, you know? It's chaos.
What were you going to say, Ricardo?
yeah, I was gonna say, like, when the virus first came out, I didn't take it seriously, seriously either, until my brother-in-law died, and then 2 weeks later, my grandmother died. And when I say I hate this president with a passion, I hate this president because in April, when the virus was getting worse, a lot of the spread was happening in the chicken factories, and my brother-in-law worked in the chicken factory. What did this president do? He said he not only said keep the chicken factories open, he did an executive order to keep them open.
Wow.
So many people that I've known, like, in my life, have died from this virus. So I take it very seriously. And like I said, the messaging starts at the top. What is that?
Oh, that's what
What's
Truth
going
Keep
on?
is at.
Is that for Biden?
Well, can you all see the cops out here, yo?
Is that for Trump or Biden?
Okay.
I got arrested 7 times. I've been trying to get out of night. I had enough of y'all. Fucking enjoy the fucking night. Get the fuck out of here.
Yo, this is what's happening out here tonight, yo.
Is that for Trump or Biden?
They're rallying for Biden?
Who's so trusted? They're just gonna peacefully vote.
Okay, yo, I'm getting out of here before the police start beating people's ass, yo. But yo, what's going on with the election so far? Like, did the numbers come in yet?
I think they're still waiting. Like, everybody's so tense. Like, usually, like last year, they would already said the winner, but this year with the president saying fraud and all this shit, they're waiting to make sure they have the exact number before they say Biden won. But everybody knows Biden's gonna win.
Yo, I have never seen. Listen, this year has been like unprecedented in so many ways. Yo, like shit that we have never ever experienced in the history of this country, man. God. I just hope that 2021 is. Yeah, I just hope that 2021 is, more calmer. But I voted for Biden. But here's the thing: I'm really not crazy about him. I just didn't want Trump anymore. I need to have somebody in the office who has a rational mind and is going to at least make some kind of attempt to bring everybody together, because the shit right now is crazy. Everybody is at each other's throats. And, Trump had so many opportunities to really step up to the plate, and he just missed every last single one of them, you know?
It's crazy.
I
I was
mean,
talking about that with somebody today. Even when he first won, like, you know how when a president wins, they try to bring everybody together, like, okay, they're like, okay, even though I'm Republican, you know, Democrats, I'm still your president. This motherfucker never did that once his whole 4 years in office. He sits
exactly.
there and divides red states, blue states. It's crazy.
You know, the one thing that I realized with all of this thing, you know, I mean, people, the knee-jerk reaction is to say that if you're a Trump supporter, you're automatically a racist. And I used to believe that, but to be honest with you, my perspective has evolved, you know, because at the end of the day, what I see is that everybody really wants the same thing. The only thing is that we disagree about what's the right way to go about getting it. You know what I mean? And
No, I'm sorry. If you're a Trump supporter, you got some issues because
well,
I'm seeing the shit
listen, no
politically. I don't
doubt
get
a
it.
lot of them do, but not all of them, you know? But I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. I'll let you say,
No,
you know,
I'm
what
just
you were going to
saying
say.
that everybody sees the bullshit Donald Trump does, and I was like, I'm seeing the same thing you're seeing, but you're agreeing with everything he's doing, and you're saying I'm wrong. But he's doing some crazy
Well,
shit that no president has ever done.
but, you know,
But
the thing is,
they still support him.
you know, I see that really as a symptom of a larger sickness because you got to ask yourself, right? Why is it that people are so willing to set the bar of acceptable behavior so low? It has to be something more deeper, a much deeper sickness within society in general, that people have gotten to the point where they're like, what do I got to lose? You know, okay, I know he's an idiot, but I'm still having faith that he's going to come through. You know, I mean, there's a desperation. And
But
I
my
think where the Democrats really missed is that the fact that you do have a large segment of the white society that has been disenfranchised for multiple generations,
what you mean by
but they don't
disenfranchised?
have a platform to fight. You know, at least if you're black or you're a person of color, you can have a platform of anti-racism to fight against, you know? But if you're white and you've been caught in the cycle of poverty for multiple generations, what platform do you have available to you?
I find
You don't
okay.
have anything.
I understand what you're saying, but I don't agree with it because if you're white, like even back in the segregation areas where they tried to separate us, a white poor person was always better than a black person. It could have been a rich black person. They always made the standard where if you're white, you're always better.
Is that what you think?
Well, they had well, let's put it this way.
That's
You're
not what I
right.
think. That's how it was. Dominican
You're
Republic.
right. You're right in that they had status. They absolutely did have status.
And resources.
And they did
and
have
opportunities.
privilege to a certain degree, but what they didn't have was economic power. You know, and I'm not talking about like white middle class people. I'm talking about poor white people. You
But
know,
what did
and
the
it's
people
not
with
to
the money
excuse.
say? Because
Well,
back
listen.
then they were going to go together. They were trying, like black people and the poor white people were trying to come together, but
Yeah.
the rich elites separated everybody, and they're like, no, because you're white, you're better than niggers over there. You know what I'm saying?
Well, I mean,
But
listen, you definitely do have a point, and I'm hearing everything you say, and I do agree with you. But, you know, it doesn't excuse the behavior that those people had. But, you know, at the end of the day, I can understand it, even though I don't agree with it. And for them, what else did they have except their status? You know, it's like I have a friend that he was someplace in them fucking backwoods redneck places. And,
boondocks.
you know, he was asking the guy, because he's not American, he's asking the guy, why do you hate black people so much? You know, he's like, well, if you ain't better than a nigger, who are you better than? You know, so for these people, it's like They have nothing else in going for them in their lives. All they have is that pride, whether or not it's false. At least for on an emotional level for them, it's something. And to take that away from them, that's why they fight so hard.
Yo, Truth,
You know?
why you look like you just finished coming from church, giving out pamphlets?
I told you I had a meeting in the West Village, man, where I was working on a project. So
You look like you were like preaching the word in the corner. Sorry, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I was giving out pamphlets, like leading
know
people
what?
to the Lord.
You know what? Actually, I think that is a big issue in this country. Actually, it's like because okay, so I'm Catholic, right? And in the Bible, it says that you should be cautious of what people say. So
Right.
for someone who's Catholic, I mean Christian.
What chapter is that? Should be
and
called.
reads-
What chapter are you talking about?
I don't know the specific verse.
You might want to get the specific before you just throw out a verse because
Well, I think what he's referring
my-
to is
the
there's a
point.
passage in the New Testament where it's telling people, that basically there's going to be false prophets coming,
Yeah.
and you cannot just take everything that people are telling you at face value. You have to test it.
okay, now
And
what you said
yeah.
made sense. What he said was
You want to be skeptical, right? And again, that is a cultural thing that comes from the Bible. So when you have a society that is skeptical, that's just one thing that stems from the Bible. It's harder to do things like this. So like I was also a person who, when the COVID started and everything, I didn't care. Like I don't care. I don't care. It's like you're okay. It's whatever. The death rate is extremely low. I'm not going to like put my life on pause for something that is just not that big of a deal. So I understand that they don't want to overwhelm the hospitals or whatever, but it's just the fact that the society in America today is not very religious, and if you're not religious, some people are going to disagree with me, but
go to the backwoods.
you hold on, you even see this in other countries, right, where religion is something that like holds the society together. And it's like I see it as a strength. I see it as a part of a society. So that is like sort of like and back in the old days in America, before all these social programs, people got help at the church.
to a certain degree,
You know-
it depended on where you were, and there was a limit. That's why after World War II, they put all these programs in place to create safety nets for people.
Truth look
And
like he's going
as
through a
far
midlife
as
crisis.
as far as
Trying to be young again. Sorry. Go ahead, bro.
fuck you, you fat bitch. Anyway, as I was saying before, I was so rudely interrupted.
Truth is trying to
You
find
know,
his hairline right now. That's why he's in New York.
There's a lot of societies, Christina. I'm gonna duct tape him, and you're gonna beat the shit out of him. Okay?
Yes.
All right. So as I was saying, there's a lot of societies in the world that are not religious, but they do regulate themselves. I mean, like if you look at Northern Europe, for example, it's a society that is really very irreligious, but they've got a level of social
Okay, atheist.
cohesion that we don't. A lot of them are atheists, I think you don't necessarily have to be religious to be a humanist and to have moral values and standards,
I think that what Dominican Renaissance is talking about, like, I don't know if you guys seen this. When Trump was losing, there was these groups praying in front of the ballots, where they're counting the ballots. They're like, "Oh Jesus, please, God, you gave us Trump." It was crazy.
Yeah, that's when
People
They were like
listen.
crying.
Biden
He was
too.
losing.
That's the point. Is
I've-
it has nothing. It's not political.
I got a real question here. If anybody could probably look up the weather in New York City. It's like around the 60s. Truth, why are you wearing a leather coat looking like a stunt double from the Blade movie?
Because you never know what's gonna happen when the sun goes down. Better
Dude,
to
you got a turtleneck.
Listen.
You got a turtleneck from the 90s. Why
better,
why are you
better to be prepared. It's better to be
Is that a
too
zip up?
warm than it is to be too cold.
Bro,
You can always
bro,
take
that,
off layers.
that turtleneck looked like
I
it
agree
came
with
with
that,
your
man.
hair, bro. Like, come on, bro. that turtleneck looked like it sewed onto that leather jacket. It comes together in one piece, right?
No, they're separate.
Sorry. Go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Radical is such a troll, yo.
Oh my God. Can you imagine? Oh, Jesus Christ, his poor mother. She
If they don't call
probably
this
went
election,
premature
this is ridiculous.
gray.
Yeah, that he's always saying stuff about your hair, Tina. I don't know. I saw he liked you, and that was his way of getting trying to, I don't know, get you to pay attention to him. But now he's at the truth.
He's just mad because the blonde wigs look better on her than it does on him.
That's right.
Yeah,
Like I haven't worn a blonde wig in like months. Okay.
Yo, she got a whole bureau full of blonde wigs, yo.
No, I don't. I have 2. Okay, calm down.
100.
Anyways.
No, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Going on the whole conversation.
I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I'm just.
Yeah, you just, like grown-ups are trying to have a conversation here.
Listen, I got distracted. It's hot outside in New York City. It's like 65 degrees. My man looks like he's about to like die from a heat stroke. Like, why you got a leather jacket? Dude, what the hell?
Because I'm a tropical person and I like to be warm.
Oh, all right.
Just so everyone knows, this is what goes down in New York schools, like roasting each other. This is very common in New York.
Yeah, that is true.
When I was a kid, everyone got it. Everybody. Everybody got it. And some people would want to fight, and you'd have to fight them. But at the end of the day, everybody got it.
Truth leather jacket looked like it was a hand-me-down. I'm sorry. Okay.
Yo,
I'm sorry. Okay,
this is a vintage jacket. It's beautiful.
I'm sorry. You got it.
So,
where you got it?
before-
At Macy's? I'm sorry. Okay, sorry.
Okay, can you let the grown-ups talk now?
Yes, sir. I'm
Okay.
sorry, sir. I'm sorry, sir.
All right, someone was speaking before they were so rudely interrupted.
Radical Latino.
What's up?
You follow Tariq Nasheed, right?
On Twitter, yeah, I follow Tariq Nasheed. Why? What's up?
How do you feel about his foundational black movement?
I'm gonna be very honest here. I like the name. I like the concept of it, but it's very divisive, I believe. It's not political whatsoever. I feel like he co-opted that movement from ADOS that was actually doing something real. And I feel like he just bit a wave that was really hot at the moment. And
go ahead.
And I don't think he's
White
and this is
Hispanic race soldiers.
this is for what I'm saying. This is for what I'm saying. I don't think he's gonna do anything political that will benefit his movement, FBA.
Yeah, whatever. Yo, that's where I used to live before I moved to Jersey City. 20th Street between 6th and 7th Avenue. No, between 5th and 6th. Okay, what were you saying?
What part of New York are you in? Brooklyn?
No,
he's
I'm in Manhattan.
He's in Lower
I'm
Manhattan.
I'm on my old neighborhood right now.
He's in Lower Manhattan where
I'm on 20th Street between 5th and 6th where I used to live.
Wait, next to are you in the Iron District?
Yeah, I used to live there on the 2nd floor. Look, I'm showing you where I used to live.
That makes a lot of sense now.
That window right there, that used to be my little apartment.
That's between 7th and the 6th Avenue, right?
I said 5th and 6th. What the fuck?
Okay,
Are you
okay.
deaf?
Oh, yes, I am.
God damn.
Yes, I am.
Yeah, I used to live here with she who will not be named. And then we got a divorce, and I moved to Jersey City, and I'm happy now.
And he starts crying uncontrollably. No,
but
no,
I'm
so-
not bitter.
No, so to answer Ricardo, I think he's just trying to use that as just just to bite the wave. I don't think nothing political or beneficial will come out of it. I see him
agree.
as an entertainer.
He's a troll. You know, I used to follow him a lot. I actually just unfollowed him this year. Well, last week when he was telling people not to vote and all this shit, like nothing's gonna happen. And who was the first one to talk when Biden was in the lead? Tariq Nasheed.
Yeah.
So he's a troll. He does everything for money.
Yeah, I like the FBA name and the concept of it. Everything outside of it is very divisive. I like ADOS a lot better because it actually is pushing for a real agenda, and it's actually they're actually in talks with certain people that's actually going to do something about it. But then again, this is just from the outside looking in. That's basically it. I'm in nowhere, in no stance to just basically put a video out and talk about it. I'm just giving my opinion for what I know so far. I could be wrong,
So do you support reparations for foundational Black people?
Oh yeah, of course.
Okay.
We definitely need to give reparations to Black folks, Black Americans here.
And Native Americans.
Nah, they got
Natives
this shit.
did not reparations.
They got this shit.
No, they don't. Not all of them.
Native Americans
What Black people get? We didn't get nothing.
They got
I'm
this
Asian,
stuff.
but, what my Black people.
But for real though, Black people do need to get something because listen, Black people have been here since before the Mayflower, and every other group when they've gotten, well, except for Native Americans, some Native American groups have gotten a little something, but not anywhere near what they should. But everything that was started to help people after the Civil War was basically taken away when they dismantled Reconstruction. And even when Black people still went out of their way and created their own, like they created their own towns and stuff that were very prosperous, they were destroyed, so they do need something. I mean, listen, a good place to start, find all the people who were descendants of those towns that were destroyed, like Tulsa and Rosewood, and give them something.
Not only that, there's still businesses. I didn't know this until recently. There's still businesses that started during slavery that are still prosperous today.
Yeah.
Wait, really?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, of course.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah, just a quick pause. Limelight, that used to be the Limelight, the sluttiest nightclub in New York City. Okay, what we were saying?
Truth would
What?
know. Truth would know.
Yeah, I only been there twice. Okay, well, maybe 3 times. But that was it. But, listen, I don't know about the United States, but I definitely know that with England, when England abolished slavery, the slave masters, they all got reparations. As a matter of fact,
look what happened to Haiti.
the money, they were paid back for the slaves that they lost. And as a matter of fact, that money that went to paying the ex-slave owners, that was coming out of the tax money. They were taxing the English people to give those rich, aristocrats the money. They did not stop paying for that until 2015. So from the time that slavery was abolished in the Caribbean, which was 1834, all of those families were getting paid on a regular reparations. They just stopped getting paid in 2015. So if they could get compensated, and like when Haiti lost, when Haiti gained its independence, the French slave owners were given reparations. Why shouldn't people who were here in the United States be given reparations to the people who were actually enslaved?
Well, that's different. I think if Haitians were ever to get reparations, it would have to be from France. because
Well,
they,
exactly. That would have to be from France. I mean, like the British speaking islands, they would have to get that from England. But
and
here
that's
in the
never gonna
United
happen because
States,
there was a
well,
president
that's
that
a lot
tried
of
that.
fucking
And
money.
then,
I don't think they could ever afford to do that. But I
yeah,
mean, if they couldn't give money, they should be something else, in terms of educational, opportunities. I mean, there's ways that they could go about it. You know what I mean? To give the
yeah.
people something really meaningful that would empower them economically. There's
I
ways
just
of going about it.
I just googled businesses that are still, in function since slavery, and what came up was New York Life, Tiffany and Co., Aetna, Brooks Brothers, Norfolk Southern Railroad, Bank of America, USA Today, J.P. Morgan Chase. So
Oh,
all
yeah.
these companies
A lot of
took part in slavery.
financial institutions,
Oh yeah,
even
so
in
slavery
England
was big
too.
money.
In England too. The thing that I found out was that a lot of these financial institutions in England, they were listen, all of these places, they were all connected financially. England, Spain, France, they were all working with each other because a lot of the loans that were taken out, like by the Spanish Empire to buy the slaves in their colonies, they got those loans from England, from English banks. The French too. So all of these people were working together, and they all got something when slavery was over. They all got compensation. So, the least that they could do is try to find a way to help the people who were the descendants of those slaves. Because, I mean, listen, whether you're talking about the English Caribbean, the Spanish Caribbean, or the French Caribbean, the fact of the matter is we all fucked up, economically. And we could do with some kind of programs that would help people to be able to find the footing economically, What I'm looking for my old favorite nightclub, Private Eyes. That used to be the spot, man. Wednesday night, reggae and hip hop down in the basement. Yo, that shit was lit. I'm walking through memory lane, man. I haven't been in Manhattan since before the lockdown, so I'm going looking at all my
That's
old
how he got
neighborhoods.
his name, Susio teacher.
Listen,
Do you think it's possible for everyone in one group to succeed?
no, it's not. But I think to create a stable society where people at least have a chance to work towards something, you know what I mean? Instead of, listen, there's no reason why the Dominican Republic should be poor or struggling. There's no reason why Haiti, there are reasons, but it doesn't have to be that way. It's that way because people have made choices to make it that way. I mean, come on. Dominican Republic has a hell of a lot of resources. There's countries in this world that don't even got half the resources that Dominican Republic or Haiti or Jamaica or Trinidad has, and they're light years ahead of all of us. So it's a system, and unfortunately, a lot of us, we're being undermined from within. There are people within our societies who are sabotaging the greater good of the people because, they're getting their own selfish needs met. And as long
Even
as their pockets are full, they don't give a fuck about anybody else.
Even with like big dictatorships back in the day, why did America support these dictatorships like in Dominican Republic, Panama,
Because
Haiti?
it was in their economic interest to do so.
Exactly.
Because those people would give the United States and those companies, United States companies, free reign to do whatever they wanted as long as they got a kickback. So those few
One example I
families,
can
they
think
got a
about it
kickback. Say that again?
is one example I can think about it is Honduras with the banana trading company. I don't remember the specific name of that.
Chiquita Banana, I think it was.
Yes, Chiquita Bananas. That's a modern day name. I don't remember the ancient name. They took away that name because they knew that history related with it.
Yeah.
And modern day is called Chiquita Bananas.
Yeah, that's where the
What's the
term
story of that? I know
Banana
the story of that.
Republic came from. But, it wasn't just Honduras. It was all of us in the Caribbean, because there was a shift from sugarcane to banana production, So these were, what they call banana republics, because these banana companies basically ran the country. I mean, listen, Dole Pineapple. Why is Hawaii a state? Dole Pineapple went in there and stole the fucking country from the monarchy, from the Hawaiian monarchy.
Yep.
They staged the coup. So that goes to show you how underhanded these people were, And, like the Hawaiian people, they're struggling now to get themselves back on their feet and to revive their culture and everything. But,
That's true,
like
after they took the country, they enforced rules where the Hawaiians couldn't speak their language.
Exactly.
So a lot of them had to do it in secret.
Yeah, I mean, the Hawaiian people themselves, they've been very active, and they're really to be commended because they're reviving their language and their culture. I mean, they got schools in Hawaii now where it's Hawaiian language only. You're not allowed to speak any English, It's like they make you learn the Hawaiian language by immersion, and that's how they're reviving their language. They almost lost it. The Cook Islands, they completely lost their language. They only speak English now. So I think there's hope for all of us, and my dream, I would hope that I live long enough to see the whole Caribbean region come up, and find economic stability. That's my dream.
You'll be at the
like,
home at that time. Come on, you're not gonna live long enough for that.
I don't think.
Yes, I am.
I don't think that's. I don't know. Like for me personally, I just try to think of ways and work on ways to make the Dominican Republic better, because I think
it can happen.
The country is in a very good position.
Listen, it
We
can
don't have
happen.
a lot of debt. A lot of people. Basically, our culture is our commodity. It's one of our biggest commodities, and that's something that we should, spread out internationally. I think, like kind of like what Koreans do.
Well, listen, what I'm telling you is that it can happen. It definitely can happen. All that's needed is the right leadership. I mean, look at Singapore. I remember when Singapore was a shithole. And now it's a first world nation. I remember when there was children starving in China. Dubai, there was no damn shit as Dubai. It was just a bunch of fucking mud huts. And it was just a little fishing village. There was nothing there but sand. Look at Dubai now. And that happened within the space of 20, 30 years? So it can happen anywhere, but you have to have the right leadership, and you have to have the desire and the will to make it happen. And unfortunately, our countries are stuck with an old aristocracy who wants to live in the 21st century with an 18th century mindset. And that's why we're struggling, because too much power is in the hands of these damn people who don't care about anyone else because their pockets are fat.
But that's in every society though.
Exactly, and that's a problem. That needs to change.
But don't you think, based off of history, right? History, right? Based off of history, don't you think that very often when people call for oh, we need to attack the elite or whatever, or we need to whatever, they end up with a worse system almost every time.
Well, you see, there's the difference between going from one extreme to the other. You don't have to
exactly
do it
what
that way.
happened in the Dominican Republic. We ended up with a worse system because this kind of
But
thing where
it
you
doesn't have to be that way. It didn't happen that way in Hong Kong. It didn't happen that way in Singapore. There's ways that you can go about it where you don't have to kill off the aristocracy in order to raise the standard of the society as a whole. But you have to have the right leadership that has the correct vision to learn how to use the strengths of that economic class and expand, economic opportunities in the country as a whole. It can be done. This is what I'm saying.
But
None of
don't
this
you
is
think
impossible.
But don't you think it makes
No,
more
I
sense to motivate people, regular people, to better their economic position? Because
Well, yes, but to do that, you have to get these oligarchs out of the way, because what they're doing is they're suppressing exactly what you're suggesting is exactly what they have been preventing from happening. And they don't have to do that. It's not necessary. But like I said, it's a matter of selfishness. It's a matter of greed and selfishness, and that's why we are all struggling. Listen, you cannot get rid of the economic base of a society. We've all seen multiple examples where that has happened, and it's been disastrous. You have to go about it a different way. And the problem in this world is that far too often we go from one extreme to another. And the real answer is somewhere in the middle ground. I think we should all look at places like Hong Kong and Singapore and learn from them. What were they able to do so that nobody was really disenfranchised? I mean, listen, the oligarchy is going to have to give up something. They don't have to give up everything, but they're going to have to give up something so that the whole society can advance as a whole. And, talking about what you were saying before about Christian values, we have to get to a point where we think more about the good of the whole, the collective, rather than what's good for just me. And what we have right now is our countries are ruled by oligarchies that are just looking at what's good for me. And look at what we have.
so we should do the same thing.
Say that again?
If they're only worried about themselves, then we should do the same thing.
Yeah, but that's easier said than done. How are you going to do the same thing when they control the whole system, where you can't get a job unless you know somebody or you're connected?
That's not exactly. If you get into a career where they're always hiring, it depends on the career. It depends on what kind of market it is.
Yeah, but if you don't have that basis in the country, it can't happen. Listen, I come from the upper middle class in my country. I know what I'm talking about. This is the class that I come from. My grandfather could have been the governor general of Jamaica. It was offered to him. He turned it down. This is the class that I come from, so I know what I'm talking about. My people were not poor. We were not struggling, Yeah, I mean, we had situations why we came here. I know these people, the way they think. I'm sorry, what did you say?
Yeah, but I'm talking about my people. I'm talking about what I see. I'm talking about my own experience.
Your experience, listen, your experience in the Dominican Republic, this is what I keep trying to tell you. It's the same dynamic. Listen, at the end of the day, Dominican people are people, just like everyone else. And so when you see certain things unfolding in a society, I mean, come on, Dominican Republic, Dominicans are not unicorns. They don't eat jelly beans and shit rainbows. They're human beings. So if we look at the Caribbean as a whole, and then we look at the Dominican Republic, we're going to see the same patterns.
Yeah, some Dominicans are human beings that wear blonde wigs and
I don't think we all have the same
Go ahead.
And some of them eat cuy with their mango.
I just don't. I just think that the Dominican Republic had an opportunity to become a world power if it didn't take it.
And what fucked it up?
It didn't take it. Now
America would never let
hold on,
decide to become a
calm
world power.
down.
No, if you're talking bullshit, I have to call you on that.
How,
Like,
you're not
what you
even
say doesn't make
Dominican,
sense.
dog. Like, what do
I'm
you
not
mean?
talking on behalf of Dominican people. You're not Dominican. You're American. Were you born in the Dominican Republic?
I don't have to be born there.
Hey, is
Like I
Yuli
was
still
saying.
here, or did Yuli jump out?
Like I was
First of all,
saying.
you coming with the American perspective.
Like
on
I was
Dominicans.
saying,
You're not a.
you're not Dominican at all whatsoever.
I
Like
know
I was
shit on
saying,
that, the fuck?
like I was saying.
Well, okay. My
think-
question
I
to
can't
you,
speak. I
Renaissance.
can't speak.
Why didn't the Dominican people take the opportunity? It's not because they're stupid. There's a reason why they weren't or should I say they were not
some of them
able to
clearly
take
were.
it.
No.
Did
some
you hear
of
what
them
he said? He
clearly,
said that they would have been a world power. That America
Yeah.
would have never let that happen.
but
Well,
it did
that's
though.
true.
But it did.
The
though.
The United
When was
States
that?
would not let
until
that
they
happen.
didn't want it anymore.
When was that?
No,
What
the
year did
United
that happen?
States would
Okay,
not
stop.
let it happen.
Okay, you're trying to tell me what my country is capable of doing.
Dude.
and I
First
don't
of all, you're
think
an American. You were born in America.
I don't think you have that right.
I'm telling you that I'm not dictating to you. I'm telling you a reality.
No,
Okay?
what I think,
The United
listen,
States kept a tight rein on all of us. You're just looking at the Dominican Republic alone, and you're not recognizing the
because it's-
fact
because
that
it's my
the
country.
Dominican, because the
You were born
Dominican
in America.
Republic
You're
is
not
just
Dominican.
one piece of
You're
the
Dominican
puzzle.
American.
Jeez, can I speak?
Truth teacher, shut up. You're not Dominican.
So
We're far away from the topic.
Trujillo,
Like, the topic
Trujillo,
is the U.S. elections.
the U.S. gave us Trujillo. The U.S. gave us.
Why
well,
did it give it to
the
you?
U.S. sort of
Why did it
allowed
give
us
the Dominicans, not
to
you?
do our own thing, and at some
To a
point,
degree.
hey, stop
So the U.S.
interrupting
gave
me.
them a
Stop
dictator to do their own
interrupting
thing.
me.
Go ahead. Finish
Let's
your
not
point.
talk over each other,
I
guys.
didn't interrupt you.
Finish
Stop
your
interrupting
point.
me.
Finish your point. Go ahead.
Jeez, insecure.
Go ahead.
So
Finish your point.
what I was saying was that the U.S. did support us. They did, and Trujillo, he was doing a lot of things. He was doing some things. He was doing a lot of things. Maybe things he shouldn't have been doing. With every president, you have a different leadership. You have different interests. So at some point, the relationship went sour, and the U.S. kind of took back its goodies. So you're not being able to control yourself. So
And
they kind of I'm not done. They kind of took back the goodies, right?
Mhm.
So it's
Who had
like
the power at the time?
hold on. I can't be 100% mad at the U.S. But because they gave us all that, like they allowed us and they helped us to gain all that wealth. We were one of the most advanced countries at that time.
Advanced.
So it's like, well,
advanced where?
Thank you. Please explain, because he's talking bullshit, and I can't take.
I mean, listen. There's a segment. Listen, there's a
I'm
segment.
talking about our
finished.
countries.
There's a segment of society that was prospering, but what I'm trying to get across to you is that was not the whole society, and I know
Truth teacher,
this.
you're not Dominican though.
Yo, how do we get from
I
here?
am from the Caribbean.
You don't know.
I am from the Caribbean, and I
But Truth teacher, you're not.
experienced something. It doesn't matter.
But no,
Same dynamic.
You're not Dominican
No,
though.
it's
But
not
you're not
the same.
Dominican, though.
It's not the same.
Same
Saying that
dynamic.
it's the same doesn't make your country better. Saying that it's the same doesn't increase your GDP. Saying that it's the same doesn't make your country
I'm not
the largest
saying that the
economy
country.
in the
I'm
region.
not saying that the
doesn't help
country
your
is the
country.
same.
But
Listen.
Dominican Republic is not a world power. So what are you talking about?
Jamaica, not Dominican Republic, was the fastest growing economy
Yeah,
in
talk
the
about
world
Jamaica. You're not
in the
Dominican.
60s. Listen, that's the truth. We were on a faster trajectory than Singapore was. What fucked it up for us is the same thing that fucked it up for the Dominican Republic. We were undermined by forces within
It's
and
twerking.
without.
That's what it was.
Did you hear what he
I'm
said?
sorry.
He said America gave him the dictator. And America
Well,
took it his way.
America did give them the dictator.
Wait. Wasn't Trujillo? Wasn't
he was
Trujillo
like
like America
trained by
American
the-
backed? Trujillo
Yeah,
was
no,
American backed, right?
Yeah, but
He
like,
was.
okay, so at first
Okay.
he was
A
trained
world power
by
doesn't let
the
another
U.S.
world power give
military.
him a dictator.
Then
Well,
he took
listen.
the government. Then the U.S. backed him because he wasn't a commie.
The U.S. backed all
Truth
dictators.
Teacher looked like he's
everywhere.
selling his mixtape for $5.
I am in Times Square. But listen, dudes, my battery's on 15%, so I'm gonna let you all go. It was a very interesting conversation, and I guess we can probably pick it up on another time. So you all go ahead. How
All
many hours you been on this live stream now? 3 hours?
3 hours, 20
Okay,
minutes.
so you got 7 more hours to
Yeah,
go.
All right, so
You know,
remember, Truth. Stop talking
big
about
up to
Dominican
you.
Republic. You're not Dominican, all right?
we close enough. We can see them. Okay.
All right.
They over there.
Yo, catch you later, bro.
All right, man. You all be good. Tina,
Yeah.
we're gonna fuck up We're gonna fuck up Radical Latina. I'm gonna bring the duct tape. You bring as many chanclas as you can. Yo, bring some extensions cords too. This motherfucker needs some special care.
Thanks.
All right, everybody. You all be good.
Good night. Be
Peace,
safe.
love, and light. Peace and prosperity to everybody.
All right, thanks.
All right.
This is my problem with Dominican Renaissance. I'm back to the subject.
I didn't mean to talk about DR, but people started talking about Dominicans, so I'm
Who
not
said
gonna
anything
not
about
say anything.
Dominicans? My only thing is you have an American perspective. You weren't born in Dominican Republic.
Doesn't matter.
So there's no point in talking to you. It's like
Doesn't
me
matter.
saying I'm Haitian.
It doesn't matter.
I can only go so far. You just talk bullshit.
Yeah, you can only go so far, so know your place.
Well,
Okay, I'm not even gonna respond to that because you're ignorant.
okay, y'all. So does anybody else have anything to say back to the original topic about the election?
Joe
Or
Biden
just
is gonna
kinda
win. I
free
love
talking
Joe
at this
Biden.
point?
A lot of Latinos supported Donald Trump, and I'm proud about it. Like
What happened?
double digit support for Donald Trump.
But Donald Trump is losing.
A lot of
so-
Hispanics.
Wait.
It doesn't
I
matter.
couldn't hear
It's
him.
a-
I just
couldn't
like
hear
I
him.
just
What
like that
happened?
we're being more diverse. I just think that's a good idea. Just vote for who you think is the best candidate. Don't just randomly vote.
Mm-hmm.
Who randomly votes?
We never had election this long.
It's
Yeah,
dragging
because
on.
Biden's trying to steal the election.
I think the Democrats are
We're
trying
taking
to
a lot
steal
of
the
time.
election, man.
Let me tell you, if
He's
Trump didn't
try-
pass the law, usually they count the ballots when they receive them. But Trump passed the law saying that they can't count the ballots until the election day. This is why
Yeah.
this shit's taking so long.
Yeah,
It would
that's
have
why.
been done.
Yep, he didn't want people to count the mail-in ballots until
The day of election.
day of election. Yeah.
And he did it to be smart because he knew more Democrats were going to vote by mail. So when he came out yesterday and he was like, "Oh yeah, a lot of the votes were fraudulent. I'm getting a lawyer." All that was a setup.
Yeah, the numbers are still coming in. The numbers are still being tallied, so we really don't know everything 100%, but we do have a good I'm gonna say we have a good gauge on.
Listen, Biden's going to win. That's
what's
it.
going to
Period.
happen.
He's trying to order that.
If Biden wins, cool. If Trump wins, cool. It doesn't really matter to me because at the end of the day, they're not gonna do nothing for us specifically.
Wait, okay. Wrap the last minute. Let me
Yeah.
get it.
Wait.
Look what
Let
Trump did to the
him
country in 4 years.
let him talk. Let him ask me the question. Wait, what happened, Ricardo?
I said, look what Trump did to the country in 4 years.
Yeah.
So voting has consequences. Look, we have the most extreme Supreme Court.
Yeah.
They said Roe v. Wade could be on the table. Healthcare could be on the table. All that is because of Donald Trump. So when people say, "Oh, I'm not going to vote," that's why I unfollowed certain machines.
Yeah, no,
he was on that bullshit.
I totally agree with you, and yeah, like people like him, it's a little they be saying saying things a little wild, but I kind of do see the certain point where if we're gonna be voting, at least vote for somebody that's giving us something specifically. You know what I'm saying? That part I kind of understand. With the whole specificality of things. Now, when it comes to how the country is being run, I totally agree with you. I see that Trump didn't do anything good for the country. He said that he's going to bring coal jobs back. Obviously, he didn't. I think was it last year? GM actually ended up, shutting down their plants. And all their workers were unemployed, and the majority of their workers were Trump supporters. And they even said it like, "Hey, listen, I voted for Trump because he said he was going to keep these jobs." In reality, he didn't. Everything that he said that he was going to do, he didn't really do. He did certain things, and certain things that he tried to do were being stopped or whatever the case is. And these certain things wasn't really going to benefit the country, like the Muslim ban. That's arbitrary. You know what I mean?
Okay, let me ask you this question.
Yeah.
Why did Latinos support? Because he's already lost. Why did Latinos support him so much?
Well, I was gonna actually do a. Yo, bro, can you mute yourself because all these notifications you're getting, that shit is dumb loud. That's the only phone I've ever heard that was so goddamn loud. Jesus Christ, you could literally be down the block. I already know you got a notification, bro. Like, how many emails? You that important? Sorry. Yo, no, my phone be dry as fuck, bro. I want this guy's life. This guy is crushing it right now, getting all that emails and all that. Anyway, okay.
Oh my god.
To answer your question, Latin people, for the most part, we're not a monolith. We actually have different, ideologies when it comes to certain groups. Like Cubans, they're going to vote Republican no matter what because they're very, very, very conservative, right? For the most, wait, hold on. Let me answer this question for you.
Go ahead.
For the most part, Latin people, immigrants and first gen, are going to be very conservative for the most part. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Now, if you really look at the map, because everybody likes to go to Florida, right? If you really look at the map that they were saying, okay, Orlando, Miami, and I think was it Tampa or something. All those people are going to be voting for Trump. In reality, they were all blue. The rest of the state was red, but those particular places were all blue.
Not necessarily.
If you look at, well, yes, necessarily, because they were all blue. So, and also when you look at the numbers, Puerto Ricans ended up voting for Biden overwhelmingly in that state than the Cubans did. You know what I'm saying? So we shouldn't be looking at Cubans as the representative for all Latin people. Like, that's a little unfair, So that right there should be, a small answer, because since we're 18% of the population, right? And they're talking about, well, Latin people voted 33% for Trump. If we're 18% of the population, only 33% voted, that's literally less than 2% of us that voted for Trump. If you really want to break down the numbers, you know what I'm saying? Based on our population. I'm sorry,
not
what?
only Latinos, there was like a lot of Haitians that voted for Trump also.
I saw that
in Florida.
Yeah, I don't know what Tina can I show my Instagram? Would I be able to do that? Because the reason why I want to show this is because this is something that I put up, recently.
The thing is also with the Cubans, you have to keep in mind they literally came from a communist country, so it makes sense that they'd want to go the opposite and vote Republican or whatever.
Yeah. Hold on, let me see something real quick.
I feel like it's just voting against their interests. I'm not saying to vote Democrat and everything, but there's certain things where like Trump, like come on, Trump.
Yeah. Yeah, I feel you, bro.
This guy didn't give a fuck about nobody but himself.
Can you see that? All right, so you see
Yeah.
that more, white folks voted for Trump, right? Overall, right? Latin people voted for Trump only 32%, right?
Damn, more black people voted for Trump. God damn.
What was it? Asian people voted for Trump 31%, right? And you got other, which we don't even know what the other is, but
Chinese.
it is
No,
what
I'm joking.
it is what it is. Now this is for Florida right here. This right here is for Florida. As you can see, there's more white people voting for Trump than anybody else. You feel what I'm saying? And they obviously knew the black vote was going to be, Democratic, but look at Latin people. 52% of Latin people voted for Biden.
But they're saying Trump got more Latino and black support than any other Republican
That's not
president.
true. These are the numbers.
I don't know. The overall.
Dude, I don't know overall because the numbers need to still come in, but I'm just showing you the one for Florida.
Stephanie, what's up?
Oh, hey, what's up?
What's up, Ricardo? What's up?
So
are you happy?
Check Texas numbers.
A lot of different emotions.
Explain.
Explain.
But I don't want to cut off Radical. He was, I don't know.
Oh yeah. Thank you very much, my sister. What was it? So these are just the numbers for Florida. These are like basically already, tallied hands down. The other numbers that I was showing you guys, again, these are still coming in. These are still going to be updated. But so far, we could really get a good sense of what's going on. When they say that, Latin people, got the most support for Trump, only 32%. Really look at the 32%, right? Since we're 18% of the population and only 32% really voted for Trump, what kind of support is that? That's literally less.
This is Florida, right?
No, this is overall. This is overall.
Oh, okay,
This is Florida. This is Florida right here. Florida, more Latin people voted for Biden in Florida. It says it right here. Florida exit poll ethnicity: white, black, Hispanic, Latino, and other. This is Florida right here, and it's only
popular with every other group.
It's only
Check
52%.
Texas.
It's only 52%. I didn't check Texas, which I should check Texas because this thing gave me the whole thing. But again, this is gonna change. So tomorrow or this Tuesday or whenever this ends, that's when we'll get more accurate, solid numbers. Again, this is just a good gauge. But so far, Florida ended their polls. So this right here is a good gauge based on the Florida numbers, which I'm.
Another thing about Florida also, do you guys remember when that kid came from Cuba in the tire, right?
Yeah.
In the 90s.
Yeah.
Clinton was president then, right? And that made this is why a lot of Cubans vote Republican, because a lot of the Democrats were for bringing him back home to his dad. But the Republicans supported the Cubans at the time to have the boy stay here. So what ended up happening is they sent the boy back to his dad. And because of that, Cubans were so mad, they protested, and they said they would never vote Democrat again. So ever since then, they always, supported the Republicans. It's a YouTube, it's a documentary on Hulu about it. You have to check it out.
Yeah. So Stephanie, you got anything to add to the conversation?
Fuck Trump.
So I'm feeling. Sorry, is there like a echo? Is it Terrell or who's it?
I don't know. I muted myself.
I don't know. Okay. No, sorry, I'm hearing the echo.
Let me mute myself too.
Yeah, everybody mute themselves.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Do you guys hear me? Or
Yes.
sorry.
Yes.
Okay, cool. So I'm feeling a lot of different emotions. Of course I did not vote for Trump. I mean, why would a Mexican vote for Trump? You know what I'm saying? Like
Exactly.
he started his campaign bashing us.
I think some Mexicans for Trump though. I'm not gonna lie.
A lot of Mexicans that are whitewashed are vote for Trump. Like
Okay.
pretty much all of them, they vote for Trump. But you know, so for example, like West Texicans, they vote for Trump. You know, but the South Texas, you see how blue it is.
Uh-huh.
Why do you think that is? Why do you think certain Mexican people voted for Trump even though he started his campaign from the
Because
first campaign?
they don't see themselves as Mexican. They don't see
Really?
themselves. Yeah,
They see themselves as American Mexican?
right, or better yet, they don't even want to be. They don't even like the idea of being Mexican at all.
Now, is this first generation or second? Like,
Oh no, they're probably like second or third by this time.
And
Why they hate being Mexican?
I'm sorry, what?
Why they hate being Mexican? They should be proud of being who they are.
No, but here's why, and I will explain why. Because Mexicans, when we started, sorry, I think I think Terrell, I think the echo is coming from you, I think.
My room is quiet. I don't know what's going on.
No, because of your microphone is bleeding through, so that's why I think that's what it is.
Okay, so Mexico, I mean, it's like a special situation because when we were pretty much like the first Latino group or Mexican. I mean, we're the Mexican, right? It's Mexican land. So it was very difficult to adjust to living with white people, right? With Americans, like the real Americans. And they literally made Mexicans feel like they were dogs, right? Because they would say, no dogs, no Mexicans, don't speak Spanish. If you spoke Spanish, they would put a dunce cap on you. You know what I'm saying? So they made them hate themselves. Like they made Mexicans hate themselves. And so they don't even want to like speak Spanish. They see that like, oh no, I don't, because they were literally punished for speaking Spanish. No other group, I think, no other Latino group had to go through that.
Yeah, that's a fact. Also,
they stole Mexican land.
Also,
right.
Yeah. Also, I think during the Mexican war or whatever, the war between Mexico and the United States or whatever. I think after that, the white folks around the area felt some type of way, and they felt that sense of superiority to the point where they would literally go into Mexican neighborhoods and snatch kids and adults off of their bed while they slept and drove them to the border and use them as target practice while they run to Mexico.
Well, for example, the way that like the Mexican border, like the U.S. Mexican border, the way that that's designed, like how they wanted that was because that was the least amount of Mexicans on there. So they didn't want Mexicans. They didn't want Mexicans to be American. They wanted the least amount of Mexicans and the most amount of Mexican land. So that's why they cut it off that way.
Do you think the fact that the census forced Mexican people to identify as white was an addition to the confusion of the Mexican ideology?
Yeah, for them, because for example, like I believe that they couldn't even serve like not on the jury, but like they weren't able to get like the real representation or anything like that in the court system because they weren't American, and so some of the people, like the Mexicans, they wanted to identify as white in order to be able to have like some sort of, to be able to get some sort of justice because they were being like ran out of the lands too,
What time period was
I
it?
wonder if that's the reason why
It was
Mexicans bullied Central Americans in the 80s.
the what?
Like in the 80s, like when there was a civil war in El Salvador, a bunch of refugees came to America and they were bullied by Mexicans.
They were
And they
bullied by
started
Mexicans?
Yeah.
I mean, I don't want to say what area I'm in, but there's a lot of Central Americans here. I mean, my uncles are Salvadorian, I don't know if they felt like they were bullied. I mean, if they felt they were bullied, then they felt they were bullied. I don't know. I don't know what to tell you. That
I heard from certain Mexican people that that the beef between the Central Americans and the Mexicans is that the Central Americans are coming in and stealing the good Mexican jobs.
They're not stealing the jobs, okay? They're not stealing the jobs. There's just jobs that are available. If some people feel that way, then if they feel that way, they can get a different, like, I don't know, I don't understand this.
Yeah, no,
I
I understand. It was just
I've seen.
what
Go
they
ahead.
were trying to explain it to me or whatever, which sounded a little like that's what white folks say. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
It was a little like what?
What am I gonna say? Tío Mario, you're stealing our jobs.
Yeah,
Like,
like
what am I gonna say?
because
You know what I'm saying?
my only response to that was make California Mexican again as a joke, you know, but the person didn't really catch it. So I'm like, okay, I'm gonna end this conversation, you know, but that was his answer to why they have a beef with Central Americans, which
Okay, no, that could be like
you
the
want to know
reason
the real
why.
reason? Soccer.
Go ahead. Oh.
It's literally just soccer nationalism.
Stephanie, I see
wait,
this thing
what you
on.
mean? What do you mean by sucker nationalism? I don't know. I don't understand.
I don't understand that terminology either.
Like they feel really prideful during soccer games, like in the World Cup and
Oh,
whatnot.
soccer.
Let me tell you, Mexican Americans were very prideful people. Like we
That's
love
true.
we love our culture. I know that people think that we hate ourselves or something because everybody hates us, but we don't give a
No,
fuck.
I respect the Mexicans. You see, a lot of Haitians and Africans.
Shout out to your
Americans-
plate too. Shout out to that plate.
Oh, it's from Michoacan. Yeah,
Did you-
my sister
did-
brought it for
did you
Day
do
of the
that?
Dead. No,
Oh.
no, it was brought from Zaguayo,
Oh.
Michoacan, where my family's from.
Oh, shout out to you.
Yeah.
What I was saying a lot of Haitians, Central Americans, and Africans are in Mexico now because they can't come in America, and the Mexicans, from what I see, are treating them really well. Like
Well,
Haitians,
okay,
and
yeah,
they even have
see,
businesses.
here's the thing. Here's the thing. I will say, yeah, my people are good people, but let me tell you something. Right now, that situation is like that, but I don't know how it's gonna become. You know what I'm saying? And I honestly, I don't mind if Mexico opens its arms to all of Latin America. The problem is that I don't know how it's gonna get once it's like maybe like the problem will be like I don't know how crazy it's gonna get. But but we are good people and we understand like people wanting to better the situation, and as long as people are hardworking, which I heard that Haitians are very hardworking. I mean that's what I heard. I don't really know Haitians. I knew about a girl in high school that was Haitian, and that's like the most that I know. But they'll be treated well. But like I get scared of like, let's say one day something happens, because you know one day something's gonna happen where like maybe because it's never gonna stay super friendly, right? Something's gonna happen and somebody's gonna get upset and somebody else is gonna get upset, and then they could start, you know what I'm saying? Like it could be like that. But as long as things are peaceful, which you know what I'm saying, like things will be fine. Yeah, my people are good people. It's just the problem is it's not just gonna be Haitian, it's gonna be all of Latin America and Mexico. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, because of
That's a fact.
because of
All
Trump
of it.
closing that border.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
I just hope that we're able to handle it and things don't get too crazy because you know, in general my people are good people. Like they as long as you're hardworking, you know.
Yeah, that
Hey,
is a
Stephanie, you're from LA, right?
Miss Stephanie. Are Haitians part of Latin America?
Yeah, they're Latinos.
I know they are, but you got a lot of people claiming they not and don't want to include
Well,
them.
but here's the thing. I say that they're Latinos because they are part of Latin America. But if they don't want to identify, I don't push it. Like I don't push anything on it. Like you be you. Like I don't care. You know what I'm saying? Like for example, I don't like to associate with the Latinx thing. But I feel that's more of like an LGBTQ like QT kind of
Yeah.
thing, and I feel like they should carry that. Like if they want to
Yeah.
be Latinx, that should identify you
I
exactly.
made
like,
I made an episode
immediately.
about that.
I think
Stephanie. You
Hispanic
should
is
go
a better
subscribe to
term.
my channel. No, but
I'm Haitian, and I'm gonna be honest. Like I've never really seen myself as Latino. I mean, I understand Haitians that support that narrative.
Wait, why not? What's wrong with that? No, let me stop.
I'm not saying it's not. I just never felt included by Latino people. I mean, it was
But
always
there's the thing, because
Latinos, then Haitian.
it's the culture, because like, for example, like not saying, okay, for example, yeah, they like they speak a different language, and like we, like all of the people that see themselves like we're all Latinos, we all speak Spanish,
Yeah.
right? And we all, like, for example, like you don't know who El Chacal is. If you don't know who El Chacal is, who everybody
Oh
here
yeah,
knows.
everybody know who the chacal is.
If I go like this, you don't. If I go mucho amor, do you know what that is?
Yeah, what
I
the
don't know who mucho
mercado?
amor is. I know
What the
chacal is.
mercado? Rest in peace. R.I.P. the goat.
You know what I'm saying? So there's like these things that bond us, and like things that we grow up with, and the music that we grow up with, even if we don't, like, I don't know what to say, but like,
If I say Don Francisco, right, you know
Don
who
Fran,
that is,
you know what
right?
I'm saying? Don Fran, he's a Don.
Yeah, I think he's a vampire. He's still
I was
living.
about to say, he's been alive forever.
Yeah, so it's more of that, because like I remember I said something really kind of dumb one time here about like the idea of like every time when like in songs that they would shout people out, Haiti was never shouted out, but in my thinking, it's like, well, Belize isn't, because they speak English, and then
That's another country that's never included,
Belize, right?
Yeah.
Never ever included.
And
I don't know why.
Guyana,
I don't know.
is French.
Yeah, Guyana too. I don't know why.
English.
I think the language thing has a lot to do with
It's
it.
the language thing. It's probably the biggest thing, because even I'll tell you right now, like, yeah, like I mentioned how Brazil is a different world. Like they love their culture, and it's their own little world code, like their own little world. When I was there, it was like I couldn't see no other trace of any other Latin American like country or nothing at all.
Yeah.
It was so Brazilian.
Yeah.
And it's beautiful. It's very beautiful. Like it's such a fun time. They're really fun people.
It's funny, but a lot of people include Brazilians into this conversation, but don't include Belize and you know what I mean?
But you know, it's because I don't know. Maybe it's because like, for example, they do include Brazilians like in the Latin Grammys. They include them. They have been included in like different things of Latin America. Yeah, and it's such a huge part of Latin America that it's like, how could you ignore it?
Yeah, that's true.
You know what I'm saying?
Brazil?
If I say Laura, you already know who I'm talking about, right?
Señorita Laura.
Yeah.
That's probably because English, French,
Exactly. So you know what I'm saying?
Sorry.
Yeah, okay, we could go on all day, but that's the thing. Oh my God, not Ana Maria Polo. Get the fuck out, bro.
You know, I had this conversation with my cousin the other day, and we were saying like French really disservice Haitians. Like if Haitians only focus on like Creole, English, and Spanish, it'll be different for the country.
Honestly, like, do they not? I honestly, I don't know. I have no idea. Do they not focus on like learning Spanish or no?
The Haitians by the border do know Spanish out of necessity because they travel back and forth.
No, but like in their schools, like
in the schools, it's French. It's a French-based system.
Yeah, that's why I I understand that's part of you guys' culture, like but
it's a disservice to Haitians because we're Dominican Republic's right there, and then Jamaica's on the other side, and we have.
Yeah, I gotta learn this Spanish, son.
So it's like Spanish, English, then it's Creole and French. It's just like it's
and
so
then
weird.
all of the rest of Latin America is Spanish. You know what I'm saying? So
yeah.
That's what I believe. Hispanic is a more accurate term to represent us because there's little things in common with French and English colonies.
I disagree. I respectfully disagree.
I think Spanish is a easy language to learn too.
I respectfully disagree.
I mean, yeah, but culturally, it's kind of the bonding thing. Because if you think,
explain it, break it down.
For example, okay. Let's take, for example, an Argentinian guy.
Yeah.
He can be 100% white or whatever. And he could easily bond with a Dominican, for example, because of the Spanish language. Even if a Dominican is
not true.
Completely, it's mixed. It's genetically different. But because of the Spanish language and
I
the
disagree. White sees
Spanish.
white, black sees black.
Yeah.
White people know their
I was
people.
actually speaking to an American guy the other day who was speaking Spanish, and he was like so excited because I was talking back to him. He's like, "Yeah, I'm learning Spanish and stuff." And
He
he's
started
like
breakdancing,
so
got
excited
happy,
and
chuck and
talking
driving.
about
Oh
like
my
Latin
God!
culture.
Stop, Ricardo.
So,
Let him talk. Let him
Ricardo,
talk.
you're saying Argentina and a Dominican have nothing in common.
No, I'm not saying they don't have anything in common. Of course, they have Spanish in common. But what I'm saying, black knows black, white knows white.
Yeah,
That's what I'm saying.
I don't think a Argentinian going to the Dominican Republic automatically, they'll have a connection. I think it'll be better for communication. If we're talking about cultural connection,
But
I think it's a
they'll
little
probably
bit
have
more
a
than
connection
that.
easily than any other group because of the Spanish aspect.
No, I think because of the language. I think that's what anybody. If you know the language or somewhat of the language, you'll try to have a connection. You have somewhat of a cultural communication there. But I think that if we're talking about culture and having a connection and mi hermano, ¿cómo estamos? And all that, I think it's a little deeper than just a language.
Yeah,
It's
yeah. That's
also the
why.
religion.
That's why I kind of feel it. I feel like Latin unity kind of is like far fetched because
Here we go.
because when I lived in I know let's be real, because we have damn near the same thing in common with the rest of Latin America than we do with Espanol. It's similar. It's a very similar culture. So when I lived in Dominican Republic and Bonao, they have a huge group of Españoles there, right? And let's say if you go to a restaurant, you'll see them there, right, in a little group of them, but they look different. They just look completely different from the average Dominican.
Are they segregated against themselves?
And they even speak Spanish, but a different type of Spanish, with the Z's and S's. So it's like, okay, like, yeah, we speak the same language, our culture, the religion is similar, but just because
We have to kind of be honest here. In Latin America, Mexico, Central America, and the Caribbean of Latin America, I'm gonna say something not so good, but we speak I think I said this before. We speak a bastardized version of Spanish. Each country has different dialect. Do not Tina, do not do that look. We speak different dialects of Spanish. These certain people, they know what each person means by the slang and the edict of what we're saying. But to be completely honest, if you really talk to a Spaniard, which I've done plenty of times, they'll let you know straight out, like, you're not speaking the proper Spanish. You know what I mean? Because throughout time, we ended up developing a different dialect.
No, but that's your own unique language. Like,
that's
let's
what
from
I'm
every
trying to
place, like
say.
Colombia, Mexico, everybody speaks their own style. Like,
yeah. So, like, the thing is, like, when I went to California, and I went to a group of Mexican people, I'm like, ¿Qué lo que? ¿Cómo está, maní? They looked at me like I was like, what? The hell are you talking about? Like,
because we don't say que lo que.
Exactly.
So
that's
we're
different people. With different people.
You always say "que lo que" in your beginning of your videos. Like, "Que lo que," what does that mean?
Like what's up? Or
Yeah,
like,
what's up?
Like, what's
okay.
up? Or how you doing?
What's going on?
Gotcha.
Yeah,
you can even see the difference between Chicanos and actual Mexicans. Like, don't they take like if you see a Chicano talk, they talk like Spanglish, while first gen Mexican migrant, they have like a habla encantado. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Again, I think it's a different
You
dialect.
can tell the difference from a first generation and second generation person.
No, obviously, because some of us got broken Spanish, some of us have not proper Spanish, but the Spanish that's 100% pure, but it has an American accent to it. So
I mean,
obviously,
I think we should, like, for example, I don't know about you guys, but I would like California to make Spanish the second language.
White people will never let that happen.
Have you seen?
It's
have you
already
been
the
to
second
California?
language, dude.
Have you been to
Yeah.
California?
I think it
I've never
should.
been, but I'm just saying that would be an uphill fight because
I think it should.
You gotta have the numbers to vote.
Compton is so Mexican, bro. Compton is so Mexican.
Absolutely. I spent part of my childhood during the riots in Compton.
When I went there,
wait. Well, hold on, wait. She just said something really. Wait, you I'm sorry. The '92 riots?
Yeah.
Are you serious?
Yeah.
The Rodney King riots?
The what?
The Rodney King.
Yes. Absolutely.
Wait, so I know it went on for 6 days. Is it true that a lot of Mexican people were out there protesting and not looting?
I mean, how can I mean, I was a child, number one, but
okay.
I did see. This funny. I did see, like, we were in our car, and I saw the other was like a little car with a huge ass bed, like mattresses on top, and they stole that shit.
Wow.
Yeah.
No, the reason why I ask is because a lot of people were saying that black people were the only one protesting, and some of them were looting. Mexicans didn't do that; they were just looting.
You know, black people always get the end of the stick. You know.
And I'm like, when you see old videos, you see everybody looting and also everybody protesting. So I don't know how true that is. You know what I mean?
Mexicans and blacks, they both protested. Yeah.
Yeah.
They both did.
Yeah. I just want to clear that up because some people will try to.
Where I was at, the liquor store is burning down. Like, I remember I wanted a doll from this liquor store, and then I was like, "Damn, that should burn down!" Like, and the freaking ashes were falling in our backyard. Like,
and then the next day you got a burned up doll. Here you go.
No, it was gone. Let me tell you, Compton was fucking crazy, bro. But at that time, we were not the majority.
Oh, really? Yeah. Wait. Is it true that now Mexicans are the majority in Compton? Is that
true? I think so. Yeah. At this point, yeah.
Why certain people think that's a negative?
I mean, because people see like black people being kicked out of their neighborhood or something like that.
But that's not necessarily true. Like Mexicans are not going in there kicking people out.
No, but like, let's say that they're buying houses in that area, then they feel like. But I'll tell you this, it has been such a weird when we first got there was a blood in the Crips, right? Crazy. When I tell you that shit was insane.
Yeah.
Okay, it was some next level. Like, I didn't wear red until like late. Like, I'm telling you, like, I never like in my 20s did I even wear red once.
Wow.
Yes, because when we were little, like, it was like ingrained, like, you cannot wear red because.
What about yellow? Yellow. I heard also yellow is like one of the.
I mean, I don't know. It was the red and the blue, like, you know what I'm saying?
Got it.
So I wouldn't want to wear like the red color in that neighborhood because they will literally tell you like blood.
Yeah.
Dude, if you ever fucking wear it. One time my mom bought me like this shirt that was red, and she forced me to wear it. Because I told her I can't wear it.
Because you were in the gang?
No, because she didn't understand, and I had to be like, I had to put something over it, like I think it was like a jacket or something, because I was like, no, they can't see me.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? And like at that point, things were very violent between Mexicans and black people at that time, because we were the minority at that time. And there would be a lot of fights. Like, my cousins, they were in middle school. And pretty much all the time they would come back with like fighting with nails off. Fucking, they were getting jumped.
Stephanie's being modest. I think she was part of a gang, yo.
No way. Not chola.
La Chicana Duras.
A lot of people don't know that there's black Mexicans. Like, what's the racial dynamic with black Mexicans, Stephanie?
Like that are black and Mexican?
Yeah.
Like their parents are black?
Yo, shout out to AOC in the chat.
No, well, of course we see them like they're Mexican. You know what I'm saying? Like, it doesn't matter to us. Like, we don't care.
Because I watched this documentary thing, and they're like, some of them, they live in their own communities, and they're like excluded from the blacks.
Yeah, I seen it.
You seen it?
Yeah, it's from Vox,
I
right?
think it was called Black in, they did one Black in, Dominican Republic, Black
Yeah.
in.
Oh, you're talking about Mexico?
Yeah.
Oh, I thought you were talking about like Compton.
No.
Oh, okay. Oh,
Yeah, but from what I've seen, they live in like their own communities.
yeah.
It's like this different.
I mean, if I don't know exactly why they established that community. Like, if they only stay there, but the thing is, you have to also understand that there's there are black Mexicans, or do you guys call them black? They're just Mexican to me. I don't know. There's Mexicans that have more African descent, like that. That's what you guys think? Right.
Yeah,
They're like in
definitely.
Veracruz. They're they're more like in the coastal areas of Mexico. Of like, Cancun, Veracruz, like that, like those areas. That's not so okay. So yeah, they do. I guess they do live in like a small community. Like a lot of them do, but then there's like spread out, mostly like in the coastal region of Mexico. That's not like that uncommon.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, even places like DR that we're very African, right? They have places where they have communities where it's like very, very African Dominicans, where high percentage of African, and they're kind of like not spoken about too, like late women like Mama Tingo, that's not.
Natingo. What does that mean?
Well, she was like a activist for people like farmers. And she was killed and everything because she got a lot of farmers their lands back, their property back, because the government was taking their land away.
You know what's crazy? In Haiti is the opposite. Like the white Haitians live amongst themselves.
Yeah, that's
it's insane.
But I
humans do that as
just want to say real quick, because of the about Mexicans who are more African descent. I do feel like I feel like Mexico is fucking up, not giving them, like, even in things like novelas or like stuff like that is important in the Mexican culture. Like, they should totally be included, not just Mexicans that are more black, but Mexicans that look more indigenous too, and like give them like different kinds of roles, because sometimes they'll stereotype them into something else, and that's not okay, like.
And Mexico's large too. That's the thing people don't realize.
Mexico is huge.
It's large.
I just, you know what, it is funny, like, it is interesting because I saw something brought up like in New York, Mexicans over there, a lot of them are from Puebla, or like, so they're like, oh, why don't they look the same? Why don't they look the same?
Yeah, I asked that before.
Oh, was it you?
I did ask that. Yeah, I asked that. They do look different.
Yes,
Like,
they do look different. Yes,
yeah.
they do. It's true. And that community, Puebla, but let me tell you, that community has some of the best food in Mexico. The best food in Mexico comes from that area.
You got that African.
You know what spot?
No, they're more indigenous.
You know what's there's a lot of Mexicans in Florida too. I went to a Mexican spot in Florida. Man, that food was great.
Yes,
great,
I
man.
love Mexican food.
The food was great.
No, now
awesome.
I'm sure that now the Mexican food is gonna get better, because we used to hear like, damn, that Mexican food in New York was fucking whack, bro. Like, I used to hear that shit, but now it's gonna get better. It's
you
gonna
gotta
Mexican food in New York. Whoa, hold on. Somebody said it was whack. Nah. Chipotle is a shit.
No.
Stop.
Come on, man.
I know you're fucking lying right now.
That's a slap in the face. Man.
Wait, what? What's wrong with Chipotle?
There's nothing wrong with it, but I was having a conversation about Mexican food, and you brought in Chipotle.
But isn't Chipotle Mexican food? I don't get it. I'm sorry. I'm a gringo from the United States. I don't get
it.
Wasn't like Taco Bell voted like best Mexican food? Like, I was like, wow.
Wait a minute.
You see what
That's
Trump
not
did,
Mexican
a couple years
food?
ago with the taco? On Cinco de Mayo, he took a picture of the taco.
Oh yeah. He said, I love Hispanics, and he put like a picture of a taco bowl.
Who did it?
That's
Trump.
Wait a minute. Now, I'm learning a lot of things here.
Yo, that
Taco
dude is
Bell is not Mexican.
disrespectful.
That's crazy.
I think I have that. I think I have that picture.
Yo, I remember there was a video game I was playing. It's called NBA Street.
Oh wow!
He's
Yeah,
not the
Look at
bastard.
that bowl.
Fuck you, Trump. You're fired.
Yo, look,
wow.
there was a video game
It's so
right,
delicious.
called NBA Street Volume 2, right? And then they had a character when you played the video game that he was a Dominican basketball player, right? And then when you know how he has like voiceovers and they say things while they're playing in the game.
Yeah, he would be like, "Yo, I got 3 secret families."
No, he'll be like, he had a do rag and everything. He had no shirt on. He had a chain. He had like baggy jeans and sneakers, right? And he'll be playing whatever, right? And he'll be like, "Come on, SA." I'm like, "Yo, hold on, Dominicans don't say that." Like, I was like, "This is so wrong," because he's Dominican and they're just mixing it up.
You guys monopolize the media culture, but I mean, it's not really your fault. It's like,
And let me just say, like, I as a Mexican American, like, I know we're the default Latino, and we're not excited about that. You know what I'm saying? Like, I know everybody fucking hates it, but
Dude,
we
I
don't.
don't-
For example, when George Zimmerman, the whole thing, you know how many comments there were about, oh, look at what Mexicans are doing to black
But he
or black.
wasn't Mexican.
I know, but it doesn't matter because he looks Mexican and therefore he is Mexican. To this day, if you put like George Zimmerman and Mexican on the Twitter search,
Yeah.
they'll be telling us like, oh, we should do this to Mexicans and blah blah blah. Like, trust me, we get like
So what are your thoughts on George Zimmerman being Mexican?
Fuck him.
Sure thing, man.
he's not
I
he's half white and half Peruvian, right?
I don't know. I saw him eating Taco Bell. I don't know.
Well, that proves
You
the
know
point.
he's
That
very-
proves the point because
He
we
goes around
don't eat
signing
that shit.
Skittles and tea. He does that for a living. He goes around signing Skittles bags and
I want
tea
my goal right now is to get Stephanie mad. So no, let me stop.
Somebody else here, Marcelo. Marcelo.
Lionel, that guy's a troll.
Is it?
Yeah, he's been changing his profile. Or she, I don't know.
Oh no, that's Leonel.
Yeah, that's AOC over here. AOC just joined the chat. She wants everybody. She's encouraging everybody to vote.
She's running for president in 2024.
No, Marcelo, somebody else is a different person. Wait, who's?
I voted for AOC.
She won re-election.
Wait, hold on. Go ahead, Marcelo.
Re-election.
No, I'm just joining the chat to chime in, but I am not a troll. I am not somebody different. I'm not a troll. So.
Oh, my bad. I thought you were a troll.
No. Just chiming in.
That's a defense mechanism everybody got.
Yeah, these days you gotta, be ready.
What's up?
No, just chiming in on the election.
Fuck Trump, right?
Huh? What was that?
I said fuck Trump, but go ahead.
I'm not a Trump supporter.
Good. Fuck him.
I would never. I was gonna sit this one out. I was gonna.
Me too, by the way. I wasn't gonna join.
I was gonna sit this one out because neither one of these candidates are the type of candidate who I would want to vote for. The only reason that I went to go vote and I voted for Biden is because in the last 2 weeks, the dictatorial behavior of Trump was starting to get to me.
Mm-hmm.
And the accusations of fraud and I already saw where this was going to go. And this, I was thinking to myself, I was like, this motherfucker don't want to go. And it started feeling like, now I've never been, I was born here, but I went through a lot of racist shit because I grew up with white people. So all that assimilationist, flag waving, patriotic American shit, I don't do none of that. I live here. I pay my taxes. I can't go back to my countries of origin because they're all fucked up. So I'm stuck here. You understand?
What's the country of origin?
I'm Dominican and Puerto Rican.
Mm.
All right, and I was born in New York City. So I can't go back to either one of those places right now because shit is fucked up. So I'm here and I'm doing what I got to do to hold shit down here. You understand? I wasn't gonna go vote, but when this whole fraud stuff, and I'm like, wait a minute, hold on a second. He knows he's gonna lose. He knows this, and he's trying to find a way. He's trying to find the back door to get himself an excuse to not leave and to make a big fuss. I live in an area now. I live in Florida now. I live in an area that's very racially diverse, and there's a lot of Trump supporters here. Okay, but there's also a lot of Afro-Caribbean people here. There's a lot of Puerto Ricans here. There's a lot of Dominicans here. There's a lot of Cubans here. Okay, and I have a lot of experience living in Miami because I've lived in Miami at different times of my life. So I know the Cuban psyche very, very well.
Really?
They you know, not to get off topic, but in Miami, they live in a bubble, and they don't know nothing that's really outside of South Florida. So they're not experiencing things that like I experienced living in New York surrounded by white people. You understand what I'm saying? Even here, where I live here, I live a couple of hours away from Miami. Even here where I live, to see the aggressiveness, and not just the aggressiveness, the fanaticism of the Trump supporters. The fanaticism of the Trump supporters is also, see, you know, Trump, I grew up in New York, and I saw Trump in the 80s in real time, his rise, the golden boy. Everything he touches turned to gold.
Yep.
Okay.
And he redid Central Park and all that.
It's not, wait a minute, hold on. I was a big boxing, I still am a big boxing fan. Okay. Holyfield George Foreman. He co-promoted that with Don King. Okay. Tyson Spinks. You see Trump banners all over that fight. Okay. If anybody followed the old WWF WrestleMania, there were 2 WrestleManias that he co-sponsored.
Yeah.
You understand? He was a big deal. But then what happened? All his businesses in the 90s started to fail.
Yeah, his casino down in
Atlantic
City
University.
All his shit, and I remember, because by that time, you know, I was already, you know, teenager going into manhood and stuff. And I remember the news, the press in New York, conservative and liberal would fuck with him unmercifully. You know, and when he had that shit going on with Marla Maples, that he left his wife Yvonne, that was a fucking mess. Trump Airlines failed. Okay. And so
Trump University.
Well, that came later on. That came in the 2000s. But I'm
it
talking
still
like,
failed. Just want to say.
Yeah, but in the
didn't that come after the TV show? Right? That came after the TV show.
That came out.
No, that was before.
I'm gonna be honest with you. That TV show in the early 2000s, I didn't realize that he had a show until like it was like in his 3rd or 4th season.
Yeah, so same here.
I had, because I worked nights when I was living up in New York. I worked nights, so I had no idea what was going on primetime television. But I do remember him trying to sell steaks out of a fucking electronics store. What kind of how you?
Yep.
What kind of a businessman?
Yeah, I remember
that you're gonna sell gourmet steaks, good gourmet steaks. I heard they were very good. Good gourmet steaks out of a fucking electronics.
That was in the Lower East Side, right?
The Sharper Image.
Yeah.
I don't know. They I think they had more than one, but it was in a store called the Sharper Image. You know, you understand? Like with all the high-end supermarkets that you got in New York City, you're not, you know, you're gonna go to an electronics store, really?
Yeah.
So I knew.
Can I ask you a question? Do you feel like he's a success or a failure?
He's somewhere in between. He's somewhere. He's a guy.
How if he made money, didn't he like, you know, like?
Let me tell you how he's a failure. Trump didn't make money. His dad gave him $1 million.
Wait.
He said that was a small loan for him.
Hold it. Trump's income, as far as I'm concerned, and from what I've read about him, comes from his name. It's like when you lease your brand.
Yeah, that's all it is. It's like he's like McDonald's name. That's it. Right. That's all it is.
So,
but I'm saying he got his first. Oh, go ahead.
No. I was gonna say, like, I don't know, the golf courses. All right. I remember when he was trying. I think he actually got the golf course in Scotland, and you know, people were pissed because he was taking up land that they didn't want to give up. But in the end, he got his way. He put up his name. People started flooding his golf course, and there was a prestige associated with that. So, but do I think he was the great businessman, the great real estate mogul that he made himself out to be and that he promoted himself? No, he wasn't.
Also,
What I was about to say.
he
Oh,
took a lot of
sorry.
loans. He took a lot of loans out from outside countries because none of the banks will give him a
Okay,
loan. And
he personally has not declared bankruptcy, but his company has. And his only comeback is like, oh well, the federal laws should prevent somebody like me from doing that. I mean, you know, you come to a point when you listen to all his bullshit, and you're just like, nigga, please. You know what I'm saying? Like, you can't have it both ways. So, like I said, I was gonna sit this one out. I had no particular interest in, especially like, you know, well, here in Florida things are a little bit different. It's not like in New York where they're going fucking crazy with that shit. Here, nobody gives a fuck. Yeah, people are still putting on their masks and stuff like that, but here it's business as usual. You know what I'm saying?
I'm sorry. I got a question for you. Can you explain to us the psyche of the Cuban down there?
All right. This is all right.
That's a long style.
Yeah, that was
I'm just gonna try to get it quick. The Cubans see themselves distinct from everybody else. I often fuck with the Cubans. I have Cuban friends, and I often fuck with them because they don't see themselves as immigrants. They see themselves as political refugees. So that's where the distinction comes from them and the rest of the Latin American people that come here. You feel me? They already have it in their mind that they're a privileged class because they come from a communist country. But the thing that a lot of people don't understand, a lot of them say they come they come from the communist country. They come here, but within 1 or 2 years, they're going back to Cuba to show off what they got. They come here, or these, I mean, back in the day, they would come here, they would get food stamps, they would get housing, and one thing I have to give them, they help each other out. So if you got a fucking guy, okay, who got here on a goddamn on a balsa, un balsero de allá de Cuba, if you got a guy that came here and his clothes are still wet, and he goes and he applies for a job, and you, or somebody like myself, as an American citizen, somebody that was born and raised here, educated here, bilingual, applies for that same job in Miami, I'm probably not going to get it. He's going to get it. So they see themselves as a distinct class. The whole Republican thing is they live in an echo chamber. And all this goes back to the Bay of Pigs because they feel that Kennedy screwed them by not giving them any support to invade Cuba. There is in La Calle Ocho, I'm sure you guys have heard of La Calle Ocho. There is a what do they call that shit? Yeah, like a monument. Una antorcha.
I thought I was the only one that caught that one. Sorry.
Yeah, I could.
8th Street Latino. Sorry. Go ahead.
They have a torch with it's like an eternal flame. It never goes out, and that's in dedication to the Cubans who fought in the Bay of Pigs. Okay. That is the starting point of when the Cuban started to fanaticize himself and endear himself to the Republican Party. And these people are hard, especially the ones that came here post-revolution immediately. I'm talking the 60s. These people are very hardline Republican.
Wait. Hold on. Repeat that one more time. So in 8th Street, you said that there's a like a monument or whatever
I believe it's on 8th Street. It's like a torch.
Okay.
And it never goes out.
And that represents the struggle that they had to endure to come here.
That's in memory of the Cuban people that went to the Cuban soldiers that went to Cuba and tried to invade and died.
Okay. And that's during the Bay of Pigs, right?
During the Bay of Pigs.
Okay.
And subsequent to that, you got Lo Marielito that came in 1980. You guys before were talking about Jimmy Carter and why Jimmy Carter lost. Jimmy Carter did not know how to handle that particular part of Florida history. He let them in, okay? And when you go back, if you can listen to the newsreels of that time, of 1980, it's like that you hear the cops saying it's like an invading army coming in to South Florida. Crime shot up a lot, and Castro said it himself. I flushed the toilets of Cuba on the United States.
Yeah, I heard that.
Okay.
That's true.
But what happened is not all of them were criminals. A lot of them went on to become very successful people.
Tony Montana.
But see, the thing is, anti-Castroism became kind of like un negocio, it was a business. I didn't realize till much later on that the Cuban American National Foundation was actually getting money from the federal government to continue its operations.
Wow.
So when you have these staunch anti-communist Republicans like Reagan loved these people. You understand? And they felt that he was loyal to them and they were loyal to him. So the echo chamber keeps going. Que Fidel. And no, porque que comunista y que comunismo, blah, 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 blah. And that's what happens. That's why they keep fanaticizing themselves.
But now let me ask you, Tina, she made a very good point in the beginning of the live. I'm gonna repeat what she said and pretend I just came up with it. She said that it's contradictory that the Cubans are benefiting from some democratic policies. They're benefiting from some democratic policies, but yet they always vote Republican.
No.
Who is that?
That's Tony Montana, bro. That's Tony Montana.
Pelican, fly away, Pelican, fly away.
No. So like I was saying, it's kind of hypocritical because they're benefiting from some democratic policies, but yet they still vote high majority Republican.
A couple of weeks ago, one of my Cuban friends, okay, because he was talking to me about the stimulus check that he got from the government, okay, and he comes to me and he said,
tap dancing.
He's like, mira, Cere, me llegó el chequecito, and I'm like, I'm like, oh, qué bien. He's like, nah, brother, es que en este país el gobierno no va a dejar que la gente pase hambre.
No, he didn't say that.
Translation.
He said that in this country that the government is not going to let the people go hungry.
True.
No,
it's true. It's true.
He did not say that.
Hold on a second. For those of you who have never been to Miami, okay, and remember, I'm Puerto Rican and Dominican. Puerto Ricans have an expression about la gente pobre que viven debajo del puente, okay? Oh, que se está viviendo debajo. You go to fucking Miami, okay? You go to Miami, okay, and you go to Bird Road, Southwest 40th Street, okay, where it intersects with the turnpike, with Florida Turnpike. You're gonna see people living under the fucking bridge there. Do you guys have any idea how much poverty there is in Miami?
Wasn't that where they kept the refugees from Cuba?
No, well, that was way before my time. I know that there were certain camps on the I-95.
Okay.
I remember one of the girls that I went to school with in Miami, she was a Marielita, but she came here when she was around 3 or 4. And she told me that she remembers that her and her parents were in some sort of a tent city under I-95. And she told me, más o menos, where it was located.
Wow. Wait. So, hold on. So, the Cubans think that the Republican Party really looks out for them, and one of their things is by getting un chequecito, the check, the stimulus package.
Basically your money. That's our tax money.
Yeah. Basically, so they see that as, oh, Donald Trump got us, so we have to vote for him now again.
No, it's a lot deeper than that, brother. Donald Trump in the last 2 weeks is making Western Union pull out all of its offices. So he's making it harder to send las remesas, to the money that the Cubans, because Western Union has some sort of contract with the Cuban government in order to operate on Cuban soil.
Yeah,
So now
that is true because I know that in Dominican Republic, you can't send that much to Dominican Republic, but in Cuba you could send much as you want.
No. They got limits on that.
Oh,
for
Radical,
real?
why you lying? Why you lying? Look, Radical lying.
No, I didn't know. I thought I
spread misinformation. Come on, man.
As far as I know, you could only send, I think it was a couple of $100 every 2 or 3 months.
Oh wow.
From what I remember. Pero espérate. In Cuba, that money goes a really long way. You feel me? The money go. You send somebody in Cuba $100 American, and they're gonna be good for a while. It's not like, it's like my friend was telling me. He was like, "Oye, ¿tú sabes cuánto se paga de lo en Cuba?" And I'm like, "How much?" $1 peso.
No,
not a dollar. $1 peso cubano.
Which is equivalent to what, 50 cents here?
Like, I don't even know, bro. It's like, you know, and like, if anybody,
Stephanie, quick, Google it.
Yo, man, you know, I'm going to Cuba, man. I want to see Cuba, bro.
No, Cuba is a beautiful place, but they still got them 1950 cars and stuff.
Yeah, that's what I want to. I want to see that. I want to see that culture.
He was telling me that if you had una entrada de aquí, in other words, an income from here, you go to Cuba and you be straight. Pero lo que pasa es que, brother, these people, Fidel's been dead for how long? How long has been Fidel dead for?
What, 4 or 5 years?
No, more than that.
Y todavía, mírate que si Fidel fue algo grande,
yeah.
Que tanto los cubanos en Cuba y los cubanos en Miami todavía están viviendo debajo de su pinga.
Wow.
Damn.
Hold on, I just want to say, if my Cuban dance instructor sees this, I love you, and she did not vote for Trump, just so you know. I have nothing to do
Tú
with
sabes
it.
lo que es un muerto, un fucking muerto que está enterrado, sabrá Dios en qué tumba, y desde la tumba todavía tiene al pueblo cubano y el exilio bajo su pinga.
Yeah.
Because these niggas, they can't stop talking about this man. He's been fucking dead. They can't stop talking about him.
Is it
I like Trujillo too.
Is it true? Yeah. Is it true that that when Fidel Castro was in Cuba, he made everything like equal or whatever the case is. So,
Look, man,
so the white Cubans felt some type of way. Is that true?
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. You know what? It's actually funny that you mentioned that to me, because I was reminded by a story that a Cuban driver told me, a Uber driver told me in Miami, that he was a white Cuban, and most Cubans in Miami are white. Okay. And he was a white Cuban, and he was telling
just
me,
like Tina.
He was he's a white, and he was telling me how living here in this country, he had to adjust. Okay. In Cuba, he would tell me, he would see one of his black Cuban friends. He would be like, "Oye, mi negrón, ¿cómo está la cosa? ¿Qué bolas eres?" Blah, 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 blah. He's like, "But you can't do that shit here in this country. They'll fucking shoot you. You can't go, you can't be like, you know." He was like, "Yo, people here are really sensitive with the race, but in Cuba, it's not like that." That's what he told me. Pero de que hay racismo en Cuba, yeah, of course there is.
Of course, yeah.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, dude, I used to be a big
Whenever there's
believer.
two of anything, they're always gonna fight.
Right.
Yeah.
I used to be a very big believer in the whole revolution. I used to be a big believer in Che Guevara. It's all bullshit. It doesn't fucking work. All right. Communism is a pipe dream. It's not, it's just real. Okay. But
socialism works, right?
So it's not. It's all bullshit.
Okay.
To me, it's all bullshit. To me, dude, capitalism has been practiced since the beginning of time. You understand?
But not to the end, though. So we still got time.
Capitalism is bullshit too. There's no fair system.
I want to ask a question.
Capitalism isn't good.
It's been around forever.
Yeah,
it has, but it's not a fair system.
No, well, we could argue on whether it's a fair. My point is, I used to be a big believer in the whole leftist ideology.
Yeah.
Oh Lord, here we go.
Yep, you understand? That's not for me. You know, I'm more towards the center now.
Yeah,
Yeah, me too.
can you
Okay,
ask?
that makes sense. I'm glad you're
Can you
listening.
can you probably you know a little bit more about this, but can you do you know about the time when Fidel Castro came to the Bronx?
What?
I know he made several. I was in New York when he made his trip that he went to was it Riverside Church?
Yeah.
Yeah, I was actually in the city for that, but there was so many people there that I couldn't. There was no way I was going to get that.
What year was this?
This was like a long time ago.
I was also around when Hugo Chavez came into the South Bronx and told everybody that they were going to get free heating oil. I don't know if you remember that.
Yeah. Like I know that he went to the Bronx and he started making some comments that some of the Cuban and Latin people were living in squalor, and he wanted to pay to like either I think it was to redo the neighborhood or what something like that, and the government refused.
We're talking about Hugo Chavez, right?
Yeah.
Okay. All I remember was he came into the Bronx. He came into the South Bronx. I think if I'm not mistaken, if you remember, you're from the Bronx, right?
Of course.
Yes.
Yeah.
You remember who Jose Serrano was?
It's not really, but I heard of him.
Congressman Serrano. His district is the poorest. Well, he's not the representative anymore, not the congressperson. But that district in the Bronx was the poorest in all of. It was the poorest congressional district in America. Okay, and Chavez walked in and he said, "All of you are gonna get heating oil. All of you are going. Ustedes van a tener calefacción, and it's going to be at a discounted rate." This had to have been 2008, 2000. This is before he got the cancer.
Yeah. Yep.
You understand? So, you know, even so, and Chavez is another. Dude, a lot of people don't realize the Venezuelan community in Miami has like tripled, quadrupled. You understand? There's so many of them now, and even where I live now, there's a lot of Venezuelans. When that whole thing happened with,
There's a lot of Venezuelans in Mexico too. There's a lot.
Yeah, because they're leaving. When Guaido pronounced himself president of Venezuela, Juan Guaido, they came out here and they started waving their flags and doing a whole little mini celebration type shit. So, you know, that's another. It's like, see, the Cubans, the Nicaraguans, because they have Ortega in Nicaragua, and the Venezuelans, they all kind of like feed each other. They feed off of each other. Que si el comunismo. They feed off of each other. You feel me? It's like they constantly are like, no, we got to take these people out. They're constantly plotting shit that, you know, that's the way that I look at it. And
they had good qualities too, because
That sounds awesome.
Fidel and Chavez they were good to the Haitians. They were good to Haiti.
Yes, I do believe that they did have a very good, you know, from what I can remember, man, Chavez looked at Fidel like some sort of a mentor, like a fucking elder. You understand? And I mean, again, at that time, I really believed in that, but then life showed me that it was, you know, it really doesn't work.
Okay, what do you say to like Norway and Europe and the countries where socialism is working?
That's not socialism.
Canada.
That's not socialism. That's social.
Canada's not socialism?
No, that's social democracy.
Yeah,
that's social. The Nordic model is social democracy. Social democracy is an economic system where capitalism is used to benefit the people.
Okay, do you think America
In
could?
some ways, they're more capitalistic than we are. Some of their regulations.
Yeah, the Nordic countries, Sweden, Norway, Denmark, they're very good to their businesses. You're not gonna. The government isn't. If you open up a bookstore, you know, the government is not gonna try and expropriate your bookstore. You feel me? Are you gonna pay high taxes as a private citizen? Yes, but you're gonna get healthcare in return. You're gonna get a superb public education. You're gonna get transportation in return. You understand what I'm saying? It's like
get free blonde wigs.
That's social democracy makes capitalism more equitable for working class people, but it doesn't abolish capitalism.
Let's
But I'm
see.
saying, is that system more just?
Like Ricardo is saying, do you think that system was a little bit better?
The problem is we live here in the United States. Sweden, Norway, Denmark are homogeneous countries. They look like each other. They come from the same genetic stock and they act the same way.
Well, not necessarily. They're starting to get more diverse.
They're starting to
There's
get
a lot more people
they're starting to get more
are
diverse.
moving
I
there.
hear that they're having problems because of that.
Yep.
But social democracy was in place before they started getting very diverse. So my whole thing is, it's working for them. I don't really know if it would work here because somebody was commenting before I logged in on how they want lower taxes. If you try to institute social democracy here, taxes are going to go up. Now, would the quality of life inversely also go up? If you give it a chance, probably yes.
Okay, I have a question for you.
You think it will go for the positive?
Why is it okay for the top 1% to get all the benefits of the country?
It's not.
So
It's
you
not.
believe in the system? It's not a fair system.
Wait.
There's
Wait a minute. There's capitalism and then there's crony capitalism where you fuck everybody else. You have to have regulations.
Yeah.
I don't care what anybody says. You have to have you cannot have a laissez-faire economic system where people think that the Democrats were the ones that outsourced all the jobs. It wasn't. It started with Reagan.
Yep.
If anybody knows,
Bush and Reagan. Yep.
Yeah.
They did it. All sorts of the jobs. Yep.
NAFTA, North American Free Trade Agreement, is Bill Clinton signed it in '94, but it was a Republican legislated and created trade deal. Okay, and Reagan was really the first one in the early '80s who was the brainchild between having free trade between Mexico and Canada because it was good for business. Why did Detroit start making cars in Mexico? Because they got a fucking trade deal that said, hey, look, you go to Mexico, you don't got to worry about the UAW. You go to Mexico, you're going to pay.
And you think that these governments don't care about their bottom line? They could care less about people and more about their bottom line.
They're getting kickbacks. But that's Latin Americans, we're different. We're different people. You can't really see. To me, you have a Dominican, Cuban, or Puerto Rican, very similar swag. You can't really compare them to a Mexican. A Mexican, you can't really compare to a Panamanian. A Panamanian, you can't really compare to a Bolivian. But I will tell you this:
they become
you go south of that border, and every single one of them fucking countries are gonna be corrupt as a motherfucker.
Yep. Look at Venezuela now.
America.
Look at Venezuela.
But a lot of that has to do
not
with
one
America
blonde wig. You can't even find one.
Venezuela is doing really well. But when
what I say? What I say?
Venezuela doing really well.
I tell people with Venezuela, people don't.
At one point, not now. I'm not saying they're doing well now. I'm saying back in the days.
Well, back in the day when
Chavez was president, right? Hugo Chavez.
But people like to talk shit about Chavez. Now I say I'm not into that whole economic. But I will say this, because a lot of people don't sit there and remember history. I was a kid in the Dominican Republic. I used to spend a lot of time there when I was a kid. Okay, and I had family that was living in Venezuela, and they were working in Venezuela. And then that was in the 80s. Then in 1989, El Caracazo happened. Okay, under a right-wing government backed by the USA. Okay, there was something like it was a revolt against the government from the people, the poor people. You feel me? See, people don't seem to realize that Fidel Castro and Hugo Chavez and shit. There's a reason why the people backed them at one time. Their policies sucked and it didn't work. But there was a reason why they were backed at one time by the fucking pueblo. You understand? The Caracazo, you know how many people died in that? We're talking about thousands and thousands of extrajudicial killings. Okay? Caracas in the 90s, I remember when they had the Serie Mundial, what the fuck? Where the Caribbean World Series. Mexico, Venezuela, Puerto Rico, and the Dominican Republic. In what year it was in the 90s, okay, that they did it in Caracas. And this is before Chavez. the crime was so fucking bad. They were complaining about it in the news in New York, in Telemundo or whatever, saying that they were pickpockets were running crazy with the tourists that were there, stealing everything that they could get their hands on. So when people come back, oh, Venezuela was such a great country, it was this and this and that. It was great for certain people, but not for everybody.
And that's the point I was trying to make earlier when we were talking about the Dominican Republic was so great back in the day under Trujillo. Listen, in all of our countries, once upon a time, it was really good for a certain group of people. It wasn't that way universally. Were we talking about democratic socialism?
We were talking.
That doesn't exist.
We're talking about how socialism is better than
Trujillo.
democracy.
Because I mean, we had the same situation in Jamaica, right? Listen, what I said earlier is that at one time Jamaica was the fastest growing economy in the world, but the fact remained that there was a large segment of the population that was disenfranchised and were below the top. I mean, listen, you got upper class, middle class, lower class, and then you have gutter class. Too many people in Jamaica were in gutter class, and our Prime Minister, Michael Manley, tried to institute a form of socialism. He wasn't trying to be communist. He was recognized the fact that there was a really big chasm between the haves and the have-nots, and he wanted to close it. The same policies, that work in the United States couldn't work down there because the situation was different. But what happened is our government was destabilized because the United States got really antsy because of the fact that we had close relationships with Cuba.
Yes.
But you see, the thing that people don't understand is that Jamaica and Cuba, there's always been a certain amount of connection because there's a lot of people in Jamaica who are of Cuban descent and a lot of people in Cuba who are of Jamaican descent.
Yep.
There was a lot of there's a lot of going back and forth. And so they sent Henry Kissinger down to Jamaica to tell Michael Manley that he needed to renounce Cuba. And Manley didn't want to do it. Kissinger gets up, sticks his finger in Michael Manley's face and demanding that he, cut ties with Cuba. And Manley had to slap his hand out of his fist. He's like, what the hell are you doing? And from that, they sent the CIA to Jamaica to destabilize the government, which is why I had to come back. Because my grandmother was still politically connected. I mean, I used to go over to the Governor General's house for dinner, on a regular basis. So everybody that could get out, we got out. When my grandmother saw the writing on the wall, she said, yo, it's time to dip. And that's why I came back to the United States. So, the thing is, what I was saying before and what somebody else had said was that the United States, they're not going to let certain countries progress in a certain way. They want to call the shot. That's why they're down there still to this day trying to punish Cuba, which I don't fucking understand, because you're doing business with China and they're still communist. You're doing business again with Vietnam. We went to war with them. What the fuck is the big deal why we can't normalize relations with Cuba?
I'm a little familiar with the conflicts in Jamaica. I know that, Jamaica was used as a proxy by the U.S. to basically in a fight against communism, because you had Michael Manley, who was warming ties with Cuba, and then you had Edward Seaga, who was, Michael Manley's foe. Edward Seaga was backed by the U.S. He was backed by the federal government here.
Yeah.
And I know this how the story went. And when Bob Marley actually tried to unify, he made them shake hands on stage, if I remember correctly.
Yeah.
and he ended up getting shot at because of that. So
he got shot at before that, but that was in 1976. Yo, I got out of Jamaica 1 month before all the shit started to hit the fan. By 1980, it was practically civil war going on down there.
yeah, but I gotta ask because I know Siaga has his own paramilitary faction, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Did Michael Manley also have a military faction that was fighting on his side, like on the street?
Yeah, you have to.
Okay.
You have to, because I mean, listen, the CIA came down. Listen, when I was growing up in Jamaica, you could not own a gun. We had a special prison just for people who had guns, because we wanted to control that shit, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Then the CIA threw in. I mean, just ask yourself, how do people living in the poorest ghettos, you ain't got money to fucking feed yourself, where do you get money to buy a gun? Siaga came in with the backing of the United States to the CIA and armed his faction. So we would tell them, you know, give them people a little bit of money. Yo, go over there and them PMP people, shoot them up. And that's what they would do. They would go over wherever there was a PMP, you know, stronghold or whatever, and they would shoot them up.
That's how you lost your hairline?
Huh?
That's how you lost your hairline?
Yo, I'm gonna be nice. But as we would say in Jamaica, you're batty. But that's what happened, you know. And listen, Jamaica, what I was trying to express the Dominican Renaissance.
Oh no, what happened to him? Where'd he go?
Oh shit. The CIA.
The Cubans got him. The Cubans got him.
The Cubans got him.
The Cubans got him.
Was that our countries don't exist in a vacuum? Because at the same time when they were destabilizing Jamaica, they were destabilizing El Salvador and Honduras. They were in the Middle East. They were in other Latin American countries. They went into Grenada. They did the same shit. So, and you know, like the Dominican Renaissance, you started to say it. The United States took Trujillo in power, and then I don't know what happened, why he fell out of favor with the United States, but then they went in there with it. Did they not send the CIA in there to assassinate him? Yes or no?
They provided weapons, and then the people who decided to go through with it are the ones who I primarily blame.
And there you go. That's the point that I'm trying to make.
Wait, didn't they destabilize the economy of Dominican Republic after they assassinated Trujillo?
They took away the dollar. I mean, we were lit. They took away the dollar. After he died, everything just sucked.
It was never lit. It was always
Everything just sucked. Yeah, okay. Look who's talking.
Okay, all right. Let's chill.
look who's talking. It was always poor. It was always having.
So listen, socialism is a good thing. I get it.
I can't see your name, Mako. I'm sorry.
Maceo, people over here would say.
Maceo, okay. You know, like the point you were making, there's only a certain amount of people. There's a certain segment of the society that was really doing well, but overwhelming majority of the population was struggling. And I know from experience, because I come from that spot. I mean, we were doing okay. But that's, that's like me saying, oh, well, I grew up in Jamaica. We were okay. Yeah, I was okay. But there were people still down there living in huts. So just because I was doing okay, just because my community was doing okay, does not mean that the nation as a whole was doing okay. And that's the same thing for Dominican Republic. You don't have people going from a high level of prosperity to third world level poverty overnight like that. That shit is what still remained. There was a certain, maybe the middle class in Dominican Republic, was bigger than what it is now.
But you gotta admit, Dominican hairlines are fresh. You gotta admit that.
And during that time period, Haiti and Dominican Republic shared the same economy. Haiti wasn't that in the predicament that it was right now. It was like the same.
Haiti was not in.
Wait.
Haiti was not in the dire situation that it is now, but still, it doesn't negate.
I just don't think it makes sense to compare all these countries when they're all different. It doesn't make sense to me.
Haiti had a serious problem.
No, but the Dominican Renaissance does have a point, though. He does have a point. Comparing some of these countries, it's different dynamics and different situations. You know,
I'm not saying that they're all identical because they're not, but there are certain common denominators. That's the point that I'm trying to make. There's certain common denominators that we find. You know, Dominican Republic is not the same as Haiti, as Jamaica, whatever. But there are certain
but we're better
denominators that we all face.
He said what? Who just said that?
Uh-oh.
Who said that? Who said what?
Who said they're better?
Who said what? That's crazy, yo. Y'all better check yourself.
Dominican Renaissance is that? They're better.
Y'all better check your island privilege. That's crazy.
It was so good. I think Dominican Renaissance will be in Dominican Republic right now.
It's Platano privilege.
I was born here. I was born in the U.S.
Okay, but you can still go to Dominican Republic.
Yeah, I could, but I'm building capital.
Okay,
what are
then
you
shut the fuck up.
doing? What are you doing?
What are you doing? You always represent
Building
Dominican Republic. Go live
capital.
there.
I'm studying
Go
all day
live
to build
there.
capital.
Go fucking
What are
live
you
there.
doing?
So good. Go live there.
Yeah, okay.
That's
you're in
right.
America talking
Truth
bullshit.
teacher, stop talking about Dominican Republic. You're not Dominican.
Yo, black people that need to be breathe through their mouth need to stay shut. That's all I'm saying.
So why are you speaking?
You know, instead of trolling, why don't you go and get some
I mean, we have options. Like if you don't like America, you could go to Canada too.
Thank you. I agree.
Why don't people go to Canada? Yeah, that's a good point.
Yeah, like, people complain. Hey, bro, like stop complaining and fix your situation. You're complaining.
Well,
so
isn't
much.
Canada their economy? Their economy. Isn't that like all? Isn't that all messed up though?
No, what are you talking about? The unemployment over there is so low.
They have a different system. They're still under British rule, right? They're still under the British Empire.
They're part of the Commonwealth. They're independent, but they're part of the Commonwealth.
They're part of the Commonwealth of Nations.
Canada wants, they encourage immigration.
Yeah,
the Canadians call their immigration system a mosaic. They don't call it a melting pot. They call it a mosaic.
Yeah.
Mm.
My uncle
They fight amongst each other. The English and the French ones, they hate each other.
My uncle from Chile, he tried to come to the United States, but they wouldn't let him in. So when they wouldn't let him in, he went to Canada. So that's why I feel that a branch of my family is in Canada.
Yeah, they have many Caribbeans out there. That's why they have the Carnival over there.
In Toronto. Mm-hmm. But they had problems under Pinochet's government. Because I think the government before Pinochet was it communist or Marxist? I don't know. It was some kind of Marxist government.
The government before who?
Pinochet in Chile.
That was Salvador Allende. And
Salvador Allende.
He wasn't a full-blown communist, but he was a socialist.
Exactly, yeah. Truth. You don't know nothing about Chile. Stop talking about them.
My uncle, he was pro that government, But then he got in trouble with Pinochet's government. I mean, he wasn't really, deep into politics like that. It's like he was just trying to survive, like most people. But because of the technicality, that he was part of the party, whatever, the United States wouldn't let him in. So they went to Canada instead. and the other branch of the family from Chile, they came to the United States. So like part of my family is like they split down the middle. Half of them are like pro Allende, and the other half is like pro Pinochet. And they like, yo, they be going at it.
That's a fucking crazy divide, man.
It is.
That is an absolute lunatic divide to have half of the family supporting Pinochet and the other half of the family supporting Allende, especially knowing how Allende died. Because that whole story that he shot himself with the fucking machine gun that Fidel gave him, that's bullshit. They fucking killed him.
Yep.
What you mean to tell me you can't strangle yourself? Yo, Biffy manager, bro, come join the live. I know you got a lot to say.
Chile, Santiago, is a beautiful city though.
Yeah. Like
Chile.
when this shit is over, we're all gonna have a family reunion down in there. We're gonna have a family reunion in Chile, then we're gonna have another one in Jamaica and Canada and the US.
That's right. And I'm gonna be in all of them.
Didn't Chile just recently change their constitution?
Yeah, I was talking with my cousin the other day about it, but like I didn't have time to go deep. Like,
but truth, you're not Chilean though.
What the outcome was, Chilean,
Yo, you good?
I'm good. I don't think you would fit in, Radical.
I'm sorry, what?
Chileans eat rabbit, not guinea pig.
Ah, damn.
I'll
bring my own. Don't worry about it.
I know you like to have your cuy with mango, like.
I'll like I said, I'll find a local pet store around. It'll be fine.
When you did that little show on Ecuador, why didn't you ask Radical for like his cuy recipe?
He being stingy with it.
It's a family secret. I can't
Yo,
really
all I'm
divulge
saying
it.
is don't let this motherfucker around your guinea pig pets, man. That's all
I
I'm
can't
saying.
divulge it.
Guinea pigs?
So where is the best country in South America?
Huh?
Where is the best
Ecuador.
country in South America?
Ecuador.
I'm here,
Ecuador.
Justin.
What do you mean by best?
What is the best country in South America? I'm saying it's Ecuador.
Economically,
I adore Peru. I adore
Oh
Peru.
yes, that which is close to
Peru has my heart. Like I
which
love
is
it.
close to
Peruvians
Ecuador.
are adorable.
Close to Ecuador. Peru it's known to be called Little Ecuador, so just go to Ecuador.
I can't work Ecuador, man. They eat guinea pigs. Cuy lives matter.
Listen, people with hairlines should stay shut. I think South American countries.
What do you mean by best though? Like what
Peru
does
is
that mean?
nice. Ecuador is nice also. Wait, should I include Central America in this or just South America?
Central America.
Oh, okay. Costa Rica.
Central America is part of South America.
Like, some people like to be pedantic about it. I'll say shut up. I just learned that word. Be quiet. Shut up. I'll say Costa Rica. I'll say Costa Rica. Costa Rica is a nice it's another beautiful place. It's an amazing place. Be quiet. Be quiet, mister. I can't find my hairline. Shut up. All those hair products, and you're getting alopecia.
If you guys ever get a chance to go to Peru, like that's like beautiful, beautiful, beautiful.
Go to Ecuador first, and then go to Peru.
No.
They don't have Machu Picchu. They don't have Coricancha. They don't have Sacsayhuaman. And their food, let me tell you, Peruvian food is bomb.
She just learned all these
Right.
places.
Ecuador ain't got shit.
She just learned all these places. No, let me stop. Wait, isn't he Stephanie? Isn't this guy one of your admirers?
Who?
This dude right here.
Which dude?
The one that was just playing the sound. What's his name?
That's Salvatrucho. That's Salvatrucho right there.
Who's the one of your admirers? Who was that? Who was
Oh, the LOKI, the
yeah.
the type of says, let me tell you, he kept calling me fat and ugly, but it's like, bro, why can't you quit me? Like, you know
Listen, they
Type of
Like they
says,
love like it's like in elementary school.
they love what they hate. You know, they love what they hate. You know what I mean?
No.
Like
No,
they.
he does think I'm ugly, and he kept
Nah,
saying
get
like I
outta
need to
here.
go to the gym and shit like that. Bro, it's quarantine times. It happened to a lot of people. Okay.
Listen. If you
Stephanie.
if you heard him on one of the episodes of another YouTube channel, he was like all over you. He was like, "Yo, Stephanie, yo, she can get it, yo."
No. Listen, I let him know. I was like, I know you were asking for my Snapchat, but you're not gonna get it. Bye.
Steph. Some men like them thick. You heard? Steph?
Give it to the people right now. What's your Snapchat?
I don't actually have one.
Okay, what's your Instagram?
I have one, and it's a dancing Instagram, and I just don't.
Oh, wait, hold on, wait, Stephanie, you fine? Oh, look at that, Stephanie. But yo,
Shout out to you.
Yo. He wants your Instagram. Your little dancing Instagram.
No. I have a dancing Instagram, but I think people are too judgmental, so I don't want
Got
none of that energy.
What kind of guys are you into? Are you into tall guys, short guys, medium guys?
Radical shooting the shot right now.
No. I'm helping this dude out. What kind of guys you into?
No, I don't really care too much about like the things that I care about. It's the hardest to find. It has nothing to do with like appearance.
Plot twist.
Oh,
Really
but
wait. What you're into is the hardest to find. Like what? A guy with a job or something, or what?
No, like a guy who isn't like misogynistic and like secure with himself.
That's everybody here. Shit. Hey, listen.
From these live streams, I realized how misogynistic men are. From these live streams.
No way. No.
Yo, don't talk about truth teaching Rancho like that. That's crazy.
He wants a man that doesn't breathe through his mouth.
Shut up. No, but this dude is shooting his shot. So I don't know. Hey, bro, are you misogynistic?
No. I'm good. I don't.
Wait. So to you. What are signs of a guy that's misogynistic?
They think that like a woman's place, like they want to put a woman in her place, like that.
No, that's not right.
Like what place? Like the kitchen or the bedroom?
There you go. Those are the two places.
That's the only two places that should be at. No, that's a joke.
What if the woman wants to be in those places?
I don't have a problem with that. There's no
Isn't
problem.
that your natural habitat though? It's a joke. No, that's fucked up. No. Somebody wrote that. I read it. Somebody wrote it. I read it.
Listen. I don't mind. Like, there's nothing wrong with a woman who, if she wants to be a housewife or whatever, there's nothing wrong with that. If that's her choice, if that's what
that
she
is
wants.
true. But why you gotta talk back though? No. That's a joke. I'm playing. That's a joke. No.
I think I don't believe in feminism, but I
neither do
support
I.
strong women.
But
why we had to go through feminism? I don't think she's being feminist. I'm
just saying I support strong women.
Yeah, like I don't understand like the idea that if a woman wants to achieve something or wants to go to college or wants to like do something else other than being a housewife, like it's like, oh my god, this one, she's just like, oh.
Nah, Steph. I think Steph, you're very feminine. I mean, feminists are masculine actually. So you're very feminine.
Whoa!
No, Steph, you're very feminine.
Whoa! Yo, this guy is so stupid. Look at the picture he changed it to. Yo, this guy is so stupid.
That's the final Karen.
The thing is,
boss level.
no, all feminists are not masculine or whatsoever. You know,
Yeah, right.
The whole point of feminism is to have equal rights.
Right.
You know,
I agree.
you know, gender roles should not be equated to just okay, men are supposed to only do this. You know what I mean?
I'm Dominican, bro. I'm Dominican.
Listen, the majority of us here are Latin, so yeah, we do come from some of this misogynistic machismo type.
I mean, like gender roles, because remember,
I think that's a little. I think it's a little. No, don't you think it's a little played out though? Because I don't know. I'm gonna just ask. Maybe this is a little too far out, and maybe I'm stepping over the line. But let me ask, Stephanie, do you think that the machismo idea and role is dying out from the Latin American community, or have you experienced it a little bit more now, or whatever?
That is dying out. I mean, I guess you could see that. I mean, I at least like my parents, they have that, you know, that
traditional.
Yeah, it's traditional. Most of other people but it's not. If like I see a lot of people very depressed and very sad in their relationships. Everything when I was a little girl, I always used to think like everybody was like kind of happy in their marriages, and as I grew older, I realized everybody was fucking miserable.
Because the man is not doing his job.
You know what Hispanics need?
Oh my god!
The man if the man ain't doing a job, he ain't doing his job. The woman is unhappy.
What happened to the good old days where you could just? No, that's a joke. I'm just
No. A lot of them expect to cheat. Like there's a lot of like some. I don't even want to say my cousins, and I don't want to say like.
It's only cheating when you get caught, though. No.
I'm playing.
Yo, where your girlfriend at, Radical? I can hit her up.
Yeah, what if she sees this shit?
So Steph, let me ask you this, Steph. Let me ask you, Steph. You'll go 50-50 with a man? You go 50-50?
Of course.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Yeah, I don't expect anyone to take care of me. I don't expect anyone to do that.
That's a very American mentality.
So let me ask you. What is your ideal date? So you meet somebody that is not a machismo. You meet somebody that respects you and actually asks you for your goals and stuff.
Doesn't breathe through his mouth.
Doesn't breathe through his mouth. Don't eat gooey. You know what is your ideal date?
An ideal date. I would like. First of all, I'm a big boxing fan, so I would do like.
Damn, you're violent! Oh shit!
I'm Mexican.
Oh yeah. Okay. There you go.
Yeah, I'm not violent. I'm just Mexican.
She'd be opening Heineken bottles with her teeth.
No. Actually, by the way, Corona. No. Actually, all my family drinks, but I have never had a drink in my life. Never, not once.
Modelo, tequila, Modelo.
Never. I've never had any. I've never been drunk. I never had a single alcoholic drink.
Wow, I can't believe that.
I know. It's true. All of my friends are like, whenever you drink for the first time, I have to be there. And I was like,
okay. So
Stephanie, next time you're gonna tell me you don't like spicy food.
I don't like spicy food. I don't like spicy food.
What? So your ideal date.
Damn.
Your ideal date is to get into a fight. Continue.
No, I want to go to. No, first of all, my family. That's what we do. Like we go to boxing matches. We go to. They have like these in these convention centers. So I like that idea. Going to that. Or going to. Oh, this guy.
No, go ahead.
Who the hell was that?
Maybe going to like dinner and then going to a boxing match and then finishing up like something else. Bro.
Yo.
No, let me stop. Go ahead.
Yeah. This. I'm actually gonna go to the Celine Dion concert next week.
Yo, shout out to her, son. I almost met her at the Met Gala.
Is she okay? She's really like. Is she good?
She's really skinny.
Yeah, she's gotten really skinny. Like
yeah, very skinny in person. I got a little scared. I was like,
because her husband died. Because she wasn't like that before. She looked good.
Yeah, but okay, so
We all
Okay,
talking.
let's get into a fight and then
No, dinner
maybe
first.
get
No,
drunk.
dinner first.
Uh-huh,
Because the
and-
boxing, the good ones start later, right? So dinner first.
Uh-huh.
Okay. I would say I love sushi. By the way, I never go out to eat Mexican food because I have the best Mexican food at home.
Okay.
So I don't really go. Whenever I go out, I never.
Well,
Really
that's for date number 2. Yeah. Okay.
So I probably do like sushi or Thai or
Uh-huh.
Peruvian. I like Peruvian food too.
Okay.
So that, and then I'll go to the boxing match, and then probably talk somewhere else. Like
Okay, gotcha. So if the day goes right, what are the chances that you might invite him for coffee inside?
bro, like what the fuck?
I'm asking.
Dude, she's a grown ass woman.
I can
They
exactly.
just called
See,
elections for Trump.
First of
guys.
all,
Nothing wrong with a
there's
little
no
coffee.
judging. There's no judging here. She's independent. Do not rob her from her agency. Okay. So what are the chances? What are the chances that you might invite a dude? Is it 10%, 50%, 100%?
No, that was the first date, right? So no.
Yeah, but what if he knocks you off your feet on the first date?
What the fuck does that mean? Knocks me off my feet, like, bro.
That means you're seeing a boxing match, somebody
That
getting
means, like,
knocked out,
oh,
and you
You've
getting
never
knocked
been
out
on a
with
date
love.
where like they're perfect, and you're just like,
nobody's
oh my
perfect.
gosh.
No, especially that'll be like alert.
Okay,
Like,
no, that's a
hold
cynical
up.
way of seeing
I
it. Wait
gotta-
a minute, hold on. That's very cynical. What do you mean there's nobody perfect? You've been hurt before? Let's talk about it.
I mean, not perfect, but like
Let's talk about it.
not
Nobody's
perfect, but
perfect, and you got to be careful with those kind of people because they're like, if I'm doing good, you know what I'm saying, she's gonna give it up or something like that. No. Hold up, I gotta see you.
No, that's a very cynical way of seeing it. Nobody's perfect.
Nobody's
Come
perfect.
on.
Nobody. Like everybody's
But-
gonna have.
I mean,
They could-
nobody.
but they
that
could be
is true.
perfect for
No
you.
one's perfect,
They
but
could be perfect
but what if you just really like their personality? You really connect just
Yeah,
off rip.
that's what matters. That like the personality, their goals. Like I need to know like what they're about. Like, and also the family, their family.
Wait. What do you mean their family? Break that down.
Oh, okay. By the way, I mean, I would never want to date anybody whose family I couldn't stand or something like that. Like I couldn't stand their family. That's a
What if
deal.
you love the person? I mean, things happen in life.
That makes sense.
that is-
I wouldn't do that either.
I wouldn't
So
care
in
about the
other
family.
words, Radical, she don't want to date you because she don't want to be picking fur out of her tooth after you get it.
Wow, bro.
You know what Hispanics need?
Your family are cooey killers, and she believes in animal rights, so it's not gonna work.
You're number one in
This
Ecuador.
is what we have to do. We have to have arranged marriages. So,
Oh,
like,
fuck that! Fuck
so, like,
that! Fuck that! Hell no.
yeah, that's what we need. You know why?
Why?
Because they have a higher success rate.
Arranged marriages? Don't they have a lot of birth defects?
What? No, I'm not talking about cousins and nah. I see. No, I
Like-
mean,
like other families with
your
a family?
family,
Yeah,
your
okay.
family sets you up with another
Oh, wait a minute.
family,
I
and they know about that family. Like they know.
Like the Indians, like from India.
Yeah.
Yeah, some kind of like that.
I saw that Netflix thing and I was like, get the fuck out of here, bro.
Well, okay. Well, so I got a question, Stephanie. Do you date Mexican guys?
Okay. Oh, this is interesting. Okay,
Ooh, I
me-
knew
no,
it.
no,
I
no,
knew it.
Hold up. Let me tell you how it progressed from elementary to okay.
Okay.
So
all right,
in
go ahead.
elementary school, it was just like Mexican, right? Well, there wasn't really that many different kinds of other Latinos, right? So mainly Mexican.
Yeah.
And then in middle school, I had a crush on this guy who was Mexican and Cuban. A
Felipe.
guy, Michael.
Oh.
This other guy, he was Salvadorian, and then this other guy, he was Mexican. And then in high school, I liked the guy. Oh, my crushes. They were Mexican, and then the other guy was Salvadorian Guatemalan. And then I liked a Peruvian guy from New York when I was in college.
What school you went to?
In California.
Okay. I
Yeah.
thought you went to school in New York. Okay.
No. I met him in LA.
Oh, okay, got you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
but-
So okay. So have you dated outside the Latin community? What are you curious to do so?
I mean, it's not like a deal breaker or anything like that. The only thing about it, like I like the idea of like having like a very Latino family.
Yeah, you got your preference. You got your own preference.
It's not just no, but like if I like the person, it doesn't matter. Like as long as their family's cool, like
Yeah.
like I don't care. Like it doesn't matter.
You're just in luck. Tina has a very huge audience, majority male. As you can see, right?
Oh no, I'm good.
Right now, what you can do, right, is just put in your Instagram, and everybody who could be a potential date, will flood it. But this is the thing. Hold on, wait. This is the thing. We have to go through all the messages with you live as a family,
She's not doing
and see who is who has the most potential, amount to date you. But you gotta be based in California, though. All right, nobody from fucking New Jersey or Florida or nothing like that. You know what I mean? So just give us their Instagram. I think we'll be good.
It's actually deactivated.
Oh, now she
Right
lying.
then. No, I swear to God, you know what? I deactivated as soon as like in March when the quarantine started.
As soon as this question came up, she deactivated.
No. As soon as when the quarantine started, I was like, I don't want to see anything. I don't want to see anything after the elections until after like January, like mid-January.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna activate it. Yeah.
Gotcha.
Fuck no means no.
Yeah. That's funny.
No,
Okay.
you know what? I wouldn't mind like putting my Instagram there, but I already know the judgment that would come with it, and I don't want none of that. Like I'm happy, and I'm like, I don't.
Well, we want you to be happy. We want your plate to have an addition. It looks a little cold right there. We need a little family of plates. You know what I mean? Maybe little.
Maybe, my sister gave me.
We need a little family of plates. You know what I'm saying? Tina got a large male audience, so maybe
I'm good. I see it from these live streams. I'm like, oh man.
Steph,
I
I'm pretty sure.
wish I was lesbian. Fuck.
Steph, you get hit on a
I
lot.
didn't have to be born straight. Fuck.
You get hit on a lot, right, Steph? When you out, right? You get hit
Yeah,
on
of course. She's beautiful. Of course. Now, let me ask. Let me ask you. You can answer this if you want to. It's up to you. How long was your last relationship?
No, not long.
Not long. Okay. How long did that last?
No, there was. I found out something, so that was.
We don't have to worry about.
No. Yeah. I'm good.
So how long did that relationship? How long did that relationship last?
It was very fast because I found out some stuff. So I.
Was it what? 4 months? 5 months?
No, it was way less. But I don't want to get into none of that. No.
2 hours?
If they see my stuff here, like no, I don't want.
2 hours?
Radical, so personal. Geez.
I'm just asking. I can't ask.
That's TMI. TMI.
We're trying to get this guy.
No, I definitely don't want nobody. Like I'm good. I see from the live streams, bro.
Okay,
like
I got. Are you what some of these guys might consider high maintenance? Do you consider yourself high maintenance or no?
I'm not high maintenance at all. At all.
Can you you're not high? Do you got any fancy products behind
yes,
you?
I do. Yes, I do.
So she high maintenance. She lied. We caught her in the lie. We caught her in the lie, people. We just caught her in the lie.
Tilbury. I got my Charlotte Tilbury.
We just caught her in the lie. There we go.
I got. Oh yeah, no. I'm like a little obsessed.
Look at that. That looks like a tower full of makeup, guys.
It
all right?
is.
We just caught her in the lie.
Totally. Like,
That'll make you high maintenance.
and I got this. I got my perfume.
Hey,
I love to
zip it,
smell good.
Missy.
You know what I'm saying? There you go. I always smell lovely.
Yo, she got a whole little beautiful makeup. No. No, I don't want Stephanie. No.
No. I know he would be talking so much shit. Radical, you would be talking so much shit about me.
Me? Nah.
You would be like, oh, she's this, she's that. I know.
No. Real talk. If I was single, I would like we would go on a date, but I would not treat it as a date. I will be treating it as me and you just hanging out.
She don't want you, bro.
That's how I would treat it. But no, I don't. Nah, I'm good. She's not.
She's good too. She's good too.
No. I know that you like the Bodega Boys, right? I'm like a huge fan.
Who, me? Yeah.
I'm
Shout out to the Bodega Boys. Yeah, I went to see them a couple of times.
I went to go. Ooh, this is a story right here. So I knew that they were gonna be in Century City, which is like close to UCLA.
Okay.
And so I don't live that close. I live like near Hollywood area.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I was like, fuck it, like I'm gonna go see them. Like I don't care. Like I'm gonna get a freaking lift right now. I just wanted to see them because like I knew there was gonna be like so much traffic. I was like, whatever. So I'm gonna go. I went there. And there was a huge line to get in to see them. And it was like a free thing. They were just going to talk, but I wanted to see them because I love them.
Yeah.
And I was standing in line for so long. And then they were like, oh, by the way, guys, like, sorry. All of the people that were in line, they're like, oh, everybody's already inside. And sorry, like, none of you guys are going to be able to get in. Even though I signed up and I got a thing saying that I got in, like, I'm going to be able to see them. But then they came out. And they took pictures with every single person in the line, so I have a picture with.
That's crazy.
Yep.
You know what? That's something that some celebrities don't do. You know what I mean? You gotta give it up to them because they're still humble. You know, they're still humble and they're still they don't forget their roots. You know, shout out to the Bodega Boys. Radical Sip.
Biden won. Wait, is that true?
Biden won? Nah.
Everybody knew he was going to win. Let me see what's going
Nah,
on.
Biden didn't win. Nah, sa. Hold on.
I mean,
It's fake news. It's fake news.
Right now.
Don't believe it. It's fake news.
It hasn't changed.
It hasn't changed. Yeah. Fake news.
They're being extra cautious because of Trump.
Yeah, they are.
They should have been gave it to Biden. It's ridiculous.
Nah, it's Trump, baby.
Oh, look, the guy that has a crush on you said, I want to date a Latina, but the attitude scares me low key.
The attitude. I mean, I'm sure that there are girls that have like, if me, like you get me, trust me, like I do get my attitude if something bad, but I don't walk around with like an attitude. I like to be. I don't like to be like the reason why somebody feels like, damn, like why is she looking at me like that or something like that. I like to be like the hi, how are you, like kind of person, like make somebody's day or like make somebody. I don't like to have like a bad attitude. That's not good. I'm sure that there are girls that are like that.
So wait. So break it down. Like how would you have a bad attitude? Like let's say if you start dating Moby, how would you have a bad attitude towards
I'm not gonna start dating anyone. What are you talking about?
I'm just saying. You know what's up?
Radical Latino, they're going in on you on the chat.
I know, it's fine. So if you start dating homie, how would you have a bad attitude? Like, would you just be quiet? Would you be like?
You think I would be quiet?
I don't know, because certain females, when they get mad, they either stay quiet or.
Oh no, I do that. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. They stay quiet or be like, yo, you want to go out to eat? I'm like, nah, I'm not that hungry. We could go out, whatever. So that's what I'm asking. So, like, how would you show your attitude?
I mean, it wouldn't be. I'm not like the kind of person that wants to have like a bad day the whole day. You know what I'm saying? Like. Let's figure it out because I don't like my days to be like 90% bad. You know what I'm saying? I like to be in a happy, for the most part, in a happy place.
Gotcha. Okay, so she's high maintenance, guys. So the happy place is
high maintenance.
The happy place is Sephora, the Sephora store. That's what she really means.
I buy my Sephora. I don't nobody needs to buy me Sephora. I'm good.
No.
Oh yeah, I know. I'm a Rouge. I'm a Sephora Rouge. You already know. The top one.
You got all type of Kat Von D.
I've been there for like 4 years.
What?
Yep. It's $1,000 a year.
Yeah, she got a Sephora card and all that.
Yeah, I do love Sephora.
That's funny. Radical Sip. Yo, listen. I'm trying to hook my homie Stephanie up, man. All right?
I'm good. I'm happy.
And that's what it is. I'm trying to hook her up.
No, at this point, I was like, damn, I should have been born a lesbian at this point.
Oh
Are
my God.
you losing hope in the dating realm?
It's not that. I mean, I could date like the people that if I had to, whatever. Like if I had to, but like they're so. Oh my god, men are just. They're so misogynistic, like, and then like they honestly like men are different now. I feel like men are different. Like their attitudes are different.
How you think men change? How come they're so different
Too
from back in
emotional.
the day?
You know what it is? For example, online dating. Online dating. Let me tell you something. Let me tell you something about men and online dating. The messages that I would get. Do you want to
We
hug
don't
me?
change the topic
Do
for
you want
anything.
to hug me? And that was like literally the first thing that would come out of their like freaking typing that shit. Do you want to hug me? That's trying to tell me. So like, what you want to do? Because I got 2 minutes for you. Let me know. You know what I'm saying, and I was like, what, bro? They want things so fast. Like they don't appreciate a woman.
But let me ask you this then. Do you think it's the woman's fault in the social media age?
How you gonna blame the woman?
Why would the woman be
I'm gonna tell you how I'm gonna blame women, and it's not all women, but a certain type of women. On
Just for the record, I blame
See that
men.
type of woman though?
On Instagram or even on Tinder, Plenty of Fish, of my Sucio boys, yeah, gang. The Cupid joint and all that Match.com, eHarmony. There's certain women that actually show a little bit more than they should. Back in the it's true. If you go on Instagram, there's a whole page full of
No,
access.
let me tell you, there's a lot of boys doing bussy nowadays. So I mean, the whole
Wait.
game has changed.
There's a lot of boys doing what?
Throwing bussy, you know, bussy.
Nah, I really don't.
Listen. It's all guys' fault. It's all guys' fault. Who created the apps? It was guys.
Bussy is an actor. I'm saying a lot of
Guys' fault.
If you are a lesbian, radical Latina would change genders. Shout out to this person.
That was a funny one.
That's funny. No. So like I was saying,
I'm just saying there's a lot of men that don't know how to treat women.
I would blame
Absolutely, exactly. Ricardo, you hit it right there. They don't know how to treat women. They don't know.
Really?
It's like they see porn and they're going off of porn. Like my first time having, we don't change subjects. I learned about sex having porn.
Wouldn't that
And
mean
that's what I thought it was
certain
going to be.
women? Wouldn't that mean that it's up to certain women to actually teach us to treat them? Because let's be honest, when you ask a woman what do you want, they'll give you a whole list. And if I see on Instagram porn or whatever the case is, she's like, "Fuck yeah, oh my god," and all this other stuff, and I'm like, "Okay, that's exactly what they want." And then they get
But
mad
it's
at
not
me.
what they want. It's not.
They get
Porn
mad
is
at
fake.
me. They get mad
Porn
at
ain't
me
real.
when I grab her by the hair, and I'm like, "I thought that's what you wanted."
By the
You know what I'm
head.
Yeah, you can't just like walk. You gotta
What?
set the mood. You can't just pull her hair out of nowhere.
That was my junior high school experience.
Yeah, you got to make your ass out school, you radical.
I know that was my junior high school experience. I'm like, what? So you don't want that? So I shouldn't slap? Okay.
It's about how you do it. It's not really what you do. It's about how you do it. But
I get
it
that.
also
but
depends on the girl.
what I'm saying is, like, nowadays, I believe that men are being showed this superficial way by certain types of women, and that's the reason why they have.
I'll tell you what, like the whole thing of like women expecting like crazy like handbags, expensive handbags and shit like that, or to be treated like, I don't know, I don't like that at all. Like
Wait. Let me ask you this. Are you the type of person that will like a Birkin bag?
I heard about that shit the other day. The Birkin bag. Ridiculous.
Oh yeah, the whole Birkin bag. Here's the thing. There isn't a woman that doesn't like nice things. All women like nice things. Okay. There's gonna be women that are very materialistic, and they're gonna expect you to like wine and dine them and like buy them everything because they think they're really like, like you're kind of like paying for the,
The
Do I
box.
got PUSSY? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Yeah, stuff like that. Like they really say like, oh well, you want this, like so you gotta pay for it. But I am not like that at all. Okay, so but if would I accept one, or what are you asking me that I would accept a Birkin?
No, what I'm asking you is a Birkin bag will be the exchange for, I don't know, your time and your time, affection, and other things that couples do in the privacy of their own home.
First of all, if the man doesn't have like a crazy amount of money, that would be so dumb for that man to get me a Birkin bag.
Or you don't know if it's a real
You can't
Birkin
even get
bag.
approved for one. You gotta wait. It's a waiting list for it.
First of all, you don't know if it's a real Birkin bag. Don't worry about it. All right, it might say Birkin outside, it might say LV inside. You know what I mean? So don't worry about that. The whole point is,
If he was a multimillionaire and he got me a Birkin bag for, let's say, my birthday, that would be nice. But if the man isn't a multimillionaire and you got me a Birkin bag, I'm like, what the fuck did you do for this? What the fuck? What is wrong with you?
I went to Chinatown. That's what I did.
Oh, no, I don't like that either. No, just give me a Coach bag and we're good.
The difference between a gold digger and a go to like nice thing bag.
That's true. So Tina, how many Birkin bags you got?
Me? 0? What kind of question is that?
Come on,
You do like thousands and thousands?
nobody. If anybody know, if everybody don't know, she got a white boyfriend, yo.
Oh my God.
I seen him. I seen it in him. I seen it in him.
So radical. What you saying? Radical only a white guy could get a Birkin bag. That's what you saying?
No, what I'm saying is a white guy is Tina. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah. Right. Why you being racist?
You being racist. Why you
Tina is with a white dude. That's what it is. You know.
Why
he's
you
upstairs,
being like
upstairs. He's upstairs right now texting her saying like, honey, it better not be 10 hours.
So retarded, yo. Nah, I don't think white dude.
I seen it to
How do you feel
him.
about this
I'm not
question?
racist, but yeah.
Is it okay for a man to have a sugar mama?
Oh God, that's just sad.
Wait.
No, man,
Whoa. Wait a minute.
A
Hold
man
on.
that has a sugar mama.
That's sad.
Oh, that is just sad.
How?
Why is it okay for you to have a
Is that what you like?
Whoa,
you
no, that's not. Whoa, wait, hold on. Let's not go dick shame, okay? Let's not go dick shame. If it's okay for a woman to have a sugar daddy, then it's okay for a man to have a sugar mama.
Yes, if that's how you feel.
That's exactly how I feel. Get out of here.
If the situation presents itself, I'll consider it.
Oh, Dominican Renaissance, I got a question for you, bro. If a very rich Haitian woman,
oh my God, please,
comes to you, and she's a multi-millionaire, do not worry about how she got her money. Just worry about the fact that she's a multi-millionaire. She's a multi-millionaire, and she's 100% Haitian, and she's like, "Yo, I want some of that Dominican Renaissance right now." Would you be her would you be her boy toy? Yeah.
He ain't stupid.
Probably not.
Oh, get the
He lying. Cap.
bro. Your principles are
The
that,
history is too. It's too.
Oh, God.
bro. Your
It's-
principles are that strong.
The history is too strong. Like it's just.
Listen, even if Antonio would do it, even if he knew, if he found her attractive, he'll mess with her. He admitted it.
Just so everyone knows, I don't care about money like that. I mean,
bro.
Obviously you need money, but I wouldn't. You know.
If the opportunity presents itself, would you do it, bro?
Is she good looking, Radical? Is she good looking?
Yeah, she is the most fiery. She's bad. You know, she's been in magazines and all that, but she's Haitian and she light skinned.
There'll only be one condition. Look, if she is not descended from the people who invaded our country, if she can somehow prove that,
how can
that means he's gay, guys.
if she can somehow prove that,
Like Bussy. He's one of those guys. that like
somehow, which is impossible.
Wait a minute, hold on. That means what the Dominican Renaissance is saying. That means there is
That
a
means he's
chance.
gay.
No, that means there is a chance. There is a chance.
That means he likes pussy.
If she
That's
can
what that
show
means.
me like her family lineage and stuff, and that she wasn't involved in that at all,
How can you prove that though?
maybe.
That means you guys don't get the point what he's saying. He likes pussy. He
No,
likes men. That's what he's saying.
no. So you wouldn't be a boy toy for a millionaire Haitian woman?
It's not worth it.
Oh,
It's not worth it. You compromise.
You know how many computer games you can get?
I don't care about money.
Yo, you know how many Dominican flags you could get, yo?
I don't care about money.
Yo, Radical.
Yo, you could get.
Damn, this guy, you hate Haitians that much.
Bro,
What did Haitians do to you? Like, Jesus
you
Christ.
can have different size Dominican flags.
It's not even. It's not even hate. It's
I have
like
a window of a Dominican flag.
if I have the option of dating a Dominican,
That wasn't the question.
why
You didn't
wouldn't
answer the
I?
question. Anywho, me, I don't look at life that way. If I fall in love with a girl and she's Dominican, she's Asian, she's Chinese, that's what it is. I don't put myself in a box. That's ridiculous.
Question for you, bro. But different. Would you be a boy toy to a multi-million-dollar woman?
Yes, I would. Hell yeah, I would. Like, mommy, what you want me to do today?
Salute to you, bro. Salute. You know what I would do? I would then look my girl in the eye and be like, baby, we gotta take one for the team.
Wow.
Kiss in the forehead and be right out the door.
Wow.
Listen, hey, I'm sacrificing myself for both of us. All right.
Sacrifice, huh?
So then what if she
It might be a 15-second sacrifice, but the whole point is
You gonna let her do the same? You gonna let her do the same?
Yeah, exactly.
what?
You gonna let her sacrifice herself for that?
I know, we're gonna have to talk about it. What's his assets like? What's his assets like? What's he gonna get out of it? If she's gonna get a Birkin bag out of it, then I don't know. There might be potential here. I'm gonna have to have some contracts signing. All that,
Radical,
right?
Radical. What if she looks at you and says, "Well, whether you like it or not, I'm gonna do it."
What happened?
What if she told you, "Well, whether you like it or not, I'm gonna do it"?
No,
Because you're being misogynistic.
She won't. You know why?
What she won't? Oh,
she won't. You know why?
You sound a real Trumpish over here. Huh?
You know why?
You sounded like Trump now.
You gonna grab her by the hair again?
That's right. I'm like, girl, who you talking to like that? No, let me stop.
First of all, who likes being grabbed by the hair? Like,
what happened?
Stephanie and Xena, y'all like being grabbed by the hair? Is that a turn on for you guys?
I'm not gonna start talking about that.
That's true. Yes,
She's a lady.
That's some porno fight shit. I just don't.
That means
I've
yes.
never did it before.
Tina gotta take that little lace front on. You know.
Women love women. Women don't like women like a man. Not no pussy. So yeah, they like a little roughness in there. Depends.
I'm saying, it's one thing to be rough, but pulling the hair, shit, I never been that damn rough.
Depends on the woman though.
Listen. In America,
Women like
in
that.
America, these girls they even like getting choked, but you have to know the balance. You know what I'm saying? You gotta know the balance. You can't go over the top with it.
Not too tight. Just
you're not
enough to
trying to kill
breathe a
her.
little bit, right?
You're not trying to catch a manslaughter charge,
Yo, look what Johnny Mills says. I will put the Radical Latino wedding. No, stop.
Wow. What in the world?
No, I'm trying to hold you guys up with her.
You guys are gonna tell me how I think. Okay.
I'm just asking questions.
I would never want to have a wedding. I
Wait.
I planned my sister's wedding. It was the most hectic, most horrible. Like,
oh yeah, okay. She's a feminist.
stressful.
That's it. She's a feminist.
What?
It's confirmed.
No,
She's a feminist.
I would have a destination wedding for just me and my guy. Like,
Oh, mira, destination weddings.
yeah.
Isn't the point of the wedding to invite the family? So you want to invite your family to your wedding?
Well, oh my God, my family would be so upset with me, but I planned my sister's wedding. I was the wedding planner, okay? And it was so stressful that I'm like, I'm never doing this shit again. But I did it for her. I'll do it again for her, No.
hire one to do it.
No. No.
That's funny.
Well,
No, that's funny.
that was the question. Was it if I would be a boy, a white supremacist female millionaire? That's the real question.
Yeah, like she's like a Nazi and like she
Would you be
descended
the
from
boy
Hitler or
toy
something.
to Ann Coulter?
Who?
Ann Coulter.
The
You
dude
don't know
with
who
the white
that
hair?
is?
With the white hair?
No, she's oh, I hate her.
She's a demon.
Yeah, she's a demon.
Wait, the one.
Stephanie, are you a Libra, Stephanie?
I'm a Gemini.
Oh! She's an air sign, guys. She's an air sign. So
Damn,
that
how
means-
did you know that? How did you know that?
because literally half of all my exes are Geminis, and because because I'm a Libra, and apparently me and Geminis go good together, whatever. And they always say that. Oh my God, we're both air signs. You know,
Wait, you get along with Geminis?
on paper we get along together.
Okay.
As you can see that they're my exes, that means that there's a flaw in that logic. You know what I mean? But I learned one thing about Gemini that you don't know who you're speaking to that same day. So you could be speaking to one person, and then in their mind it might change the next day. You know, they're
One day they're flirting with you, and one day they want to fight you. Like
their
what?
mood changes like the weather, bro.
I don't understand. No, Geminis have such a bad rap. I'll tell you what. I feel like a lot of people think like the Geminis are like backstabbers and shit like that. But we're really like our personalities are like just we have two sides, right? But I'm a very shy introvert, like just introverted person. But then if you saw my dancing Instagram, you'd be like, you're not shy.
I've seen it.
You know what I'm saying?
Libras get a bad rap too.
That's true. They say we wild
Because
emotional.
we're lit. We're the best ones.
We all over the place.
What days are you guys? I'm 7, October 7th.
Oh, I'm 19.
What is that for Aquarius? Is that even real?
Not for
Y'all believe in
Libra.
that?
The zodiac.
Yes.
Somewhat.
I don't. But it is a good conversation starter for a first date.
Some of the things be kind of true. Some of the little
I'm an
characteristics.
Aquarius. I see some are. I don't know.
Wait, what sign are you, Tina?
Pisces.
Oh, she's two-faced.
Pisces.
She two-faced.
Nah, Pisces, first of all, are like creative, emotional, dreamers.
Oh, Miss
I'm about to Google it right now.
Paige got it. Every Libra has dated a Gemini.
And had second thoughts.
Yep. Yeah.
Gemini. When's the Gemini's birthday?
Like around May.
Mid-May to mid-June.
Yeah, May and June.
May
Literally,
to mid-June.
all of my exes have been Gemini. I'm like, oh my God, can't get over you guys. All air
It says
signs.
Pisces are overly emotional.
We can be emotional.
Cancers are overly
Closed
emotional.
off.
No, Cancer. Yeah, Cancer are overly emotional and
Jeez.
petty. They are petty.
What about Aquarius?
I feel like they're cold-hearted, kind of like
Aquarius.
Yeah,
Like,
they don't
cold-
give a damn.
like they're kind of
They
like
just pretend.
they like seclude themselves.
It's weird.
I wouldn't say that.
The way he said it, though.
Yo.
Dang, how the hell we get from politics to zodiac signs?
Yo, what was it? Gemini's be all over the place.
I mean, we are like kind of. We do have like two personalities. Like I have two because I love to dance, I love to perform, and then I'm like super shy and introvert, and I'm like very private. So it's like, yeah, that's kind of.
What do you like to dance to? What kind of music?
First of all, I love
Twerking? No, I'm joking. Go ahead.
no belly dance. Like I so like middle like a lot of drums. For like belly dance stuff, and I also love just dancing to like Latin America's music. I love that.
Oh, so you don't twerk.
Oh, and I love hip hop. I love hip hop. Like I love to dance hip hop. I've danced since I was like.
You guys want to hear the personality traits of a Gemini? Playful, curious, passionate. She or he has her hobbies and career goals. Look at that, career goals. They're not talking about backstabbing friends either. And everything. Oh, look at that. They like to be the center of attention, but privately, and that be nice at the dance floor. Okay,
I'm confused.
You're lying.
I'm dead serious.
No, it doesn't say that. It doesn't say that.
That's exactly what it says.
You're lying. You're lying.
I am not lying.
It says that they're nice at the dance floor.
That's what it says. I don't know who wrote it. This is crazy.
No way. I don't believe you. You're a damn liar.
Well, maybe I added that part. Okay. Whatever.
Yo, Stephanie, I'm gonna teach you some Egyptian moves.
No. Don't let this dude teach you nothing. Don't let this dude teach you nothing. He's gonna have you spinning on your head. No, get out of here.
Yo, man, I know how to throw down, man. I'm gonna teach you some moves.
What kind of moves?
No, that's a trap. That's a trap.
Yo, I used to out in Egypt a lot, man. I got some moves.
So you used to dance what? What kind of moves?
Yeah, Patricia really does though. He and I.
No, he is lying. Get out of here.
Oh, okay.
So you're such a hater, Radical. You wish you could dance like True Teacher, okay?
I can dance like True Teacher. How do you think he knows?
Oh, okay. Yo, you saw him? All right. He probably even know how to dance.
Wait, so Tina, apparently you're empathetic and creative.
That's Pisces?
Yes, and you're overly emotional and like to talk a lot. Whoa, shit.
Can you repeat that?
Wait, what?
Hey, empathetic and creative. Very overly emotional and like to talk a lot.
I like to talk a lot?
Yep. You like to talk.
I'm definitely more of a listener.
I mean, she has a podcast.
I'm definitely more of a listener, though.
Me too.
In real life.
I don't like to talk that much.
Well, yeah.
Like, I can be on the phone with someone for hours, but like I'll just be listening. Like that's my life experience.
Yeah, I don't believe that.
What do you mean? I'm a listener, not for real. I'm a listener.
It says for some reason it says Libras are the best zodiac signs. That's crazy. Wow.
Of all of them,
Wow,
right? Of course.
Wow. What a coincidence, you
The
know?
actual definition.
That's insane.
By the way.
Yeah. Wow. That's crazy. What a coincidence.
Yeah, we're well balanced.
Pisces is a water sign? What?
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
Yes. That's why I'm so creative. Water. Slow.
Water.
It's not that.
Aquarians are the best sign, you know, just thinking objectively.
Your birthstone it looks dumb.
What is that?
Wait, the birthstone? Oh, Pisces birthstone? I think every sign has a birthstone, right?
Yeah.
Every sign has a birthstone. Libra's birthstone is kind of ugh. It's I call it pink, but it's actually called pink.
Call what?
It's a pink birthstone, but it's not really pink. It has its own name, but I don't know. Hold on, let me see.
All right, who said pink is a girl's color?
Libra.
You know, back then, like in the 1800s, 1700s, and stuff, guys used to wear pink a lot, even before that.
Wait, really?
Yeah. I mean, the way the guys used to wear back then, fashion was totally different.
And men wore heels.
Yeah, wore heels, like anti-hose.
So it's
called kind of cool though, the way they were rocking it. But
it's called Sugilite, Sugilite. Sugilite. So maybe I'm pronouncing it wrong. I don't know. But
You're like, you Radical?
Huh?
What, you got cellulite?
Fuck you. Shut
Ricardo, you trying to add something?
Yeah, I was just gonna show you guys. Shit, what the fuck is this? What up?
Oh, this looks like it's gonna be funny.
Y'all see it?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I seen that. I was crying.
Oh,
Poor
What
bastard.
is this? Wait, what?
Outside of the counting center of the vote counting center.
Radical rights.
It's time you darken the DR.
Wait,
Okay,
wait,
bud.
or it says outside the election office.
Let's see about that.
Stop. Wait, praying for them to stop what?
I don't know. Sometimes
Oh,
it's
yeah, you
counting
know-
it. Sometimes it's not counting it. Sometimes they want to count it again.
Oh, I'm done. Let me
Oh, okay.
What?
I saw that same video, but with someone dancing over it. Let me see if I can find it.
What's wrong with that? They're just praying.
Yeah,
because they're losers.
The ballot.
Miss H. Yeah, I'm in October. I'm a Libra.
Y'all see the one video with
it's
a guy that
All
he's restoring a chair from slavery time.
Oh,
and he
yeah.
cut it.
Human
He cut it open, and it was like human hair in the chair for cushion.
Wait, you serious?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's crazy.
It was a 200-year-old chair, and he was restoring it.
You and them.
When he opened up like a cotton base, it was full of like human hair from the slaves.
Wow.
Yikes.
That's crazy.
This is
Oh, I found it. I can share it right now if you want me to.
What the hell is that? Is that
That's true. That's true. Teacher dancing. You see Stephanie? You see Stephanie? Don't want him to dance. All right, he's not gonna.
Oh shit!
Look at that! 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 See? That's a little move. That's a little move that he does at the end of the class. Get out of here.
Oh, stupid.
That's what they get. Is they were saying that liberals are going to cry, whatever. So I mean, now they're praying. So
Remember last election? They were crying on the news and stuff.
that was last year.
That was pathetic, though. They didn't need to do all that.
Oh, it's so extra.
So let me with Trump 20. Okay, true teacher, choose auntie, true auntie.
Yo, my auntie got the moves, yo.
I will say, I don't know for sure if Arizona's gonna turn blue for sure. I mean, I'm seeing it. I don't know how many more ballots they have, but if it does turn blue, oh my god, it makes me so happy.
Arizona
turning blue. You know why, right?
No, why?
Because of Maricopa County.
Oh,
well, it's super close.
I don't know.
But
What,
I don't think.
can you break it down?
I don't think. Yeah. Oh, go ahead.
No, it's not there no more, right? But what they did to my people for so long there, it feels so good.
Oh, okay. What did they do?
Okay.
They had the freaking we talked about. Weren't you there? You were I was talking to you. No, was I talking to you?
Maricopa, yeah, Maricopa's right outside of.
No, I was
County, right
talking. I was
outside
talking to Radical, right, about Joe Arpaio.
Where?
I was talking to you about Joe Arpaio. There's the former sheriff of Maricopa County.
Oh yeah. Okay. Oh, yeah. Okay, now I got it. Now yeah.
I got a question for you guys.
Yeah.
We always stick to our like ethnic backgrounds, Haitian, Dominican, or Mexican. How American do you feel? Like how do you express your Americanism? Because if we all go back home, they look at us as Americans. So.
Ooh, that's a good question. Oh man.
I feel like after a couple of weeks, I'll blend in.
That's not true.
To be honest, I think after a couple of weeks, I'll just blend
No
right in.
foreigner blends in when you go back home.
Trolling. He's
You're American.
Yo, he is trolling. To be completely honest, I don't have a disdain for America.
But we're living in America, bro.
I don't have a disdain for it, but I don't. Oh, this is probably gonna sound weird, but I don't rep America. Is that weird?
I don't really either.
Yeah, okay, so I don't feel weird. Yeah, so I don't rep America. I rep my parents' home country. But to be honest with you, my ideals are American. We know. Shut up. I think my worldview is more Americanized. I'm used to Oh, this is oh my god, this is gonna sound so. I'm used to certain privileges here in America that I know if I go back to my home country, I am not going to have. With
when you're cool.
Besides that, I can still have that.
I feel we could be a little hypocritical sometimes because you know how you see the white Americans with the flags and the pride for country.
Wait, whoa, what the hell? I'm very American. There's nothing Hispanic. Well, you're right. There isn't nothing Hispanic. There's a lot Latin about me.
Like what?
Yeah,
that on your belly.
Shut the fuck. Shut
But
up.
you realize I don't know if you guys went to school here, but if you went to school here and went to college, you're signed for selective services. That means if the country needs you to go to war, you're going to fight for the country or go to jail. So.
Wait, really?
For who? For which country?
America.
No.
Yo, Terrell is out, yo.
I'll go to jail depending on how many
Tina,
years.
Terrell is out.
Who is
You
out?
get good amount.
Terrell is
I'm
out.
too old.
All right, let me take him out.
He is
Wow.
sweet dreams without knowing voice.
I see that Proud Patriot in the comment section is very mad that Arizona's blue. That makes me feel so good.
Wait, why is he mad?
I think that's a Latina.
He's the Proud Patriot guy in the comment section talking about
He's Dominican.
was his
I
name?
knew it.
Your
He's Dominican.
Your worldview is the Bronx.
You said your worldview is the Bronx.
Fat ass Bronx.
I will never understand how somebody votes
Radical
against
has a
their own
Black
interest.
American mentality. No.
The thing is, America doesn't really have like a cohesive culture. You know, like back in our home countries, you know, like whatever color you are, you could be a different race or whatever, but we all have a common culture
Common ground.
together. You know, that doesn't exist here in the United States.
It exists to an extent within the African American community. Foundational Black people that have a culture.
But that's exactly what I'm saying. It's like there's African American culture. There's you know, like back in the islands, we all, regardless of what color we all have a common culture that binds us together. Like in Jamaica, you could be Black, you could be white, you could be Chinese, you could be East Indian, you know, you could be mixed, but we all have a common culture that binds us together. That doesn't exist here in the United States. White people live over here, Black people live over there. You know, I mean, everything is so separate. You know,
I think that's changing.
I think in LA, I'll tell you in LA right here though, it just depends on where you're at, like which area. Like here, there's white people all over me, but my neighbors are Mexican. But you know, it varies. But
What's today's date?
Like in some places, it's like Hispanics, for example, they kind of like assimilate to the white American culture.
Not all
and
of
they
them.
feel more connected. I said some, by the way. Some
A
Hispanics,
real low percentage.
Yo, Miss
Like-
H got it.
Oh yeah, because you know, right? Yeah, some, and I see this with a lot of mestizos.
Latinos.
I see this with a lot of mestizos where they kind of blend in with the white boys. And
You can't blend in. You're not
I
white.
see that to some degree.
Okay.
Miss H got it down. Latinos love calling radical Black like that's an insult. It's true. It's not an insult.
But one thing I don't understand is like Black Americans, foundational Black Americans paved the way for a lot of immigrants to come in the country.
Which is true.
So I think they demand some level of respect. Like a lot of people come into the country and they shit on it.
first of all, I'm cool with like Black Americans and getting whatever, but not Mexicans.
You're
No,
not Mexicans.
you're right.
They was coming. Mexicans was gonna come over here regardless. and they
border
were here ready.
The border crossed them.
But when you think about the civil rights movement, that impacted Mexicans also.
No. I'm not saying that
Yes.
they don't help or that they did all the stuff that happened in the civil rights. I'm not saying that that doesn't matter. That doesn't matter. Of course it matters, you know. Of course they did so much and they went through so much, and of course they have to be respected for that, right? But let's talk about Tariq Nasheed, right?
Okay, you see, he's I used to love Tariq Nasheed. I'm not gonna lie. I used to listen to his podcast, follow him.
Yo, Ricardo, I'm the Latin Tariq Nasheed. So
why are you Arizona?
I'm gonna make I'm gonna make a movie called Hidden Tacos, and I want you in it, okay?
Oh yeah, plus he made a big movie, 1804. Check it out. I loved it. But some of the shit he says is just like, yo, come on. Like, he just says some
You know what he said? You know what he put on Twitter? Somebody was saying like something about how Mexicans helped the Seminoles from Florida, the black Seminoles from Florida, because the US first they were gonna give them Florida to stay there, and then the US decided, no, just kidding, you're still gonna be slaves there, right? So Mexico said you can come to Mexico and you can be free, right? But they were gonna help to fight. The black Seminoles were supposed to also help fight some Indians or some Comanche Indians or something to help protect the border of Mexico because they were being attacked. And Tariq was basically saying like, oh, it was kind of like Mexico didn't even do any kind of favor. It was like we did everything to protect and like kind of like they owe us.
Which is BS because if you really, after he said that, a couple of people sent me his stuff, and mind you, I don't know too much about it, and I sent it to Truth Teacher here, and Truth Teacher, me and him had a conversation. We have to understand something, that when it comes to a certain person who has a narrative and they have to twist history to fit their narrative, they're going to say a lot of half-truths and then insert a lot of their own BS into it, you know?
What's the Sambo, by the way? He calls the like Sambos.
I'm sorry, what? The what?
Tariq Nasheed, he uses Sambos a lot. Like Dominicans, he calls them Sambos.
Oh, it's just another word for coon.
That's so wrong.
It's just another word.
Sandal, Diablo.
So the thing is, when you actually look at the history, I actually saw a video and read a Wikipedia page for it, so I could at least understand a little bit of it. Mind you, I don't know too much about it, but the Seminoles were actually mixed in Indians and free black people, right? The mixed in Indians were actually part Mexican because some of them had that same indigenous bloodline with the Native Americans and the Mexicans here. So they were all a bunch of mixed people. Anyway, the Mexicans didn't just stand back. They actually helped out. The Seminoles weren't just doing all the work for themselves. That's not true.
No, we would never let that shit happen. We would also do the work.
Exactly. So the Mexicans actually helped out. And the thing is, you have to understand that Tariq's narrative is to constantly devalue the
Sambos. No, I'm joking. Guys.
No, devalue the accomplishments of Latin people and just say, oh, we're just a small group that didn't do anything. We're just a bunch of racists. You know,
but he has a point. Like, let me tell you, I'm gonna play devil's advocate. Some of the stuff he says about it can be a little true. Like there's certain people that come and they shit on black people all the time. You know what I'm saying?
Well, yeah.
Was the problem everyone else or?
Yeah, Dominican Renaissance is such an asshole.
What do you say?
Let me tell you, I always knew that Florida was gonna turn red. That doesn't surprise me.
Dominican Renaissance is such a.
Because I hear the same thing with all kinds of groups. I hear the same thing. Even other Afro Caribbeans, I hear the same thing.
But you got to keep in mind the African American, foundational African American, are the original. You know, they were here.
Original what?
No. This is why I'm gonna say that we as first generation Latin people, we do have to give it up for the FBA, ADOS, however they want to identify Black American people, because they built this country. The economics of this country wasn't existent until they actually got here. You know what I'm saying? And this is something we have to kind of be real about, you know?
I
think it goes both ways.
There is one group, but there are other groups that have also before Black people were.
You're right. You're right. Like
What, the Indians?
some other groups,
Indians,
some other
You gotta
Mexicans.
keep in mind, America wasn't built. They wasn't built. The black
no,
people built
some
America.
Ricardo's
and
right.
and all of like the Southwest region.
No, but Ricardo is right. The thing is that other groups, when they came here, this is for what my understanding is. I could be completely wrong. If I am, please somebody educate me. But for what my understanding is, when other groups already came here and they were helping build more of the American land, there was already infrastructure already here made by Black Americans. Am I correct?
Free.
What?
Yes,
What?
free.
That again?
Infrastructure.
Am I correct or am I wrong?
No, you're
Say
wrong.
that again?
Okay, then I'm wrong then.
What were you saying?
Don't you heard what you heard what I said.
Listen,
I just think the civil rights is kind of weird. It's just so weird.
What were you saying?
I said
The fact that you just said that is just ignorant. Civil rights is weird.
I said, and I could be wrong. If I'm wrong, please somebody correct me. All right. I said that if when other groups came to this country to help build more of this country up, the foundation was already set here by Black Americans. That's what I said. Am I wrong in that or am I right?
What time period are you talking about?
Well, all the time periods. I don't care. A million time periods. All right.
What the fuck are you talking about?
BC,
I
all
would
that.
say maybe in the South and the East Coast. I don't know about the West Coast.
So you gotta keep in mind.
I don't know.
Pre-slavery, the
I'm
whole
just
country was
Are
built
you
by
talking about
slavery.
the
Was everywhere in America.
19th century?
Everywhere.
What?
Well, not
All
everywhere.
the centuries.
Yes,
All the
it was. It was
centuries. I
everywhere.
don't know, bro. All the centuries.
Make up your mind. When are you talking about?
I said, correct me if I'm wrong. So am I wrong or right?
I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. When are you talking about? What time period?
All the periods. All the periods. Don't worry about it.
All the periods.
All type of periods.
Look, I'm about to ask Google this question. Let me see what Google says.
The biggest periods to the smallest periods. That's what I'm talking about.
I think you're having a heavy flow and you need a fucking
Don't stop talking to me like that. I'm bloated. No, let me stop.
What?
I need dark chocolate. No, let me stop. What was it? No.
Okay, this is what Google says. Listen to this. It says without slavery, would the U.S. be the landing economic power?
Oh, absolutely not.
No, it wouldn't.
Really?
Oh, truth teacher. What period? What period? Huh?
Well,
19th century? 18th century?
He's talking.
Listen. People
So
had
basically,
slaves
without
because they could.
slavery-
Some people had slaves because they could afford them, not because it was necessary.
So what are you saying?
That was a luxury for the rich. That wasn't
That's not
something that was
true.
necessary.
That's not true.
That's a
You see, this is what this is the type of people that black people don't.
Hold on, just think about this
No,
logically.
I don't understand this whole thing. The slavery, a luxury, like.
That
How
doesn't
are
make
poor
sense.
people? Listen, how are poor people? How can they make enough money to feed hundreds of people? It doesn't make sense. They have to feed them. They have to clothe. It doesn't make sense.
No. I think you're having it a little confused because when we're talking about that time period, it didn't just include the whole field, the farm full of slaves. So it also included the middle class family with that one slave that they had. You know what I mean? So slavery was in abundance. You know, this is gonna be so fucked up for me to say.
Wait. So you telling me, middle class people had slaves? I gotta look that shit up.
Yeah. This is gonna be so fucked up for me to say, but a lot of people like to say, especially from the right, they like to say that slaves were so expensive. There was a lot of secondhand slaves. That's so fucked up for me to
You
say.
said, "Oh my god."
No, it's true. It's like they will be like,
mean, the truth is the truth.
Oh shit, yo, radical.
What?
I thought you were talking about all this black and brown unity, but you were calling black people secondhand slaves, man.
It's disturbing.
historical
This is
context.
disturbing.
No, it is disturbing, but it's true. Certain slaves
But
when
this is the problem.
when they grew
America now.
older, they were sold for cheap. So that's who people will buy. You know what I'm saying? So
And
it's
American
like,
history is just so awkward to talk about.
And this is the problem now. Until America faces what they did, and not brush it on the table, give these people their damn reparations, there's always going to be a race issue in this country. Period.
I mean, they should give them some form of reparations, but I don't think it's ever gonna fix like what they did. That's never gonna be fixed because
I don't
that
think
is like that is the most like the most horrible thing that you can do to people. Like
I don't think racism is gonna.
Aside from Chihiro.
I don't think racism is gonna end after reparations. I know that for a fact.
Racism is never gonna end.
Never gonna end.
What do you think?
At least America should pay their debts, and give the descendants of slavery what they're owed. I found this out recently that apparently Utah, the Amish, they own a lot of the slave records. I didn't know that.
The Mormons.
I'm sorry.
The Mormons. Come on, man.
The Amish, right? Not the Amish.
In Salt Lake City.
No, in Pennsylvania, there are Amishes there.
The Amish, they're a bunch of Germans.
Own a lot of the slave records. So I'm like,
that's the Mormons that have all those records.
Yeah, in Salt Lake City.
So that's why I'm like, maybe if they do want to pay out reparations, maybe look at those type of records, trace it back and stuff, and then start cutting checks.
If they want to do it, they can do it. Just print out the money and give the people. Write the check.
I believe that they can do it. I think certain people, when they talk about what are they going to spend it on, I think that's a cop out. Where are we going to get the money from? Also, that's another cop out. I think we should definitely do it. I'm all for it
because the effects of slavery are still here. Like black people are the poorest.
I don't think that makes sense. So I think it would be better if the government created opportunities.
They've done that. That didn't work.
Africa. If it doesn't work, then what else are you gonna do?
Write the damn checks. Write the damn checks.
But then if
checks.
No, but I'm just saying, like, what about the next generation of Black Americans? So every generation.
Not in every generation. Just you get a lump sum of money, and hopefully that could catapult something.
That's actually I don't know nothing.
The logistics part of it is very tricky.
Yeah,
every
because
time
wouldn't
black
it be
people
better
try
to
to go
do like
forward.
educational, like
exactly
grants and stuff like that?
No.
Small
That's what I
business?
said. That's what I said.
No. Don't DJ Vlad.
No, that would
Don't
have
DJ
happened before the
Vlad.
past. Every time black people try it, they always got this shit burned down. Look at Black Wall Street.
Yeah.
Other places.
Okay, but
They
is that
always
happening
fucked it up.
today?
Money.
Yes, it's happening today. Gentrification.
Could you imagine seeing that today?
No, but
It's happening today.
Dominican
They're making
Renaissance.
people move out their
It
places
does.
today.
Dominican Renaissance, it happens today, but it happens more covert. Obviously, it's not happening by renting a plane and throwing dynamite. It's not that disturb, but it's more covert because what they will do is that they will actually go to the city councils and start putting complaints until they maybe mysteriously they fail a health inspection. You know what I mean?
Listen. They need to get these black lawyers, all right, to handle that.
It's so easy for you just to say that. But what another thing?
No, I'm giving suggestions.
I don't think it's that simplistic. We can't think.
It's not easy, but I mean,
I think it's unfair for us to think about it as so simplistic like that.
Yeah, you're right. This isn't my place. You're right.
No. It's not saying that it's not your place. I'm saying that I think it's a little too simplistic for us to say that, let's just get black lawyers or whatever the case is. I feel like everybody should. You're an American. Your tax dollars are going to go, if this does pass or this does happen, your tax dollars are going to go towards reparations. So I think.
He's Dominican. He's not American.
I'm sorry.
What? He says he's Dominican. Dominican Renaissance. You're Dominican, right?
We're gonna start this again. No, all I'm saying, Ricardo, you're such a.
He's American. He's American.
Listen,
American.
listen. All I'm saying is,
American.
Dominican Renaissance. All I'm saying is that every American will get affected. So I think that every American should have the right to voice their opinions however they see fit. I think it's too simplistic thinking that just getting black lawyers will be the end-all be-all solution for this type of situation, when I think it's a little bit more deeper than that.
You know, they apologized to the Jews for the Holocaust. They've never apologized to African American, even though it was a long time ago. The American government has never did a apology for it.
Actually, America apologized. They apologized twice, but
When?
they in 2006 and again in 2016 or 14. They did it. They did it both times in the UN. Now this is how the messed up. This is the messed up part about it. When they apologized twice, the first time they did it is because Europe apologized first, and they felt like they needed to apologize. And the second time they apologized is because I think either Barack Obama became president or after Barack, or something like that. But I know they apologized twice, but that's basically it. And they did it as like a show of good faith in the UN, you know?
You know what's messed up? Ecuador has never apologized.
Here we go.
All the millions of guinea pigs that they
Here we go.
All the innocent guinea pig lives that they have.
And we shouldn't. And we shouldn't. And we shouldn't. And we shouldn't. Those little fat fucks get roasted, okay? And
Guinea lives matter.
We put them in the ovens, all right? We gas them up. Fuck it. No.
Stop eating guinea pigs. They have a right to lie.
Ew.
Listen,
Ew, what the
fuck?
fuck?
Get a superior race of guinea pigs over here.
What, they eat guinea pigs in Ecuador? What?
Oh, you didn't know that?
Yeah, it's called queen.
Yeah, it's like one of our secret delicacies.
Would you just add to it like Tabasco sauce?
No, we add like rice, beans. We actually, it's a lot better in the soup than
What it tastes like, bro? What it tastes like?
To be honest with you, I tasted it one time because
one time.
It was only one time. I was because I was tricked.
Guinea pig any day.
It see, me and Ricardo. No, stop!
Stop! No, take it off. Take it off.
Bueno. Tina,
stop, take it off. Take it off. Take it off.
Tina, stop! So why you gotta throw?
Let me tell you.
Is this payback? Is this payback? Is that payback, Tina? Is that payback, Tina? Is that what it is? Yo, such an asshole.
See, that's why Stephanie don't want to date you, because she don't want to be picking fur out of her teeth.
Oh my god!
We burned the fur first. Okay, shut up.
You burn it off?
Stephanie's gonna have a good time.
Oh my god!
No,
Stephanie, if he gives you like a pair of fur gloves, don't take it. I'm saying.
I'm like, Stephen, don't look. No, but the thing is, it's kind of chewy. It's kind of chewy, but I'm not gonna say it tastes like chicken. It basically tastes like soft steak, if that makes any sense.
That sounds good.
Have yours with a side of mango, right?
Actually, with the soup, it came with a bowl of rice and mango and beans.
See what I tell you.
Yep. And then after that, I ate a caldo de bola. So caldo de bola is basically it's a soup with a plantain ball inside, and it's like you know how you get like little prizes inside the cereal? It's like a prize of meat inside the ball, so you don't know what it is. You don't know what it is. It could be a grilled chicken inside of it. It could be steak, but this is chopped up, so it's like a fit. Like, put your fist up right now. That's the size of the plantain ball, and it has like corn, other like vegetables and ingredients inside the whole. So it makes the soup. It basically it complements the soup. You know what I mean?
Damn, all this time I've been telling people you don't suck balls. I guess I was wrong.
Wow, Truth Teacher with the comebacks.
Okay, Ricardo wants to share something.
I'm just trying to look because Haitian bouillon is like a soup. a type of soup.
Yo, that looks exactly the
Is it like this?
Yes, it's actually very similar to that.
Yeah.
Very similar to that.
We call it bouillon in
But hold on,
Yeah.
wait, Ricardo, hold on, wait. Put a Ecuadorian caldo de bola.
I can't spell it. What ek?
Ecuadorian.
EQ. I put equator. Shit.
Hold on, let me see if I could try to put it up.
Damn, dude, why you breathing through your mouth so heavy?
It's all the steroids, bro. Sorry.
God damn, all that guinea pig, man.
Right here?
Huh? What? Yo, no, stop. Hey, yo, you guys are assholes.
Yummy.
Damn, I see.
You guys are assholes.
USC.
Wait. Okay, let me share my screen. No, can you stop? Take the screen off. Take the screen off.
Do you put adobo on it?
Actually, some people put adobo on it, but it tastes a lot better with other seasonings on. That can you stop? Can y'all stop now? Can y'all chill? Can y'all chill? Yo, can y'all chill? For real?
What does that taste like?
No.
Caldo de bola.
Hey, what is that?
Yo,
You
can
love
y'all chill?
and spices.
Yo, can y'all
Oh,
chill?
no.
Can y'all chill for real? Can y'all chill? Yo, you guys are assholes. You know,
I got a
not
question for you.
every Ecuadorian eats that shit. You know that, right?
What kind of food is this with the corn wrap, the husk corn? I always wonder what this.
The tamale?
Yeah, I've never had it before. Is it good?
Oh yes, let me tell you, my mom. Oh my god, she makes corn tamales, but there's all different kinds. And in Latin America, there's so many, different kinds of tamales.
I don't like
Full of blue
tamales.
drawers in Jamaica.
My mom's tamales, they're fucking bomb. They're fucking bomb. I'm telling you now.
Yeah, that's true. It depends on the person who makes them.
Yeah, absolutely. And like my sister's best friend, who's Colombian, this girl, like whenever when she knows that my mom
Ricardo.
is making tamales, like oh my
Yeah.
god, she
Ricardo,
will request like
I'm
30 of
telling
them.
you what to type in on the private chat.
Do any of you-
Just copy and paste it.
Do any of you guys make sweet tamales?
With the pineapple.
I didn't even know that was a thing.
You aren't the only ones that do that then.
Yeah, we make pineapple tamales. Those are the sweet ones.
Hmm.
That's caldo de bola. There you go. That's caldo de bola.
Okay.
Yeah. When you get what's a
Ecuadorian, right?
yeah, that's
Like
an Ecuadorian dish. Yeah. Sometimes you get two bolas inside of it.
Whoa.
It's like, can you shut the
Hey,
fuck up? Yo, pause. My God. Pause.
Este tipo, dime.
Yo.
Put them in your mouth at the same time.
Pause. Anyway, wait.
Yo, don't choke.
Oh, look, I make a meal of that twice a week.
What's the question?
Do I have to answer
Oh, no. Let's not answer that. Stop. That's those are trolling type of questions. Chill.
Yeah, it's almost 4 a.m.
You ready to wrap it up? What?
Might as well 10 hours.
Yo, why Ecuadorian people got squirrels on top of their food?
Yo,
that's racist. Stop.
He said squirrels.
That's not funny. That's me.
All I'm
That's
saying
me.
that is
I
actually
am
funny.
flagging this live stream down. Everybody's getting sued.
Culturally insensitive.
don't trust radical around your pets. That's all I'm saying.
That's mean. That's mean. Truth. I will sue you. Truth teacher.
Yo, if you bring that nigga over your house and when he leaves,
I'm flagging this live stream down. Tina, I'm sorry. I'm flagging.
That's all I'm saying is just check his pocket.
I'm flagging this down for copy infringement.
Check his pockets before he leave your house, man. I'm saying.
Oh my God, his little dance.
Oh, he got the moves.
Wait,
Okay.
what is he doing? He won?
He got the. He say.
Oh, don't fucking say that.
Wait, he
Imagine.
won?
No, that's
No,
Yeah,
this is when it was dancing.
No, he didn't.
Oh, stop playing on
Nah,
the
this is him dancing.
Oh.
Yeah, that
Yo,
dance.
You have a fucking heart attack, man. Don't do that.
Either.
I'm old.
Look at that. Okay. Okay.
I think if Biden went, oh man,
He's got a lot of energy, man.
This
That's
guy-
not usual.
This guy said, "Look at my G Trump." You know what I'm really am fascinated about? Somebody like Trump with a fucked up diet of like hamburgers beat the coronavirus.
But
I
he
don't
had the
think he
best
ever
carrot,
had it. I
best
don't-
carrot
he's
in the
never had
entire
that shit.
world. Best
He's
carrot.
never. It was all BS. I don't think he had it.
You don't think so?
Because his fat ass would have died. I'm sorry.
Uh,
I
If
don't
he
think,
had it, was
I don't
probably
think,
a
I don't
really,
think
really
he had. I don't
mild.
think he had it either. No.
Because he was doing too much. Like he got out the car, the hospital, did a ride. I was like, come on now, really?
I
There's
mean,
people that get that shit and you're put out. He had the whole limo ride to go see his fans. And people
I
actually
know
believe
what
he
they
had
tell
it.
us. They tell us the corona is. I don't know what corona
oh
is.
man, I'm not even gonna say that. No. We're gonna get this thing flagged down if we keep
Why?
on saying the word the C virus. They said that vitamin with the letter of the virus, right? They said that helps cure it. I don't know if that's true.
No. First of all, this virus is airborne.
Just
And
be
the virus
healthy.
it's not going anywhere. It's gonna be some years before like we really find like because nobody's gonna take the vaccine. It's just depressing.
I damn sure ain't.
I'm not.
My job just made it mandatory. We have to take a flu shot. Like this year, I said I wasn't gonna take it,
Wait, what?
but we all
What?
receive like emails and they're like, "Yeah, we have to take the flu shot." I'm like, "What the
Oh,
fuck?"
Oh,
no,
the
they
flu
can't do
shot?
that.
That's kind of different, though.
But they can't force it though.
That's what I'm saying. They shouldn't be able to force it, but
Yeah, I don't think they should be able to force it, but I mean, one thing about the flu shot is that it's like it's old. It's an old vaccine, so it's not necessarily that it's safe for everybody, but it's it's something that we've had for a while now. So
Have you heard about the vaccine that made that a woman crippled?
Oh, is that the
saw her
cheerleader?
that
I
happens.
saw the video. I saw the
That
video.
happens.
Yeah.
Some people have a really bad reaction.
Yeah, like in the 60s or something. I think was it the SARS or something vaccine? I don't know.
No, I saw some woman that got like I think a flu shot or something like that, and she has to, if she stays still, she starts shaking and
I'm
she
gonna
has
show the video right now. I remember that
Run?
video. It's kind of old.
that video. Oh, I don't know.
Yeah, I'm gonna show it. Give me 1 second.
Dude, she became like freaking paralyzed from the waist down. Like I'm like, what? Dude, that's why man, even though I'm not an anti-vaxxer, that type of stuff scares me. I'd be like,
Yeah,
nope.
I think we should. I think as a society, we should make them as safe as we can.
Yeah, I agree with the Dominican Renaissance on that. We should
What I'm
definitely.
gonna do, I'm gonna wait until like, I mean, I feel like the people that really want to like prevent any kind of like death or anything, like the older people, that they should get it. Because
see it?
I'm not gonna get it until like another 2 years. I think I'm not gonna be like the test.
No, don't tell me you're gonna get Stefan. You're gonna get the vaccine.
No,
You
I'm
wanna see
not
the
gonna
video?
get it. I'm not gonna get the vaccine. No.
Oh,
yeah.
You gotta share the audio, bro.
That's unfortunate.
How do you share the audio?
When you share the screen, there's gonna be 3 tabs, right? When you go to share screen, there's gonna be 3 tabs: application window and Chrome tab. When you go to Chrome tab, there's this little box at the bottom that says share audio. No, you gotta stop sharing your screen. You gotta redo it all over again.
Yeah, shit. Okay.
You gotta redo it all over again. Yeah. Okay. So now share the screen, right? And you see how those 3 tabs that says your entire screen, application window, and Chrome tab.
Mm-hmm.
Go to Chrome tab. At the bottom it says share audio. Click that.
Wait, I see screen sharing tips, screen sharing.
You're
All of these stuff. Hold up.
Sir, are you in screen sharing, sir?
Yeah, I'm on screen
Give me
sharing now.
give me the last 4 digits.
Oh, okay, Chrome tab.
The last 4 digits of your social. Okay, I see your report. It says that you owe at you. Whoa! Oh my God, we should be cutting your lights off at any moment now. Why you owe $500 on the no? So it says share audio and then just pick.
Yeah, I got it.
Whichever.
All right, it should be, y'all see it? All right.
Nope.
No, we don't see it.
Y'all don't see anything?
Not yet.
See, that's the white man stopping you from sharing it because that's that hidden knowledge that the white man don't want you to know.
What, man?
Yeah.
Okay. Y'all see it now?
What the hell is that?
Wait, play it.
All right.
No, we can't hear
Where's
shit.
the audio?
But
Y'all hear anything?
Oh, she is going down. Yo, you hear them? See that? Woo! Those dance moves. Son.
Oh, come on! Are you serious? Stop.
Oh, she's not dancing? My bad.
Oh my God, Lord, I have nothing to do with this. Please.
Yeah, I don't even like seeing shit like this.
Que Dios me perdone.
So basically, she took a flu shot and she can't walk forward anymore.
Wait.
They put some music on here. It's fucked up. They put some like hood rap music.
Oh my God, Lord, I have nothing to do with this. Just no, please.
Yo,
that's all radical.
No, that's fun. Don't put me. No, don't put me in this. Don't put me in this.
Yo, stop.
Oh my God, let's just take it off the
She
screen
can walk
right
backwards and she can run, but she can't walk straight.
Yeah, I don't like looking at shit like that because you could just wake up one day,
Yeah.
and you got a disability. Boom. What you gonna do?
Yeah, that is inappropriate.
That's fucked up.
I apologize on behalf of Radical.
Thank you.
But the thing about it, she was normal until she took the flu shot and fucked her up.
Damn,
There's some type of-
imagine you take a flu shot and that happens and you can't walk sideways. Oh my God.
That's why I'm gonna wait 2 years at least.
But-
Everybody else can get it, like, you know what I'm saying? Like they can get the flu, they can get the COVID shot.
Which one you want
They're gonna
better?
make it mandatory.
Which one you want better? Not able to walk sideways or have some killer ass dance moves? Which one?
Oh my God, Lord, I have nothing to do with this.
I'm
That's
just
all
saying.
radical.
I'm just
That's all
saying.
radical. Over there.
I'm just saying. You don't want to have 2 left feet, or you want to walk sideways? Which one? No, I'm sorry. That's fucked up. Damn, Stephanie, why you made me say that?
Wow, radical.
Wow, radical. No, seriously, that was too much. You need to apologize.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, baby Jesus. Perdóname. Porque yo no sé lo que estoy diciendo.
I'm sorry. If it's funny, it's funny. I'm sorry.
No,
like-
that's not funny. How is that funny?
No. It's
No, you gotta hear the music.
This
they were
woman was a
playing. The
cheerleader,
music.
I think.
They
She
were
was a
playing music. Oh my God.
Like some good rap music.
Yo, sorry. That's fuck. No, that is wrong. What kind of music was it? Was it Cardi B?
It was just beats. It was like dumb, like hood rap music. Every time she started walking and she did the shaking thing,
That's
they
what
played
I
the
was,
music.
I was hearing.
That's
that too.
terrible.
I was hearing that too. Some ludicrous shit.
Did they call for Biden yet? Like, this is just ridiculous, man. Biden won.
Yeah, they're not gonna call that shit for like 3
They're
weeks.
not gonna. They're gonna
You guys
do.
shouldn't hold your breath, honestly.
What do you mean?
This
Well,
could
because
take
he's gonna try to steal it. He's
this
gonna
could take this could take a while, but
Even if Biden he is elected president, Trump is gonna do so much. He's gonna do so much crazy shit. And I don't know what's gonna happen in January though. January, either the FBI maybe will kill him, or we'll see what happens. Cause
No, come on, don't say that.
watch.
You said we'll be what?
Don't say that. Talking about assassin. No, it's a stop.
No, I'm just saying. I'm saying the FBI. They might do
You
some.
think so?
Yo, he might commit suicide by shooting himself in the back of the head 3 times.
No.
What- No, but is it okay? again, you guys could correct me if I'm wrong, but I heard that I heard that the reason why Trump is holding this whole thing out is because he doesn't want to go to jail.
That's partly true. No, I mean, but they want to keep it going. Like, they want to keep the whole MAGA thing going. They're gonna make money off of this. So, but yeah.
Oh,
I
look
mean,
at you, teacher. Look at you, teacher. Look at you, teacher. that's his dance move. You see that?
Yo, man, I got some good moves.
Let Stephanie decide.
no, you guys haven't even seen me dance. I think you guys will be like literally shocked.
No, I saw you. You remember you sent it to me? I saw it.
I didn't send anything to
Yeah,
you.
yeah. So for the people out there, she lied. She sent it to me.
What?
Always lying.
I did send it to Christina though. She's not gonna say anything.
And she sent it to me. So.
No, I did not. Stop lying.
That little flip you did at the end, yo, that shit was crazy. Yo! Yo, they got this dude. That's so funny. That is so funny.
Well, can't hear anything, so.
Oh wow, Pence kind of looks accurate.
Oh shit.
A demon.
Fucking sellout.
Spitting.
You did another marathon.
Yeah. Anyway, I'm out, guys. I'm out.
Couple more hours, Stina. Like you need what? Like 3 more hours?
Yo, nah, son. I can't do 10 again.
That show's on YouTube called Spilling Image. It's a puppet show about Trump. It's funny. Check it out.
Oh shit! I'm looking at a There's a picture. It was like Sammy Sosa when he played for the Cubs, and he was like playing catch with Trump. This is like an old ass pic.
That's when Sammy Sosa was black.
Huh?
When he was
was black. Back when he was black. Yeah.
He
Black
was mad
Sammy
scary
Sosa.
now. What was he thinking doing that to himself?
Black Sammy. Man, I don't know, man. Dude was weird.
Radical Latino, what's your thoughts on that before you get off?
What happened?
Your boy Sammy Sosa.
Fun fact. He my mom and Sammy Sosa were classmates. Because he's from the same Bate where my mom's from. So Dominican Republic. So they lived like across the street from each other.
Why did he bleach his skin? What was his reason for doing that? Do you want to be white?
Yeah, he does.
Evidently. But he's not white now. He looks, I don't know what color he is.
Weird.
It's mad weird.
So did he show tendencies of wanting to bleach when he was going to school with your mom?
I don't know. I didn't really ask my mom. I'll tell you this. My mom told me that growing up, that because they were poor first, but then like they had money then. I don't know if it was maybe the dad or somebody had gotten money in the family, and then they started acting like they were a little better than everyone else. My mom says she remembers that, like that they kind of used to be like kind of like bougie. I mean, but it's kind of funny because that's like at that time, it was a very it was booming. The industry in Consuelo was booming. There was a lot of factories and stuff like that, sugar cane and all that. But my mom said that they were like probably like the richer people there. They're like the only rich family, quote unquote rich family, in the slums, and they thought they were better than everyone else there. So I don't know.
I just don't get how you do something that drastic to yourself. Like, how you look at yourself in the mirror and think you look good. It's just, he looks scary. If I was a kid, he would scare me.
I mean, his wife is, I don't know if she's Dominican, but she's, a white Latina. Is she?
Well, how do you get with a man that does that to himself, though?
I know. I couldn't respect that.
I want to know what the fuck is going on in her.
All right. Hold on. For all you people out there that were coming at me because I was laughing at the girl, throwing it down, I did some research. It was actually a hoax.
Oh, it wasn't real?
She was faking the whole thing.
Yeah, but you didn't know that, you bastard.
I did know that. I
No, he
did know
didn't.
that. I saw right through
To
it.
be honest, I did know that.
Oh,
Look, hold on. Let me
Yeah,
see.
shit.
she was
It's an old
faking
video.
it.
She was
It's
fake
old.
the
Yeah.
whole thing. Hold on, let me see if I could put
You
it.
still laughing.
Radical
though.
Latino, what's your
Damage been done
how you
already.
feel about Sammy Sosa?
Shut up, Tina.
Just saying.
What happened? What do I feel about what?
Sammy Sosa.
You bought him the bleach.
Sammy, somebody lost. We can't really do too much about Sammy. You know, it is what it
So is
is.
it Sambo?
Is he a what?
Sambo, whatever it's called. Shit.
Yeah, I think so.
Probably.
Okay.
Oh, I don't know, but hold on.
You gave him the fucking cake soap for a birthday gift.
Hey, shut up.
Cake soap. Now, does that shit really work?
Hold on. I'm sharing something with you guys.
What, cake soap?
Yeah.
Okay, hold on. Watch this.
The story might be a little different than you suspect. Let's go to the videotape, and then we'll come back.
This is all be funny.
Stories we've ever
Yo,
had
she's
on
throwing
Inside
it
is
down,
a young
son.
woman who claimed excruciating
Look at that.
having
A bunch of gang signs. Look at
Well,
that
we have
shit.
an update today on Desiree Jennings, an update that raises just as many questions as before.
Her story created a national
gang,
firestorm.
gang.
Desiree Jennings is the pretty ambassador for the Washington Redskins cheerleading squad who claimed she developed a rare neurological disorder called dystonia
Yeah.
after receiving a seasonal
All the bodies
flu
hit the
shot,
floor.
causing
Look at
dramatic
that.
spasms
The
and
bodies hit the
slurred
floor.
speech.
Woo!
But this bill was fine with a lot goes now too.
So you used to be able to go sideways.
Yeah.
What made the story so
That's fucked up.
startling is that her symptoms seemed to disappear when she walked backwards or ran.
Yeah, I can talk now.
Back in October, Desiree
What?
and her husband told me
Listen,
they worried they'd
some
never
females
find
need a good
cure.
run
But
sometimes.
look at Desiree now.
Wow.
We found
Oh,
her
wow.
walking normally, playing with her dogs, going shopping, even getting behind the wheel of a car and driving. Hard to believe the woman we've
It's a
been
miracle when
discreetly
women start
observing over the
spending
last
money.
few
That's when
weeks
everything's all
is
good.
the same woman we
No,
met
that's
during the
it's a
height of
joke.
the
That's how
flu
you're
shot
massaging
scare. So we wanted to ask her about her remarkable improvement. We've been trying to reach you and you have not been returning our phone calls.
Oh, I'm sorry.
What's going on? It looks like you've made a complete recovery.
Well, I don't want to say complete recovery. I still have a lot of cognitive issues.
So what happened? Did Desiree Jennings really suffer a 1 in a million reaction to the seasonal flu shot, as she says? Or is it all some kind of elaborate hoax? Or is it
That was
something
after a
else
one-night
entirely?
stand, by the way.
Take
Tell
a
them to
look at
stop.
this. It's an official report on Desiree's case by the Centers for Disease Control. It states the admitting neurologist felt that there was a strong psychogenic component to her symptoms. Psychogenic means that there is a mental or psychological cause for her spasms.
The dramatic symptoms of movement and speech that Ms. Jennings is displaying is certainly not a reaction to the vaccine.
It's a reaction to
Stephen
getting that
Novella is
big
an
DAC.
assistant
I'm
professor
sorry,
of neurology at Yale who treats patients with dystonia, which is what Desiree
Yo,
claims
Radical,
she
this is
suffered
gonna get
from after the
copyrighted, is
seasonal
it?
flu shot. He hasn't examined Desiree.
No.
Are you sure? Because you shared something in one of my live streams and that shit got copyrighted.
It got copyrighted. It did.
Yeah. Okay. It
Okay.
did.
So let me just say it now. This is for fair use only. Is that good?
Oh my God.
Okay. So I don't think you'll get copyrighted. It did.
Desiree, but is convinced after viewing our video that her affliction is not dystonia.
Just from looking at the video, a trained and experienced neurologist could say this is not dystonia.
Desiree finds the idea that her illness is all in her head ridiculous. Some people think it was psychogenic. Some people might.
That's the effects of white people actually
the
eating
people are
something
free
spicy.
to believe whatever they
Believe
want,
it.
but you know, I mean, clearly what
People
I've
love
been going
this
through, I
shit.
know it's not psychogenic and it's not a hoax.
By now, you may have noticed something that surprised us. Desiree is now speaking with a foreign accent she never had before.
I'm from Ohio. I should not be talking like this.
Yeah. Yo, Shorty's the whole scam, son.
British,
Yeah.
but, you know,
Shorty's
it
the whole
simply comes
scam,
down
yo.
to the inability to pronounce words.
There's no way a flu shot can cause someone's accent.
She trolling.
Absolutely not.
So how did
Yo,
Desiree go from
that's the
this
first
to
time.
this?
That's
Dang,
the first
dude.
time.
This doctor An
Not
alternative
gonna
practitioner
lie.
named
Imagine
Rashid
trolling
Buttar.
the news.
He claims he
Not
reversed
gonna
the
lie.
symptoms he
This is the
suffered
first
from
time. This
after
is
the
how I
seasonal
acted when
flu
I ate
shot.
Gucci Frito for
He
the first
hasn't
time.
examined
I said,
Desiree,
yo,
but
this
a
shit is
Duke
slamming.
practitioner named Rashid Buttar. He claims he reversed many of her symptoms in less than 48
Oh,
hours
get the fuck out of here.
using controversial therapies, including a hyperbaric chamber and intravenous injections of nutrients and synthetic amino acids.
Oh, get the
She
fuck
is
out
well
of here.
on her way to being fully recovered. But Buttar has come under fire for his practices. The North Carolina Medical Board claims he engaged in
Yo,
unprofessional
somebody
conduct
said she
for
belongs to the
charging
street.
cancer patients exorbitant fees for unproven and ineffective treatments.
How
Some of
long
the
is
very
this
same
story?
treatments Desiree received.
Yo,
He
this shit
denies
about to
any
get
wrongdoing.
controversial.
Oh my
Are you
God,
concerned your case
Jesus!
has
Y'all don't
just
want to get educated that she's a con? Shit.
Jeez.
Watch, it's gonna get
Okay, but when you didn't know that she was a con,
I knew that. I knew that though.
No, he didn't.
I did. I did.
Okay, question for you guys.
Didn't you know that she ate hot Cheetos and that's why she started acting like that?
Okay, let me ask you a question. What if there's a comedian that has like Down syndrome or something? You can't laugh at him? He's the comedian with Down syndrome and deformed. You can't laugh at his jokes?
Yeah, of course you can if he's funny.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
I mean,
But
you're
are
not,
we
you're
laughing?
laughing at his jokes, not at him, right?
Are we? Yeah, exactly. Are we laughing at the joke?
Usually the funniest people were people that used to get made fun of them. You know, so growing up they had to deal with that.
She's
And then
trying to hit the cat
they become-
daddy. yo, yeah, I'm wrong, son. Is she blood or crip? I don't know. Yo.
Oh my god.
95%. Georgia's at 99%.
Oh,
Almost
no,
here.
bro.
Yeah.
But weren't they
Been like
supposed
that
to-
for a
weren't they
while.
gonna recount them though?
Yo,
yeah,
somebody
they're
said-
gonna recount Georgia. Yeah,
somebody
they're
said
probably gonna
it's
recount
Dominican.
every
Who's leading?
everyone.
They should recount every state.
Oh,
Who's leading?
Still Biden.
Okay.
I will never know what these people see in Trump. I just don't get it at all.
Yo, my thing is like Biden. I feel like when Biden come in, if he wins, y'all gonna be like, damn, bring Trump back. Like I feel
No,
like
Biden was
Stop. No, we're not.
Yo,
Everybody wants to go back to normal. Trump has really fucked everything up.
Yeah, Trump is fucking shit up. I'm sorry. He is.
Just the way he talks.
I'm
is
not sorry at
disrespectful.
all. From the very beginning, he started his fucking campaign bashing Mexicans, and he kept just doing shit to Mexicans, like pardoning Joe Arpaio and everything. I don't even want to get into the detention center.
Every group, he
Detention
called
centers.
Africa and Haiti shithole countries. So I mean,
You know, we took it personal. As you could see, California, like California. Look at how many millions of votes. You know that people think that it's rigged, that the voting is rigged in California.
Wait, really?
They think
California
that
very liberal.
they're very
California
liberal.
very liberal.
They're very liberal.
Yeah, very liberal state, and they don't get it. They think that California wasn't supposed to turn blue because they say they didn't count all the votes, and it was actually Republicans putting the fake the voting ballot drop off.
I heard that.
Yeah,
fake
the
boxes.
Republicans were putting boxes all over. People were like putting their votes in those containers. And it was the Republicans, and they didn't want to stop. Even though they were told to stop doing that, they still posted them.
so there was fraud going on. Yeah, there's fraud everywhere.
Yeah, the Republicans. And then people think like they can't believe how many people voted like for Biden in California. They think like, oh, there should be like a recount. I was like, okay. I'm like, I wish they would count every single vote so they could see how much we hate them. So
Well, Biden's got more votes than any other president in history because the popular vote is so high.
yeah, but that's not enough. Like that's not enough for them. It's like, you know what I'm saying? But no, but my absolute favorite, my baby, which I hope I was so happy for Nevada, but Arizona, Lord, I hope it stays blue. I hope it stays blue. That way they could know. Like, you fucked with us, we'll fuck with you.
Oh my god, that's so funny. Yo, Ricardo, I just found the video. Oh my god.
Oh, you put in the link. Put in the link.
Yo, no, that's fine. That's fucked up. I had a good laugh. Oh my god, that's funny as shit.
What else?
Anyway, I'm out, guys. I see that you guys are gonna stay here for the next 4 hours.
No, I'm not.
No, Tina's
I mean-
trying to get off.
I'm gone too. I'm ready to go to
Shout
bed.
out to you, Stephanie, and your plate and your small tower of Fenty beauties. Tina and her blonde wigs. You know, shout out to her.
Whatever. Imagine somebody said, "Yo, Pete, the blonde wig in the back." Like where?
Right there at the couch. Right there at the couch. We found it. You a
Yo, why
liar.
y'all doing it, man? What's wrong with the blonde wig?
I don't know. You're ashamed of who you are. Straightening your hair.
Hey, don't start with that shit.
Yo, that's so funny. That's so. Usually, I go through the comments of the people that hate you and like thumb it up just to be just to mess with you. Just to mess with you.
Really?
Because I was planning on getting screenshots and be like, you see, he's making good points. This person's making good points.
Yo, you the
But-
worst.
If you all want a good laugh, you need to go on my channel and look at my last video, man. That shit was hilarious.
Oh yeah, I saw that.
Oh yeah, that was funny. That was
I
funny.
was fucking around with the Indian scammers, man. I got them good, yo. Yo, from now on, I'm gonna answer the phone when they call, man. For real.
What the trollers?
Yeah, they was trolling me, yo. They called me, told me that my social security number was suspended and shit. So I started acting like an asshole.
What's
Yo,
been going on in what?
I had them on the phone for like almost an hour. I recorded that shit. I recorded most of it. Go check it out, man. That shit is funny as hell.
They were tracking down your location.
When they call me, I just
Joke's on you. They were tracking you down.
They hacked your phone.
Radical whole troll.
when they call me, I do the Indian voice. I say, "My name is Big Cock Black Sheep. Can I help you?" And they hang up the phone.
Well, I don't give a fuck if they get my location. What they gonna do?
They're gonna
And they're not
kidnap
even
you.
American. They're like
You know what they do in India, man? All the sex trafficking and stuff.
They wouldn't like me. I just lay there.
Just lay there. Like most women.
Oh, wow. You're crazy. Wait, what are you sharing, Radical?
As a family, let's watch it together.
I was raised
Yo.
in the projects. I was raised in the projects. Raised in the projects. Raised in the projects.
Yo.
Projects. I was raised in the projects. I was raised in the projects. I was raised.
This is fake, guys. This is fake. But remember, this is fake.
I was raised in the projects. I was raised in the projects. I was raised in the
Okay.
She was dropping it down low.
Yo, she was getting it in. She was getting. Oh shit, this shit is making me cry, son. Let me chill. Yo.
Wait.
Oh,
I'm gonna send you a video to share before you get off.
No, there better not be no messed up video.
No, it's not messed
The video was basically she's faking, guys. All right, she's faking.
Yo,
guys.
when's somebody gonna take Antonio's meltdown and put that shit to a music track?
A meltdown.
Michael better start writing that check if copyright came through.
Hey,
He had another one.
we're about to demonetize another live of mine, okay?
Facts. I got you.
Can't you just block it out like that piece?
It wouldn't let, since the live stream was so long, it wouldn't let me do it.
Dang.
Yeah, it was on my 10-hour one of the 10-hour live streams.
Who the hell is this? Oh.
Oh, okay.
All right.
We're almost going on 7 hours.
3 more.
Shit.
I'm gonna say good night.
Wait,
Buenas
Radical, I put
noches
in a group
and
chat.
boa
Share the
noite.
video.
All right. Hold on. Let me see.
Stephanie, man, I'm gonna hook you up with some moves, man. I'm gonna tell you for real.
What kind of music though? What kind of style? What kind of dance style?
Egyptian, I'm gonna hook you up, man.
What kind of Egyptian? Is it like belly dance?
All just like Egyptian. Don't worry about it.
Yeah, you're gonna be looking like an Egyptian, man, for real.
No, what kind? Is it like belly dance or what?
Yeah, man, I'm gonna show you how to throw down, yo.
Ricardo, I'm not showing that much.
I've learned classic Egyptian belly dance, so I don't know which one it is.
What?
Oh.
I'm gonna hook you up. Don't worry about it, man. I got you.
No, it's not Antonio's meltdown.
Alrighty, buenas noches.
All right,
And
cool.
bye,
Buenas
Christina.
noches. Adios.
Ciao.
Noches.
Radical Latino, play the video.
Play the video. All right, let me see it. Let me see it. Hey, do I have the permission to play the video, Tina?
What video?
It's nothing bad. It's not like it's porn or
It's
anything.
nothing bad. It's nothing bad.
You gotta watch
Is something let me copyright it?
I hope
it.
not.
No, it's not. It's the Daily Motion.
Oh, is
After
it-
that, I want to
okay.
News outlets be getting copywritten too.
This video is old as fuck.
Is this for real or a hoax?
No, it's real. This one's real.
No, she was having like orgasms like crazy.
Watch, you gotta listen to it.
I think I heard about this.
Put it on full screen.
Nothing like this ever happened before. No, this is embarrassing.
Wait until the nurse leaves.
What did you do to her?
Oh my god.
What the hell is this?
Never come out of. Yeah.
She's having an orgasm and she can't stop having an orgasm.
Oh my god.
Sounds terrible.
It sounds great.
Wait until the nurse leaves. That's where it gets funny.
I guess it depends on how you look at it.
About 2 hours. 2 hours.
2 hours.
Just don't want to sweat it out.
Oh shit!
Oh man.
What you see?
Shit.
This is inappropriate.
Yeah, safe to say he hit the G spot.
Yo, where's her leg?
No, she's just folding it. Whatever. She's letting it.
Okay, I think that's my cue to head out.
Yo,
That is funny as shit, yo.
yo, what can you do at
That's
that
how
point?
Tina be looking like when she be wearing blonde wigs. All right, I'm out. Yo, I'm out. I'm out. Peace.
Deuces. Good night, everybody.
Fucking with y'all, man. Stayed up this late, man.
All right, peace.
Man, you know what? Talk about 3 more hours. Shit.
I'll be playing, man. God damn.
Yeah, and you be the last one on too.
I gotta wake up early tomorrow. Well, not tomorrow, in a couple hours.
You mean like 2 hours? Man?
Yeah. So I'm gonna see you guys.
All
Good talk.
What happened, man? When you don't got the club no more, this is what happened. You got 10-hour live streams.
Yeah, man. But yo, shout out to everyone in the chat that stayed this long. There's 21 of y'all in here still. Yeah. But no, yeah, this conversation went all over the place. We went from politics to, I don't know, a little bit of history, like always, dating, zodiac signs. Lord. But
Yeah, eating gerbils.
but yeah,
All
so
right, man. Yeah, I'm out, man. I'm
good
so
night,
good.
y'all.
All right.
All right. Have a good night, everyone.